The boy screams heartbreakingly, "This is our hero, his name is Joshua." Looking around, he realizes that he is not in the place where he was according to his last memories. Joe doesn't understand how this is possible, because he thinks he should have died in the explosion. Thinking about the changes that had taken place in his body, a thought occurred to the boy. After looking around first, Joe finds a well nearby and approaches the tub next to it. Looking at his still very childish face, the boy assumes that time has turned back. He doesn't understand how this is possible, and how he managed to become a child again. Having looked around the area again, the boy realizes that everything is not quite as it seems. He used to live in this place, which means Joe went back in time. He starts laughing, and our hero finds what's happening funny. After all, this means that he has received another chance, which he should use to take revenge on his enemy. Joe is called upon to answer questions about why he doesn't clean up the horse shit as he was told. The boy knows these guys. They are from the personal troops belonging to the Duchy of Agnes, Centurions. The brown-haired man's name is Lloyd, and he says that Joe should answer when spoken to. But they remind him with an evil grin that the boy is mute and won't be able to answer. Joe remembers pretending to do so to avoid getting into more trouble for opening his mouth. Lloyd remembers that he hasn't seen Lucia for a long time, and his interlocutor pulls him back, reminding him to be careful. The boy glares at the centurion who spoke disrespectfully about the maid, and all because she is not only a servant of Duke Agnes, but also Joshua's mother. He himself is the illegitimate son of the man who raped the boy's mother. Since those close to him knew this, they viciously tortured the child with noble blood in his veins. These three were especially enjoying this, mocking the youngest right now. Lloyd says he wants to visit Lucia, and Rollo asks him to shut up so they won't hear. The interlocutor is not worried, believing that in this remote place only Joshua can hear. Besides, even if we get rid of Lucia and her offspring, Duchess Vanessa will clear them. Lloyd thinks now is the perfect time to do it, but Lucia isn't here. He offers to have some fun with Joe before the maid arrives, and his interlocutor is only too happy with the offer. The boy thinks he is not going to let the bastards who insulted his mother go away. Looking at his clenched little hands, he wonders if what he has planned will work. Joshua wants to use the way he uses the mana technique. This method is unusual. Our hero learned it in the ancient ruins with his favorite spear, Rugia. The mana technique that Joe had learned before had a completely different method of operation. It represents the use of mana from another source, from the environment. Therefore, this method has no limitations as in the case of the mana core located under the abdomen. This technique allows you to absorb mana with your entire body at once. The concentration is also different. It concentrates mana exactly where it is needed, so it can be released instantly. By not going through the core formation process, Joe saved himself years. Gort suggests surrounding this bastard and kicking him. He is filled with anger at just one look. Lloyd says he knows the reason for his friend's bad mood, and he shuts him up. Approaching his victim, Gort says that today he is not going to hold back. Joshua's intense concentration causes the offender to stop and sound puzzled. Gort thinks that this kid fainted from fear right there. Lloyd agrees with his friend. Joe silently prays that he can only scoop up a measly handful of mana. It took him a decade to do it, but now he knows how the process works. From the direct and piercing gaze, Gort recoils back, frightened. Embarrassed, he rushes at the boy, sending unflattering expressions his way. Outraged by this reaction, the young man admits that it is a big surprise. Before the club can touch him, Joe delivers a blow filled with mana. Falling to the ground, Gort curses, throwing out curses, and groans from the unexpectedly intense pain. A stunned Lloyd asks in an uncontrollable tone how such a thing could have happened. It's unthinkable. The boy, meanwhile, realizes that he feels something sticky and disturbing. He is sure that he has never experienced such a feeling in his stomach before. Lloyd assumes that the boy is crazy, since he is in such a hurry to get to the next world. Joshua believes that it is dangerous to go up against a trained soldier with such a childish body. He assumes that Rollo will not attack, as he is the most cautious of the three. And since there is only one opponent, and Joe stood his ground against Gort, he has a chance to defeat Lloyd. The enemy mercifully allows the boy to consider today his last. Screaming that he will kill him, Lloyd slices the air with his sword, but Joshua manages to dodge it. The centurion notices the energy emanating from the boy's body, realizing that it is mana. But amazement costs the young man precious moments. The blow is so powerful that Lloyd flies back to his friend, choking on blood. Rollo is afraid to say out loud his opinion that Joshua is crazy. But in his mind, he reasons without embarrassment. realizing that the second time cannot be an accident. Joe is in severe pain at this point simply because he is using mana. He thinks that Rollo is no better than Lloyd and Gort. He became a centurion thanks to his wit. This man is very dangerous, and Joshua decides to ask him to deliver a message. Rollo becomes even more confused when he hears the boy's voice. Unable to contain his surprise, he asks his interlocutor if he can really speak. Instead of answering a stupid question, the boy starts talking about the consequences of bullying. He promises to kill anyone who dares to insult his mother, including even centurions. Rollo becomes so scared, as if there was no child in front of him at all. Gasping, he runs away with a heart-rending cry about how this boy is a real monster. When the danger has passed, Joshua allows himself to exhale, his breath ragged. Cursing silently at his own endurance, the boy closes his eyes. He doesn't even find the strength to soften his fall with his arms outstretched in front of him. Joe manages to open his heavy eyelids only once before falling into complete darkness. As soon as they enter the building, an excited conversation begins about the mute child. The man asks if his interlocutor has heard that he beat the crap out of 3 centurions. Another participant in the conversation finds it strange that Joshua is stronger than his older brother. The interlocutor believes that this is just exaggerated gossip. The child could not have beaten the centurions. The opponent notes that if the rumors are true, the situation regarding Agnes's inheritance may change. The interlocutor is confident that Joshua will not be able to defeat his older brother, Babylon. The third participant joins the conversation, citing the fact that the latter has mastered mana. The man agrees with Brown, saying that even the father of these two only became a user at 16. Babylon is only 14, but he can already use mana. He is an outstanding genius. The speaker believes that no one can compete with the young master for the right of inheritance. He turns around and asks Joshua since when he heard everything, and then stops. The boy, in an unwavering tone that does not require objections, orders them to go to Duke Agnes. He orders the servant to tell his master that his son has arrived. Rollo patiently waits for the Duke to pay attention to him, distracted from his occupation. He finally speaks up, clarifying the name of the centurion who had collapsed in 3 deaths. He confirms this, and the gentleman asks which battalion the soldier belongs to. Rollo replies that he serves in the 29th Battalion, but becomes tense at the question. The Duke asks Siphon if this is Griezmann's battalion, and the answer is yes. Agnes expresses his understanding by asking for the damaged armor to be brought to him. He asks if it is his youngest son Joshua who did this to him. Siphon advises his interlocutor to think carefully, because lying will cost him dearly and there will be no forgiveness. Rollo understands this and confirms that everything he said is the pure truth. The Duke asks Siphon for his opinion, and he says that what he said is very difficult to believe. The man is of the same opinion, but still thoughtfully asks how old Joshua is now. The loyal subordinate immediately replies that the younger master is 9 years old. Agnes knows full well that orc skin armor can only be destroyed with mana. Siphon apologizes for being rude, but expresses his opinion that this is impossible. There has never been a recorded case of mana use at the age of 9. And in general, to cover your hands with mana, you need to be at least a high-ranking knight. Siphon believes that all these words are justification for mocking young Master Joshua. A young man asks permission to take the liar outside to teach him a lesson. Rollo asks to believe him because everything he said is actually true. Siphon forbids the boy to raise his head in the presence of the Duke and orders him to stop lying. Seeing that Rollo stands his ground, the captain moves to more active actions. Agnes asks Siphon to stop, but he does not want to leave things like this after the slander. The Duke justifies his request by saying that they will learn the whole truth after meeting Joshua. Believing that the time has come to meet his son for the first time, he wants to do it in person. Siphon is surprised by this because the Duke did not show such attention even to his legitimate son. Agnes asks where the junior is, and the subordinate passes on the information he received. The Duke asks Siphon to take him to his son, and he accepts the order for execution. Walking down the corridor of the mansion in a good mood, Babylon slows down. A wave of hot bewilderment overwhelms him, and his wonderful mood vanishes in an instant. Not understanding what the bastard is doing here, the heir openly asks his brother this question. Joshua doesn't hear him, as his attention is completely absorbed by something else. The boy stares at the portrait of the current emperor, Marcus, with a look full of hatred. The thing is, this man reminds him of Caesar, a man who needs revenge. Babylon can't stand it anymore, asking how much longer they are going to ignore him. Joe doesn't have to put in much effort to block an attack in the moment. Distinctly feeling the familiar pressure, Babylon is convinced that the rumor is true. But the rightful heir is not going to surrender to the bastard without a fight. The intention fails to materialize, as the father's voice asks what he is doing. Babylon abruptly pulls away from his half-brother, addressing the Duke in a stuttering voice. By kneeling, the legitimate heir respectfully greets his lord. Agnes repeats his question, to which Babylon replies that they exchanged cordial greetings. The man is puzzled by this answer and thoughtfully repeats these words after his son. Turning his gaze to the bastard, the Duke receives his consent in the form of a nod. Siphon thinks that this boy has gone crazy since he answers Agnes's question with a nod. The captain orders that the Duke be shown due respect and greeted properly. The Duke gently pulls his subordinate back, but notices that Joshua's gaze is filled with malice. The boy himself knows this very well, as well as the fact that it's all because of the portrait. Because of this, he is now unable to control his emotions properly. This is bad because Agnes does not allow hostile people to simply leave. The man asks the boy to come closer to him if he has calmed down. The Duke wants to see for himself whether he used mana or if it was all a lie. Babylon can't believe what he heard. He thought it was impossible for his brother to use mana. He is angry that the groom might have abilities superior to his own. Siphon asks the Duke not to rush, but he interrupts him, calling Joshua to him. He is afraid of such closeness, because if the anomaly is discovered, his plans will come to an end. The man has no intention of playing games, and Joe doesn't even have time to notice him approaching. Unceremoniously grabbing the boy's hand, the Duke begins his inspection. He is overcome with great surprise literally moments later. He did not expect this. The man's face changes from stunned to disappointed as he lets out an exasperated sigh. Siphon asks about his progress, and his master says that he has not detected any mana. Rising sharply, Babylon mentally rejoices that his position remains intact. Siphon believes that there shouldn't be any traces of mana in the core, but that's not what the interlocutor is talking about. The thing is that every person should initially have at least a little mana. Even ordinary civilians and monsters have it, which cannot be said about Joshua. Siphon equates the boy with the dead, who move thanks to demonic forces. The guy thoughtfully says that he heard from children that such cases had already happened. Agnes considers this unnatural. Joe has a sticky mass of negative energy in place of his core. The Duke says to his son that from now on he will keep an eye on him. Siphon reminds them that they cannot leave the centurion who spread rumors unpunished. Agnes believes that punishing for something they are not completely sure about is a bad idea. The man says that Joshua will live with them for a while since there are enough rooms. Babylon, unable to bear such a threat, tries to object but is interrupted. The Duke asks his legitimate son if he wishes to object to his master. The boy stutters as he answers that he has no problem with it. Agnes orders Siphon to train the bastard in knightly matters from tomorrow. The captain doesn't understand why this is happening because Joe doesn't have mana, and the Duke has a different view of the situation. He tells his son that he looks forward to their next meeting after his training. After escorting Joe to his room, Siphon says that from now on he will live here. While the boy examines his new possessions, the captain becomes thoughtful. Unable to believe that the boy was not happy with the honor, Siphon allowed himself to be addressed. Joe, noticing that the man is behaving differently, assumes that it is because of the Duke's absence. However, he doesn't care about this. He wants to fall asleep on this bed much more. Joe thinks about his father's words about looking forward to their next meeting. Agnes spends most of his time in the Golden Palace of Acadia, the capital of the Avalon Empire. Looking at his hand, Joe wonders if the Duke sensed something unknown to him. No matter what it is, the very fact that Agnes will possess this knowledge is dangerous. At the same time, the most important thing for Joe now is to regain his former strength. And to do this, the boy will need to put in an incredible amount of effort. That same night, Joshua leans out of the window, carefully examining the surroundings. Having made sure that there is no one who could see him, the boy begins to act. Moving nimbly and skillfully from one elevated area to another, Joshua finds himself on the ground. Now it has become easier for him to use such an amount of mana. Everything looks easier than before. The conclusion is made hastily. Joshua clutches his stomach due to incredible pain. The negative energy in his mana core begins to mix with the holy power. Trying to figure out what is holding both of these energies together, Joe realizes it is Rugia. The patrolmen passing by were talking to each other. One of them heard our hero. But when he and his partner look around the corner, there is no one there. Joshua is lost in his thoughts, thinking that it's most likely Rugia's fault. While he is thinking about subjugating all three energies, A piercing screech breaks through somewhere in the area. Lucia asks why they are doing this, but for the tormentors, the answer is obvious. Gort says that because of this woman's son, their reputation is at rock bottom. In response to such speeches, Lucia bites the centurion with all her might, causing him to groan. He pushes the woman away from him, calling her trash and asking if she's completely crazy. The maid hits herself painfully but doesn't make a sound. This doesn't bother her tormentors at all. Lloyd says he wanted to do this the easy way, but Lucia can't stand still. Roland slows Gort down, reminding him of the possible consequences if Joshua becomes known. The opponent says he doesn't care because they are here to deal with this bastard. The Duchess said she would take responsibility for everything, but the cowards could go away. Rollo stands frozen in indecision, torn between fear and not wanting to look like a coward. Lloyd teases him, saying that such a timid cat as a friend would be better off leaving. Gort asks him not to make fun of him and asks who exactly the interlocutor called a timid cat. Joe tells them to stop, and Rawls joins him, but the pair are unstoppable. The boy tells these scumbags not to even hope to get out of here alive. Lucia, having come to her senses, squeezes out her son's name, breathing heavily. Rollo thinks they should run, but Gort has a completely opposite opinion. The boy lifts his head up and slowly looks around the perimeter with an attentive gaze. Realizing what was going on, he uttered a phrase that caused confusion among Gort and Lloyd. One of them promises to send the boy straight to hell, and the second asks him to share with him. Joshua repeats his demand, ordering it to be seen by someone immediately. Lloyd chuckles, asking the boy what the hell he's talking about. Jumping down from above, the mysterious figure asks Joshua how he knew about him. It is the Knight Cain, and he asks how the boy managed to sense his presence. This cross is one of the 3 knightly orders of Duke Agnes that Joshua is familiar with. The boy tries to understand whether a man from the Order of the Crimson Knights was following him. The centurions respectfully greet the knight of such a highly venerated order. He is absorbed in his thoughts. He wonders if this is the boy from the rumors about the concubine's son. To his surprise, the object of his interest turns to him, saying that he wants to ask. Joe begins his question with the backstory that the ladies of the Duke's house tried to cause harm. He asks what, according to the military regulations of the Duke's house, will happen in this situation. Cain clearly feels the overwhelming force emanating from the boy. It is impossible to resist. With the words that immediate punishment will occur, the knight draws his sword from its sheath. Lloyd doesn't have time to do anything. Screaming in sudden pain, Gort groans. But he quickly adapts and rushes at the enemy with a warlike cry. This helps little, as the knight turns out to be more experienced and parries his opponent's blow. Gort asks Sir Cain to wait, knowing that this could be his end. But the knight does not heed, throwing himself at his next and final opponent. Rollo, saying that he sincerely regrets it, asks for mercy, but he is unable to finish his sentence. He interrupts himself, screaming intermittently in fear, but Joe asks the knight to stop. The centurion begs him for mercy in a stuttering and pitiful voice. He trembles slightly. Cain advises Rollo to shut up if he wants to live even a second longer. Joshua remarks that he is sure he told the knight to stop, and he retorts softly. The man says he is only punishing them for harming the Duke's wife. Although the Crimson Knights are considered weak, it seems that this man is quite strong. Before anything happens, Joshua asks Cain who he serves. The answer comes immediately. The knight says that he serves Duke Agnes. The boy's next question is whether Cain knows who he is. A guess quickly appears because the knight knows a man with such pressure and look. The boy meanwhile orders his interlocutor to immediately lower his sword. The knight does not object, obeying the young master's order and fulfilling his will. Rollo bows his head, saying that for the preservation of lives they will serve the count faithfully. The boy says he doesn't need the loyalty of such a pathetic person. It's all ambiguous. Joe says that he will personally slit the throats of those who dare to rebel against him in the future. The boy tells Rollo to disappear if he realized what he just said. The centurion runs away, saying that he understood everything clearly, calling Joshua Count. Lucia moans painfully. She's on the verge of reality and loss of consciousness. The boy is about to rush to his mother, but the knight's voice stops him. Cain asks if he is really the count he knows. It seems to the knight that the Duke's offspring has changed a lot because he used to be different. Joe remembers with him who he was before, having the status of just a mute groom. The knight looks down guiltily, thinking about something, and then speaks up. He addresses his interlocutor using a title, and the interlocutor asks what the matter is. Cain says that the soldiers assigned to the duchy carry out the orders of the Duke himself. The knight says that when they reach 23 years of age, they can choose a master for themselves. Cain himself will face this choice in a measly year. The knight says that he trusts his instincts, so he will keep an eye on the young master. Joshua thinks that the best solution would be to choose Babylon, not him. And as soon as he begins to talk about the eccentricity of his interlocutor, Lucia comes to her senses. Addressing her son by name, the woman is glad that he is now safe. The boy rushes to his mother without thinking, addressing her tenderly. He promises, from this moment on, to protect the woman at all costs. Lucia doesn't say anything out loud because it's enough for her that her son is okay. Joe silently thanks the heavens for giving him a second chance to correct the mistakes of the past. From now on, he has no intention of being timid, intending to act like the strongest spearman in history. Agnes asks if Count Rebrick visited them. Siphon confirms, but with a comment. This time, this man did not come alone. Miss Iceland came with him. The Duke sighs and, grinning, suggests that he wants to put an end to this. Even though Fanzel Rebrick is an unwelcome guest, he cannot be ignored. The Count's current companion is his daughter, one of his most talented people. She is watched as carefully as Babylon, because the girl is a genius of magic. Iselin is blessed with mana, meaning there is no need to learn how to use it. Agnes knows that Fanzil will bother him again. He knows the reason for the Count's visit. Siphon reminds the Duke that his Babylon will be 15 years old next year. Although his coming of age is only a matter of time, the matter is different. The Duke's eldest son already has a lady love. This little lady's name is Charlie. Agnes exhales heavily, confirming these words and asking how then he can. This girl belongs to the Font family, which received the title due to its wealth. Siphon gives his voice to Lady Charlie, Agnes too, but at the same time sees a problem in this. His greed for talent is as immeasurable as his greed for military might. Siphon knows perfectly well that this man evaluates others only by their skills. Duke Agnes stops, causing his subordinate to become perplexed. Siphon asks what happened, and the interlocutor inquires about the progress of his youngest son. The captain cautiously says that he is not sure he understands what is being said. The Duke admits that he told him that he would give Iselin to him. Siphon is speechless, amazed, because this lady has the blessing of mana, and ironically, it can be given to someone who cannot use mana due to a curse. Joshua recalls that his mother was buried on a cliff north of the Duke's garden. In his past life, he often went up there to visit her, but now it's hard for the boy. Remembering that the secret passage opened up to him by accident, Joe tries to grope for it. The sound of knocking coming from underground makes you stop for a moment and your heart flutter. Joshua remembers that on the other side he found his ultimate weapon, Rugia. The boy carries out the necessary manipulations to achieve what he wants. Everything happens exactly as it should, just as Joshua remembers from memory. He enters the static, crackling portal without the slightest fear, and as planned, he comes out on the other side, safe and sound. The portal collapses, and Joe continues to stand in place, looking thoughtfully ahead. Finally, he moves, carefully examining the surroundings along the way. The boy doesn't understand what happened here. The temple doesn't seem the same as it was before. When he first found this place, it was not in ruins, and the spear was languishing in chains inside. But now everything is different. When approaching the corresponding stone slab, Rugius is still not visible. Instead of the legendary weapon, the boy is met with some kind of iron stick. Despite this, Joshua still moves closer and grabs the unknown object. And at that moment, an interesting energy begins to be felt at the point of contact. The boy screams, shielding himself from the light, which has suddenly become too bright. He clears his throat and opens one eye, realizing that he can't feel anything in his hand. What he saw made the boy's eyes widen, and he asked what was going on. Joshua finds himself in a strange place he has never been to before. The child's indignation is interrupted by a voice that comes from behind and attracts attention. An iron rod appears right in front of him, and Joshua asks who it is. The object speaks again, saying that it is not an iron rod. It is revealed that he is a demonic weapon called Rugia. Joshua suggests that the spear looks like this because it also went back in time. Rugia says they don't have time. The boy asks what she means. The fact is that the confrontation between magic and divine energy is deadly. There is only one way to put them to sleep, restore their former power, and reach the 4th level. Joshua remembers that this means mastering the ancient arts achieved in a past life. The use of mana with this art carries truly destructive potential. In the past, those who were able to fight Joe on equal terms could be counted on the fingers of one hand. This could be compared to the second most powerful class of swordsmen, the absolute masters. With a spear mastery level of 5 out of 8, Joe was the strongest on the entire continent. The fourth level represents approximately the highest category of the third class. Joshua is confident that he can reach this level as he has reached it before. The problem is that in his current state, he has a hard time even managing his mana. Rugia says that as long as they are close, Joe will be able to rise using mana without any side effects. The boy finds it hard to believe, so he can't help but ask the spear a clarifying question. Rugia advises her interlocutor to improve his skills, saying what will happen next. Then Joshua will be able to accomplish everything he planned. The boy asks the spear to wait. But, leaving the insistence to start training for the end, Rugia disappears in a blinding light. With another discreet cry, Joshua realizes that he is holding an iron rod in his hand again. But now he knows that this is not what it seems at first glance. This is his Rugiar. Remembering the weapon's words about being able to use mana without consequences, the boy checks. Concentrating, he recalls the mana techniques that only he possessed. The first level is the absorption of particles from the surrounding space. Joshua's eyes snap open and he feels a new sensation inside him, which means one thing. And the boy screams with joy because he managed to carry out his plan. The first stage is completed, and Joshua, full of enthusiasm, begins his training. Using the first level of spear mastery, the boy concentrates mana in one point. He suddenly makes an explosive lunge that feels like a gunshot. His efforts are rewarded. The technique finds its visual embodiment. In his mind, Joe turns to his enemy, Caesar, promising that this is only the beginning. A voice rolls through the reception room, announcing the arrival of his lordship. Just a moment later, the door opens, letting in the Duke and his companion. The man smiles, noticing that here are the unexpected guests, and then he hears a familiar voice. Charlie respectfully greets the Duke, who asks what the girl is doing here. The man asks Agnes to forgive them, but the lady insisted on visiting him. This man's name is Cox, and not a single financial transaction of the fonts goes unnoticed by him. The Duke offers to invest in his house if the interlocutor truly feels guilty. Charlie calls Agnes a jerk and tells him to stop hunting for her family's wealth. The man is not offended. On the contrary, he now recognizes the girl he knew before. Charlie asks about Pavel and says that he, too, is thinking about attracting talented allies. In response to Cox's reprimands, Agnes remarks that there is nothing wrong with this. He is about to say something else, but becomes puzzled and immediately apologizes to Fanzil. The Duke admits that he didn't notice the man, to which he only smiles. Iceland is the first to enter the game, greeting his lordship according to all the rules of etiquette. Charlie is not happy to see this girl at the reception. Cox tries to calm the lady in a whisper. Lady Font inquires rudely about the incident with the Centurions, asking for its veracity. Cox can no longer stand it, asking the lady in a raised voice to watch her words. She justifies herself, and the man notes that there is no confirmation of these rumors. Siphon confirms that these are just rumors, and that Joe is small and cursed with mana. Fanzil, hearing these words, choked with indignation, asking if it was true. Noting that the Count's arrival could not have been more opportune, Agnes asks him to look at his youngest son. The Duke wants someone who senses mana better than him to look at Joshua. Fanzil agrees, considering this a chance to prove himself to someone like Agnes. Siphon cautiously suggests that he first check on the condition of young Master Joshua. He feels it necessary to be completely sure that the boy is cursed with mana. Angus asks what the captain is up to, and he asks permission to spar with his subordinate. The Duke clarifies whether Siphon really intends to arrange a duel between a knight and a child. He also considers this option excellent for verifying or refuting rumors. Moreover, the captain is confident that his Duke will be pleased after this. The next day, in his own reception room, Siphon says that he has received his interlocutor's report. He asks his subordinate for details of the skirmish with the Centurions. Kane responds to his captain with consent, communicating with him within the framework of official business relations. Siphon compromises his subordinate by asking whether his decision was hasty. He says that the Centurions were going to harm the Duke's woman. The captain is amazed. The emotion gives way to anger and the question of how this scum dared to harm Mrs. Vanessa. Kane gently corrects the captain, saying that the assassination attempt was on another lady, Lucia. Siphon asks a clarifying question, and the subordinate answers in the affirmative. Plopping down in a chair, the man asks, "So Kane taught their own people a lesson because of the maid." The knight notes that Lucia was chosen by the Duke himself, and it is unacceptable for anyone to attack her. But he adds that if he was wrong in defending the Duke's honor, he is ready to be punished for what he did. Siphon thinks hard, because in essence, what his subordinate said is true. The man suggests dropping the matter, saying that he has a task for his interlocutor. He, ready to carry it out fully armed, says that he is waiting for the order of his captain. Siphon confronts his subordinate with the fact that today he will fight Joshua. The blonde screams in shock, asking again, finding it hard to believe what he heard. Siphon says this fight will reveal whether the boy is truly cursed with mana. But he himself does not want to leave everything as it is, because this will cause problems for Mr. Pavel. The captain says that the Duke is a genius, the likes of which cannot be found on the entire continent. He believes that some dust on the soles of his feet will not be able to bother him. Kane thinks that the boy he knows is more like a meteor than dust. Siphon shares his insidious plan. He orders his subordinate to frame the child. You need to share mana with him so that the boy's body begins to reject it, leading to death. This will happen within a year, but now Kane needs to go to the training ground. Taking the sword in his hand, the blonde man is absorbed in painful thoughts about the upcoming battle. Even though his superior had given him the order, Kane promised Joe that he would keep an eye on him. The boy asks the knight his name, and he respectfully greets his future opponent. Joshua asks bluntly if they will actually spar. The interlocutor confirms this, saying that, as he understands, this is the will of the Duke himself. Joe is happy because he believes his father has finally seen the strength in him. Kane says he's not going to fight at full strength, which surprises the boy. He says he finds it ridiculous and asks if the knight is underestimating him. He gets confused when he starts speaking, because he expected a completely different reaction from his interlocutor. Joe says that just as the Duke's son has the right to choose his master, he also has the right to choose. The boy adds that he has no plans to trust the arrogant idiot. That's why he advises Kane to give it his all if he wants to test him. The Duke's observation that they had already managed to greet each other reaches them. The knight greets his lordship with all due respect, skillfully changing the topic. Siphon's expectations are confirmed. The Duke's son still lacks good manners. But to his surprise, Joshua introduces himself with all the rules of decency. Agnes doesn't remember the bastard being taught manners, but he praises him for his resourcefulness. Joshua responds to this by being very observant by nature. The man doesn't show it, but he is very pleased. He asks if the boy heard the news. He agrees and retells what Kane told him the day before. Siphon corrects, saying that this is not a test, but a gesture of goodwill from his lordship. Joe remembers the man's nature, guessing that he intended to kill him. The Duke asks if the duelists are ready, and Kane answers for both of them, reporting their readiness. Agnes says there was a misunderstanding and that he will not be Joshua's opponent. Babylon, who appeared out of nowhere, says that he is ready to help his little brother. After all, who else would take care of him if not a loving older brother? Joshua assumes that Siphon figured everything out and therefore changed his choice. Agnes says that since this is sparring, wooden swords will be used as weapons. Babylon approaches the sword stand with full combat readiness, as if he had rehearsed this. He agrees with his father's words, saying that he wasn't going to give it his all anyway. Joshua is amused by the pompous show that Siphon and Babylon put on. However, he is going to show these two what a real show can be. To the puzzled looks of those present, Joe breaks the handle in two with a loud crack. Not understanding what is happening, Siphon becomes confused, and his master's interest awakens. Joshua declares that he will fight with this weapon instead of the wooden sword. Charlie laughs, calling the boy funny. Cox asks his mistress to stop. Siphon says this is no joke and asks what Joe plans to do with that stick. Stopping the captain from intervening, Agnes asks if the boy is serious. He agrees, and it is clear from his entire appearance that he is not bluffing. The Duke thinks for a moment, then speaks again. He orders everyone who wants to sit down and get ready to watch. Siphon agrees with the master. Agnes warns his son that he is forbidden to use mana. He agrees, thinking that it would be a shame to waste even a handful of mana on someone like Joe. Watching the preparations from the sidelines, Kane tries to understand what the young master has in mind. Babylon mocks the younger one, reminding him of his past life in the stables. When everyone has taken their places, the Duke gives the command to begin the duel. Babylon rushes into battle as soon as he heard the cherished words. He was waiting for this moment. Joshua is no slouch either, throwing his weapon forward seconds before impact. His opponent has to make an effort to successfully dodge. The blonde guy says that even if the kid learned to hold a stick, it won't work on him. Joshua doesn't think so, because although his brother is fast, he is too predictable. So he manages to land his first blow, and Babylon gasps in surprise. Calling his younger brother a bastard, the teenager can't believe he's been bullied. The insults do not end there, and Babylon, blinded by rage, waves her sword. The hothead costs the blonde another miss along with the injury inflicted. Joshua asks his older brother to repeat what he said a couple of seconds ago. Coughing, his opponent says he has no intention of losing to such trash. Joe can't finish the thought that he will keep his distance from his opponent for now. With words about this bastard knowing his place, Babylon activates mana. Realizing what the boy is about to do even from such a distance, Agnes orders him to stop. But it's too late. Powerful streams of mana burst from their source, blinding with power. The dust rising from all corners of the hall obscures the view, but the Duke still peers. Babylon's wooden sword flies off broken, causing its owner to be amazed. Joshua turns out to be alive, which is already good, but upon closer inspection, it becomes even more interesting. Fanzil is the first to cry out, alerting the others that the young man is using mana. Babylon rages silently, trying to understand where this pathetic creature gets mana from. He remembers his father's words that he would return next year and wait for the results. Blondie screams that he will never acknowledge his brother. He himself is the rightful heir to the duchy. Joshua remembers that this very duchy will fall in 10 years. Yet by creating solid ground under his feet now, he will ensure his own support. So, rushing at his older brother in response, Joshua is going to devour him. Realizing where things were heading, his lordship ordered his sons to stop immediately. The booming voice combined with the destructive force made Charlie hiss in discomfort. Duke Agnes warns his sons that if they disobey, there will be no mercy. Although Babylon does not like this outcome, he obeys, knowing what the wrath of his parent will bring. Siphon can't believe that someone can have mana at the age of 9. Agnes asks the captain if this is enough for confirmation. He is at a loss. Siphon says he's never seen mana like this. Fanzil thinks it's her. Although Joe has less mana than his brother, his structure is strikingly different from all the others. Charlie finds this incident incredible, and Kane notes that this boy is very strong. The Duke tells Joshua that he finds his mana control at the age of 9 interesting. Siphon intervenes in the conversation, trying to object to his lordship, but at the same time save face. The man interrupts him, strongly recommending that he calm down his talents. Reading the Duke's mood, the captain submits, realizing that there is no point in arguing further. Agnes tells Joe that he has something to talk to him about and that he is expecting him at his place in the evening. Upon hearing this news, Siphon and Babylon are deeply confused. The Duke's eldest son recalls that his father had never let anyone into his chambers. He is indignant that this honor will go to this dunghill upstart. Joshua, inwardly rejoicing, accepts the invitation and bids farewell to his lordship until the evening. In the guest room, Charlie squeals, thinking it was cool. Cox asks his mistress to calm down. The girl considers the presence of mana at this boy's age to be a historic moment. She reports that she has made up her mind, and the subordinate clarifies what the lady means. Young Lady Charlie declares that she certainly intends to make her youngest son her own. After giving Siphon a few stinging slaps, the Duchess straightens up to her full height. She tells her subordinate to repeat again what happened to Babylon. The man, not daring to look his interlocutor in the eyes, replies that the young gentleman lost to the bastard. The woman's face contorts with anger, and she angrily hisses a question that is bursting to come out. How? It's so hard to contain the storm inside that it hits Siphon in the face again. Vanessa doesn't want to believe that this little bastard used mana to defeat Babylon. The woman asks what the Duke said, and the interlocutor conveys to her his lordship's words. Siphon believes that Agnes will want to personally oversee the development of such a talented child. He believes that things cannot be left unchanged, and Vanessa accuses him of shirking his work. The captain asks his mistress not to worry, saying that he knows how to solve the problem. After being silent for a while, the woman asks how he plans to do this. Siphon shares his guesses about the Duke's intentions, and Vanessa doesn't like it. The man says that the counts were watching the fight, so Joshua's testing is inevitable. The Duchess asks about the test. Siphon replies that it is necessary for a warrior to be recognized as a knight. To do this, you need to fight a member of the Imperial Family Order, demonstrating mana in combat. Vanessa changes before our eyes, asking again and clarifying whether this is true. The royal family's involvement plays into her hands, and the woman plans to contact her uncle. Joshua introduces himself by knocking on the door of his father's chambers, who allows him to enter. Obeying, the boy finds the Duke deep in thought and comes closer. Kneeling, Joshua respectfully greets his father. To the boy's surprise, he asks him to introduce himself. The boy stutters, starting to feverishly think about what answer is expected of him. He is eventually named Joshua von Agnes, his father's name. The man chuckles thoughtfully, saying that the boy has changed a lot during his absence. The boy, in his defense, notes that a lot of time has passed since then. Agnes asks if his son hates him, and he answers in the negative, saying that he understands. He understands that his father could not come earlier because of business, but he has a request for him. The man assumes that the boy wants to hear an apology from him. Joshua replies negatively, saying that it has to do with their trip to the capital. Agnes asks his son if he really thinks he will take him with him, and he answers positively. The first reason for this is the anticipation of family unrest over inheritance. Realizing that the boy is good not only in battles, Agnes regrets the belated knowledge of this. Joshua, meanwhile, names the second reason, which is his father's greed for talent, and the reluctance to miss out on someone who could later eclipse even the imperial family itself. The Duke says it sounds like the boy already has all the makings for it. Joshua says he has at least the strength to not disappoint his father. The man clarifies, which means his son guesses how he intends to proceed next. Joshua confirms this, saying that his father will send him to an academy located in the capital. In the Avalon Empire, children of aristocrats must attend the academy from the ages of 10 to 16. The imperial family created this system to control the aristocrats and keep them loyal. Agnes confirms that his son is right, adding that this way he will be able to teach him personally. Joe understands that the guidance from one of the 5 masters is very valuable, but refuses. The man asks again, and the boy admits that he is a true sword master. But the thing is, Joshua wants to use another weapon, a spear. The Duke is surprised, but gradually everything falls into place, hence the sparring with a stick. Agnes says he doesn't understand his son, asking if he's serious about using the spear. The boy can barely stay on his feet under the influence of this rough and powerful mana. But despite the father's devotion to the sword, the son is infinitely loyal to the spear. Joshua declares that he intends to sweep away with his spear anyone who stands in his way. In this case, the man offers to demonstrate the value of his spear. The boy carefully clarifies what exactly the Duke means. The man says he intends to test his son's abilities himself. Joshua understands that if he refuses now, such a chance will never come again. The interlocutor asks if he agrees. The boy agrees, but only on one condition. If he passes the Duke's test, the Duke must agree to his request. Agnes agrees to both allow his son to use the spear and to fulfill his request. If the boy cannot do this, he will have to obey his order. Joe agrees, thinking that the Duke will most likely send him to the academy to train as a swordsman. But he has no intention of hiding his skills, and he is confident that this will never happen. Ms. Vanessa is informed that everything is ready, and she confirms this with an excellent rating. The woman greets her uncle, who inquires about the Duke's well-being. She replies that her husband has some business to attend to, and she has one request for her beloved uncle. As soon as the door closes behind the boy, he becomes immersed in his thoughts. He is impressed by the swordmaster's strength, his small body still shaking. Turning to his half-brother, Babylon declares the need to talk. Joshua thinks that they have nothing to talk about. The blonde asks his interlocutor to stop. He invites his brother to fight again, and he notices that Babylon's gaze has changed. The desire to be first is growing in him, and Joe asks if Babylon is sure of his desire. The Emperor laughs, filling the hall with the sound of his voice and asking if this is true. He is surprised that Agnes's family has a child who can become a star. The speaker confirms these words and is asked why Vanessa hid him. The man replies that it is all because this child is not her son. Marcus is amazed, to which his interlocutor says that this boy is the son of a servant. The Emperor exclaims with delight, finding this very entertaining. The man envies Agnes because even Babylon was a real treasure for the Empire. The interlocutor says that princes are also geniuses, but their father does not think so. Even though some of them might have inherited his power, they are still too weak. The Emperor actually belittles his son's abilities because of his own level of skill. But his children, while not as impressive, are also quite talented. Marcus comes to the conclusion that the power of the Duke's second son is at least comparable to that of Babylon. The interlocutor reports the loss of Agnes's firstborn. The Emperor is surprised and asks about his age. The speaker is astonishing when he says that this boy is only 9 years old. The Emperor is impressed that a 9-year-old has brought the Empire's greatest talent to his knees. Marcus believes that the Duke will soon want to test the strength of his youngest, the interlocutor confirms. He continues by informing the Emperor that this boy is almost at the level of a third-class knight. Marcus considers Joshua an incredible find for the Empire, and he is intrigued by this realization. In his mind, the man assumes that His Majesty himself will want to see for himself the boy's strength. He also says that, unfortunately, he will not be able to do this for a well-known reason. However, he wants one of the princes to be sent to this event. This is useful. When the table is set, everyone should have time to eat as much as they can. In order to contain the onslaught of his brother, Babylon has to support the block with his hand. This changes the course of their battle, causing the boy to hiss in pain. Babylon can't help but admire the mana in his brother's bare fist and his incredible power. Joshua says he can tell from the older man's face what he's thinking. He promises to demonstrate how powerful a fight can be if you don't respect it. Infusing mana into his own strike, Babylon tells his brother to stop mocking him. He's not going to expose himself by using his unique fighting strategy. Clenching his fist tightly, the younger brother uses Aura Burst, causing the older brother to cry out. Babylon understands that this boy was able to transfer mana to a single point. Although he doesn't want to admit it, the blonde mentally considers Joshua to be much stronger than himself. The boy asks his older brother if he is offended, and he forces out a name. Joshua suggests never forgetting the feeling of losing to an unarmed man. He says he would like to tear Babylon apart for insulting his mother. However, he intends to spare his opponent for his pure love of competition. And the boy also wants to make sure that the blondie will never be able to use his hands again. Shaking her whole body under all this power, Babylon swallows nervously in fear. As he leaves, Joshua advises his former opponent not to forget the difference in their strength. Cursing in frustration at his own helplessness, Babylon does not hold back. The next day, Joe has a hard time getting up. He used too much mana. Mana control has become easier now, but the residual pain is still there. A knock on the door makes the boy think of Cain. Opening the door, he wants to say that it is too early, but he interrupts himself, surprised by the visitor. Charlie asks if he is Joshua von Agnes. The boy asks who she is. Introducing herself with her full name, the girl suggests communicating informally. She is older. Charlie allows her to call her big sister and says she has a lot of things to talk about. The boy doesn't let her go far, pulling her up and causing amazement with his behavior. Leaning closer to the girl, Joshua tells her to get lost right now. Pushing her away, the boy slams the door right in Charlie's face. The girl is so deeply shocked that she doesn't even know how to react. Joshua fumes, marveling as he goes at how badly this day has started. There is another knock at the door, and thinking it is Charlie, the boy is about to ignore it. On the other side, they are very persistent. Joshua is irritated that this girl does not understand words. The boy throws the door open and yells at Cain, repeating the words to get out of here. The knight is at first at a loss, but then says that in that case he will come to see him later. Joshua feels awkward and apologizes, saying he didn't think it was Cain. He asks, changing the subject, at what stage his request is. The knight has fulfilled it. However, he admits that he does not quite understand why the young master needs this. Joshua asks you to just believe him and follow him, and then you will be able to understand everything. At the training ground, they approach Rollin and ask him about his friends. The centurion is asked if it is true that these two were killed by Joshua, the Duke's bastard. One of the guys is perplexed by what happened to Rollo and why he is now constantly silent. The second one asks who gathered them and for what purpose, and they answer that it must be a training session. The next moment, a voice is heard nearby, giving the command to stand at attention. The member of the Order of the Crimson Knights is greeted respectfully, looking at Joshua with interest. Rollo is seriously scared, trying to figure out what young Master Joshua is doing here. Cain announces that a young count will be training with them today, helping the centurions. Joshua formally introduces himself and says that he will be leading the training today. Duke Agnes's centurions must be able to lead on the battlefield. For this purpose, the most important component is the ability to fight. Saying that he will evaluate their skills today, Joshua asks the centurions to defend themselves. The kids don't take the boy seriously, asking if he's serious. Cain whispers the same question, because despite Joshua's strength, there are many opponents. The centurions say that even though he is the son of a duke, it is unacceptable to insult them. Moving from his place, the boy chooses a specific goal for himself and heads straight towards it. When he asks if he thinks the same, the tip of the weapon is pointed at that person. Rollo is horrified and hastens to assure the young gentleman that he does not think so. Joshua tells the centurion to shut up, concluding that he has not passed on anything to his comrades. He asks his young master to forgive him for this mistake and to have mercy on him. Joshua replies that he shouldn't even hope to receive a second forgiveness from him. Rollo threatened Lucia, but despite this, the Count gave him a chance, which he missed. The centurions begin to seriously believe that the two fell at the hands of young Master Joshua. Stuttering, the centurion asks the Count to give him another chance. He refuses, but with reservations. If Rollo can defeat the Duke's son, he promises to forget everything as a bad dream. The young man sees this as a real opportunity to leave with dignity. If death awaits him in any case, he considers it better to die with a sword in his hands. At some point, Rawls even admits a chance of winning, since his opponent is only a child. Joshua accurately reads the thoughts from his opponent's facial expression and grins with satisfaction. This is exactly what he was waiting for. There is no pleasure in punishing someone who is trembling with fear and unarmed. Having illuminated the space with its light, a powerful stream of mana falls upon the owner's enemy. When the dust raised in the air clears, those present gasp in amazement. They realize that what the Duke's son used was indeed mana. Joshua says that if you judge your opponent by his appearance, you won't survive on the battlefield. He invites anyone who still doubts his abilities to come forward and fight. Hearing footsteps, the boy turns to the person approaching him with a hostile attitude. But instead of taking up the sword, the centurion performs another action. Introducing himself formally, he respectfully greets young Master Joshua. Soon, the centurions of other units follow the young man's example. Watching this action, Cain now understands what exactly his master was trying to achieve. The young man thinks that this child has lived up to his expectations. While he promises to do his best for the Count's benefit, Lady Charlie sighs heavily elsewhere. Remembering the boy's hurtful words, the girl says his name with disappointment. Bursting into the mistress's room, Cox tells her the good news that the knights will soon arrive. But Charlie is indifferent to this news. She reminds him of the request not to disturb her today. The man asks what happened because she has been upset since the morning. The lady asks her not to bother her and asks what is going on with her father's order. The man belatedly remembers, admitting that he had completely forgotten about it. Charlie asks his subordinate not to forget why they are here, and he promises to improve. As the door slams behind Cox, the girl speaks of her despondency. Sitting in his office, the Duke asks again about the murder of one of the centurions. Joshua confirms these words, reminding his parent of what this soldier did. The boy says that he merely eliminated the offender in accordance with military regulations. Expressing regret, the Duke thinks that in his son's place he would have done exactly the same. Joe asks his father what he thinks, and he counters that the boy had other reasons for this. The boy says that it is difficult for him to immediately win the respect of the bastard from the stable. When his father asked him for clarification, he said that he had thus instilled fear and horror, so that the centurions no longer allow themselves to behave disrespectfully towards mother. Reflecting on his son's words, the Duke says that he now understands him completely. However, instead of talking about this, the man is much more interested in assessing his son's mana. Joe says he heard the knights were coming soon, so he's going to prepare for the meeting. Armstrong is in anticipation, because in this duchy there are two young gentlemen of the second class. Siphon chuckles in displeasure, reminding them that one of them is illegitimate. Blondie grins, assuming that his interlocutor is afraid of losing his warm spot next to the master. The quarrel is interrupted by the approaching Duke, reminding them that knights will soon arrive here. The men pull themselves together and quickly greet their master. Looking at Joshua, Armstrong is surprised because this guy doesn't look strong. The boy joyfully announces that the guests have finally arrived, and the blonde is surprised. Lost in his thoughts, the man did not notice the procession approaching them. Siphon stutters when talking about the carriage from the imperial palace, wondering who is in it. Leaving the kibitka, the prince gives a commentary on the duchy of one of the 9 stars, Agnes. The man knows who this young man is. It is hard not to recognize the 4th prince. Joe also knows him very well because this prince's name is Caesar Ben Britain. Losing his footing, the knight falls, the sword knocked out of his hands flying back. The man apologizes to Mr. Joko, asking him to stop. He doesn't even consider this option, causing a sharp cry to escape from his opponent. The commander of the 1st Imperial Knightly Order says that weaklings are no authority to him. They turn to him, saying that they knew they would find him in this very place. The interlocutor notes that no one will join the order like that, and Joko's response is arrogant. He asks the man, as if in passing, what business he has come for. He says that a task has appeared from Ms. Vanessa, which Joko should take on. Now he stands among those accompanying the 4th prince, smiling at his thoughts. The boy in front of him is the very same Joshua who needs to be made into an invalid. Caesar addresses our hero, saying that loud rumors are circulating about him. Joshua can hardly contain the anger that boils inside him at the sight of this man. One of the attendants tells the boy to show some manners because he is facing a prince. Joshua says the only one he should respect is the emperor. So why would he be friendly and respectful in front of the fourth prince? The commander gives an order to the order, saying that this brat has gone crazy. Valmont reminds the boy that he recently cleaned up horse shit. Armstrong steps forward, swinging his sword briskly and warningly. Rizek says that he would understand if the blondie was defending some duke, not a bastard. Armstrong reminds his interlocutor that this bastard is part of the Duchy of Agnes. The owner of this duchy asks about the booth that was arranged in the presence of the prince. Brown retreats after feeling the incredible pressure of being one of the 9 stars. The father tells his son to apologize because this situation arose due to his fault. Caesar intervenes in the conversation, saying that it is not worth it and that this boy is not guilty of anything. Evergrant notes that such an answer could affect the empire's reputation, and the prince retorts. He believes that the fourth prince's fight could ruin his reputation even more. Caesar agrees that only the emperor is worthy of the respect of all the knights of the empire. The blonde says that the knight who only throws around loud words looks pathetic. Joshua recalls that his sworn friend of the past also avoided the topic with clever speeches. He says he is ready to back up his big talk with an equally big fight. Joko flushes, asking if this puppy is really going to show off anymore. He asks His Highness for permission to be the one to appreciate the mana of young Agnes. Caesar agrees that for the sake of the Lord's safety, this should be handled by a second-class expert. Joko thanks the prince and says that he will be able to very accurately assess the count's mana. Later, each of those present takes their assigned place on the training ground. Joko asks if they are making fun of him. What kind of iron fighting stick is this? Did this kid really believe in himself so much because everyone here was constantly praising him? The boy asks if this man was really given a second class just for talking. Joko promises that Joe will regret what he said, asking if he knows about the testing principle. In their battle, a man must evaluate the possibility of using mana in real combat. Not expecting anything out of the ordinary, Joko barely manages to stay on his feet. Looking at the flows of mana, the man tries to understand why it is so dense. But he still believes that this is not enough, and at close range, Joshua is finished. The boy chuckles to himself, thinking that he has long since gotten rid of this weakness through training. Instead of giving in, he counterattacks his opponent, causing him to gasp. After this, the boy jumps back as quickly as a cat, preparing for the next blow. Joshua's weapon is rapidly approaching, but his opponent already knows what he's going to do. He not only repels the attack, but also rushes on, intending to get the boy. Caesar admires Joe, but Brown says Jocko is specifically adjusting to second grade. But the redhead allows himself to be mentally impressed by the boy's mastery of the spear. Joko's attacks are becoming more and more furious and assertive. He didn't expect such resistance from the rookie. If this continues, the test will be stopped and Vanessa will cut off the subordinate's head for failure. It's not easy for Joe either. He feels like it's becoming more and more difficult to control his mana. Joko makes a sharp lunge, accompanied by a furious roar. He must not fail. The man thinks that only Angus can stop him here. He moves, reasoning that at this distance he will be faster. Joshua has to work hard to block, but he doesn't escape damage. Armstrong notices that the Count is in danger as the enemy's mana has increased to Class 2. Unlike his subordinate, Agnes believes in his son and suggests simply watching. Joko is surprised that the boy managed to defend himself, but he thinks that this time it won't work. The boy does not waste his energy on talking, knowing his capabilities better than anyone else. The man believes that it is useless to resist because Joshua has too little mana. Asking Jocko what he is doing, Brown advises him to stop. But it's too late. A powerful surge of mana shakes the space, blinding those present with its radiance. Agnes waits patiently, peering into the haze that hangs after the high tide. When the view becomes clear, Brown openly expresses his deepest astonishment. Others also mentally support him, because the spectacle that unfolds cannot be described otherwise. Joko was as surprised as the spectators. He didn't expect to be thrown back, and so far. He looks at his opponent with hatred and tries to understand what it was. Despite the man's persistent efforts, he still continues to stand on his feet. Siphon cries out in disbelief, the question about the artifact bursting from his mouth. The fourth prince looks at the boy with absolute admiration in his eyes, feeling the same. He tells Brown that the inspection can be completed, since even a non-expert understands everything. The subordinate cannot argue with his prince. so he obediently accepts the order. Joshua asks his opponent how he is, but he doesn't understand what exactly the boy is asking about. The Duke's son clarifies, stating that he was able to repel the attack of the second class. The man says he doesn't know how he did it, but now it's the end for him. Brown interrupts the fight, saying that Lord Joko has done a good job, and he chokes with indignation. Rizek thinks about how the second-class knight repelled the attack of Joko, a second-class knight. Watching Babylon, he did not feel it more strongly than himself. But with his brother, it was different. He opens the knighting ceremony with a routine ceremonial speech. In conclusion, Brown, in accordance with the rules, offers the initiate to accept the Emperor's sword. Joe didn't want to take part in this, but he understands that he doesn't have enough strength for another fight. The sounds of the first ovation begin with the fourth prince, who is sincerely happy for the bastard. The members of his retinue repeat after His Highness, picking up the required rhythm. Joe doesn't want to show weakness in front of them, because he's been caught off guard like that in the past. He makes another promise to himself that when the right time comes, he will take revenge on all those responsible. Hearing a familiar voice from behind addressing him, Joshua turns around, puzzled. When his father asks him if he's okay, the boy swears he hears concern. Joshua doesn't remember seeing that kind of expression on the man's face in his past life. It's nonsense. Thinking about this in his mind, the boy answers sparingly, saying that everything is fine with him. Taking the sword in his hands, he realizes that this is the birth of the youngest wielder of mana, and this concerns not only the history of the Avalon Empire, but the entire continent. Count Angel, the Duke's vassal, asks to be informed of the most important recent events. Armstrong says the knights sent out on reconnaissance suddenly returned. The Knights of the Golden Mane report that the number of aggressive monsters has doubled. The main reason for the squad's return is a specific monster, the Black Ogre. He is a top-tier monster, capable of tearing apart even a strong troll. The jurors begin to talk among themselves with concern, because the news is a huge problem. To the amazement of everyone present, Agnes says that he will deal with this problem himself. The Duke asks to move on to the next topic. Armstrong stutters, but pulls himself together. The man warns that the next question concerns the fifth Duke. As he asks a clarifying question, he mentally thinks about the second reason for young Charlie's arrival. Deciding that it would be better not to bear this, the Duke orders his subordinate to report on this later. A council member asks if there are any other pressing issues on the agenda for discussion. A willing person is found quite quickly. Siphon wants to discuss matters concerning the young master. Those present begin to praise the young talent, but it is important to listen to the ducal captain. Siphon begins the conversation from afar, reminding those present of their previous assumptions. The man finds such rapid growth suspicious, and his interlocutor asks him to explain. Siphon believes that either Joshua is using demonic power or is a demon himself. Armstrong notes that this is only an assumption. His interlocutor is pressing him with recent events. A weapon that changes its appearance can only be a magical artifact. It really did look like a spear, but a spear could hardly have such power. Unrest begins among those present, since everything related to demons is prohibited on the continent. The Duke remains silent while the respected ones gather to find out everything before disaster strikes. Siphon rejoices when he hears the proposal to move the young master far away. Lively conversations stop as soon as the door to the room swings open. As the supposed demon saunters past, no one dares to utter a sound. Passing by Siphon, Joe grins, offering to test the demon's power himself. The man tries to remain polite by asking his interlocutor to repeat what he said. Joshua says that by crossing weapons with him, the captain will be able to understand the essence of his power. Siphon understands that this insidious serpent wants to provoke him in this way, humiliating him in front of his master. The boy asks with a grin if one of the four pillars of the duchy is really starting to tremble. He, turning to the young master Joshua, says that this is too much. Those present ask the commander to moderate his temperament because the Duke is here. The aforementioned person takes the initiative into his own hands, asking for an immediate end to the strife. The man notices that everyone, including Siphon, is missing one very important fact. In response to his question, Armstrong says that a mage from the imperial family would have noticed the demonic power long ago. That is indeed the case, and so the Duke proposes to end this discussion on this note. Asking if those present had any objections, the man turns his attention to Siphon. However, despite all this, the Duke has questions for Joe, and he tells his son about this. Looking around at those present, he says that their point of view is clear to him, because he himself has some suspicions about this. To settle the issue of his son's strength, Agnes is going to go somewhere with him. Upon hearing of the Duke's intention to go to the Dark Forest, the assessors become animated, expressing concern. Armstrong agrees with them, saying that he cannot allow anything to happen to the Master. Agnes clarifies who exactly the gentlemen are worried about and what exactly bothers them about this. A deathly silence reigns in the room. No one wants to offend their master. He says that as soon as he deals with the problem of the Dark Forest, he will send Joshua to the academy. He believes that the boy should be given a chance to show his strength, whatever it may be. Siphon is angry at the boy's progress and power, and he fears the realization of his potential. After all, if Joe gains experience at the academy, he will be able to push aside the young master Babylon. The boy, meanwhile, says that he has a request. The Duke is surprised, but clarifies. Joshua asks permission to go to the capital with his mother. Siphon is indignant, saying that this is unacceptable, that it is impossible to take only Lucia with you. Joshua doesn't see a problem with this, since the Duke is not obliged to answer to anyone when justifying his wishes. Those present begin to whisper because the boy speaks the truth. Siphon feels ashamed. He thinks, realizing that if he agrees, the vassals will not leave it so easily. The commander justifies himself by saying that those around him will think that only Lucia is important. The Duke doesn't care about empty rumors. He allows his son this whim. The boy thanks his father. Agnes thinks that Joe is not just a child. He hasn't felt like that for a long time. The man asks those present if they have any other opinions on this matter. The boys deny it, saying that his lordship's will is law for them. Siphon takes their side, saying that let everything be as the Duke pleases. To sum up, the man reserves the last word. The Duke asks Armstrong to come to him when the report on the font house is ready, and he obeys. His lordship also asks Joshua to come in, and the boy also agrees. The door swings open, revealing Babylon, who orders us to wait at the very threshold. Siphon begins to stutter at the sight of the young master, breathing out his name. The blonde formally greets the Duke, who approves of his son dropping by for the meeting. The teenager apologizes, saying he needed some time to think. Agnes notices changes in his eldest son. His aura has become different. He asks the teenager what business he has with him, what he wants to say. Contrary to expectations, Babylon addresses his younger brother, his voice formal. Joshua smiles, asking a clarifying question, curious about what the blonde has to say. Siphon asks him to behave appropriately, since Babylon is above the younger one in status. Joshua asks if the pillar of the duchy is the representative of the eldest heir. He had felt this for a long time, although Siphon should have only one master, the Duke. The man says that Joe is wrong because he thought that he still doesn't have good manners. The boy offers to defend his opinion, proving it with his own skills. He adds, asking a clarifying question, "Isn't that the rule in Agnes's house?" Babylon says that everything is fine. Siphon tries to object, but the boy agrees with his brother. Agnes is pleased that his eldest son has finally become like a real knight. Meanwhile, Babylon promises the younger one that he is not broken and can rise even higher. Joe says he heard it, thinking that after their second fight, his brother had changed. Addressing his father, Babylon makes a shocking request. He wants to renounce his inheritance. Those present cannot believe their ears, asking if the young gentleman really wants this. Agnes asks if his son has lost confidence in himself because of the stronger contender. Babylon's answer is negative. The fact is that he wants to prove himself in fair competition. Hearing words about the traditions of their house, the Duke promises to think about his eldest son's request. Bowing respectfully, the teenager thanks his father for his understanding of his situation. To the polite bows of the rest of those present, the Duke declared the meeting over. In the eyes of people looking at him, the man appears majestic and unapproachable. But as soon as he finds himself in their field of vision, he allows himself to entertain the idea of change. Agnes doesn't know where they will lead him, but he has a good feeling about it. A sob echoes in Vanessa's room, followed by a statement of fact. Her son refused the inheritance, and the Duke decided to take this little creature with Lucia with him. As sad as it is to admit, Siphon agrees with her mistress. The woman screams hysterically, angrily knocking the objects on the table off it. She says that she almost went crazy when she learned from her uncle that the mission had failed. Siphon apologizes, saying that he tried his best to stop Babylon. Vanessa says the man never stood a chance. The boy took after her father. She begins to talk about what will happen if this child begins to threaten the position of Babylon. In this case, the woman intends to tell the Duke everything about them. The man asks the lady not to worry about this, assuring her that it will not come to that. Vanessa agrees, full of skepticism, and asks what other news the interlocutor has brought. He reports that tomorrow the Duke will take Joshua with him to the lands of doom. Vanessa remembers that they are the northernmost ones, and it is 2 days' journey to get to them. Siphon explains in more detail. The interlocutor clarifies the order of actions of these two. He thinks the same about the version that they will take Lucia after returning. Vanessa says she should have dinner with the maid for the first and last time. The procession of the knights means only one thing. The imperial order is returning. The guy is told to stop staring because they need to get everything ready for departure, and he obeys. Not only does joint training create unity, it also makes those responsible feel quite nervous. Looking at the ring with an interested gaze, Joshua recalls the recent past. His father told him that before going to the academy, the boy must get rid of the name Agnes. Joshua didn't understand, but his interlocutor said that he would give him a gift for that reason. One day the Duke helped the tower keeper, and in gratitude he gave him a ring. This artifact was made by the magician himself. When mana hits it, it envelops the wearer in armor. The Duke said that his son would understand how to use the ring once he placed mana into it. Joshua asked if his lordship was giving him this ring as his heir. The Duke asked him not to go too far, saying that he felt sorry for the artifact rotting in the storeroom. The man said that when the boy used the ring, his body would become covered in armor. And not just any ordinary one. Each such armor is marked with a corresponding coat of arms. Agnes noted that this is very convenient for those who want to hide their identity. Having informed Joe that he would be the heir to a famous viscount, the man asked him to come up with a name. The boy knew that the reason was the same. His father didn't want anyone to touch the Agnes's genius. The Duke pulled him out of his thoughts, addressing him by name, and the boy responded. The man asked the question he had already asked, asking if Joshua hated him. This time the boy thought for a moment, thinking that he would not be able to answer this question. In his past life, he could not imagine that someone like Duke Agnes would die in the war. In a past life, the number of their meetings could be counted on the finger of one hand. Joshua believes there is a possibility that they will build a father-son relationship. The Duke's son is approached and asked if something good has happened to him. Caesar clarifies that perhaps he should now call the Count Lord Joshua. The fourth prince asks you to visit him after your trip to the Dark Forest. It will be useful. Joshua repeats the words after his interlocutor, putting them into a question, and he becomes curious. Caesar says that a member of the imperial family can recommend a knight to the imperial order. Afterwards, the person who joined will be able to leave whenever he wants. Caesar says he is making this offer because he is very interested in Joshua. The latter, hearing the prince's laughter, believes that he is full of hypocrisy and pretense. But despite this, Joshua is going to join the order to get a weapon from the past. Intending to solve problems gradually, he promises to think about this proposal. Brown believes that if his manners matched his strength, he would be priceless. Caesar asks his subordinate not to sulk, reminding him that it's time for them to go, and he agrees. Caesar is confident that in the end, the Duke's son will still be in his hands. Joshua, on the contrary, is confident that in this life he will not be a puppet in the hands of the fourth prince. The boy believes that now it is his sworn friend from his past life's turn to lose. The expedition led by Duke Agnes was formed extremely quickly. Despite the fact that the detachment was led by the man himself, it was quite small. Armin was the only fourth-class mage belonging to the House of Agnes. Joshua wonders why his older brother is staring at him so intently. Having commanded at attention, a strong voice gives the order to salute, which is confirmed. The Duke stops his mare near Castle Rock, adjacent to the Dark Forest. After this, he greets a surprised Rowan, noting that they haven't seen each other for a long time. The man, who has served the Agneses for decades, greets his lordship respectfully. The Duke feels guilty about Rowan looking after the castle after his retirement. When told that it is an honor for him, the man thanks his old friend. The door opened, along with the words that his lordship had arrived, and the man was released. Vig fawns, saying that he is glad to have the visit. Ina, his daughter, welcomes the arrivals. The Duke wondered inwardly, regretting that they had not immediately galloped into the Dark Forest. Vig scolds Rowan for not informing him of the arrival of such an important person. A man insults his interlocutor, calling him old and forgetful, accusing him of senile dementia. The Duke draws Vig's attention to himself by making fun of his obesity, but Vig brushes it off, and pretending to be embarrassed, he says that this is all thanks to the care of his lordship. Joe tries to figure out in his mind whether this guy is pretending or if he really didn't get the joke. Meanwhile, Vig notices Babylon, saying that he has become even more manly. Gradually, his gaze moves to Joshua, and the man pauses before the name. The boy is introduced by Siphon, and Vig asks again incredulously. The commander confirms this, saying that Joshua is the Duke's second son. The man apologizes to his lordship, saying that he was not aware of his sister's pregnancy. The commander informs Mr. Vig that Joshua is not Vanessa's son. This comes as an even bigger surprise to the man, who asks about the boy's origins. Siphon, feeling very awkward, says that Joshua does not come from a noble family. The man is at a loss, uttering something inarticulate, and then asks again. Joshua tries to understand what is behind Mr. Vig's intense gaze. The very next moment, he calls the boy a vile degenerate. Joshua changes his mind about the man instantly, suppressing the surge of rage within him. For a few long seconds, during which many feel uncomfortable, silence reigns. The Duke breaks the silence, stopping his bows and saying that there are more important matters. Vig agrees, saying that the table is already set and suggesting they take a break from the road. The Duke says that his knights are not so gentle. They had a good rest on the road. But for the sake of decency, he asks them if anyone wants to take a nap. A unanimous and negative answer follows the proposal. Turning on his heels, the Duke orders his subordinates to saddle their horses and set off. Vig tells his lordship that he would like to go with them. He says that despite his small strength, he cannot sit in the castle with his hands folded. His subordinates echo, asking to be honored and allowed to go along. The Duke looks at this idea with doubt, figuring out in his head what's what. He asks his brother-in-law what about his daughter. Is he really going to leave her alone so easily? He says that there is nothing to worry about, since Ina will be useful on the road. The Duke asks if his interlocutor really intended to take the child with him to such a dangerous place. The girl draws his lordship's attention to herself, asking him to look at something. She begins to chant a spell, and soon real magic is born between her hands. The magic turns out to be complicated. The girl summons a sylph. A creature personifying air appears next to its owner at that very moment. Armand shouts out a question in an uncontrollable manner, asking about this spirit. Vig says they recently learned that his daughter has psychic abilities. If we compare the latter with magicians, they are now even less common. Joshua is amazed in his mind, not expecting to see such an amazing phenomenon here. Observing the strange behavior of these two, the boy becomes thoughtful, trying to remember the past. He had never heard the name Ina among mediums, but she seemed very familiar to him. The thoughts are interrupted by the father, who agrees with the idea and informs them of their joint departure. A strange family will be located in the center. Its head agrees, thanks to the Duke. Having said that the vanguard will occupy the Order of the Crimson Knights, the man gives the order to set off. He thinks that having a medium on his side would definitely not be a bad idea. Continuing to watch the two, Joshua can't remember the girl, but he's sure he'll remember if she's one of those who can influence his plans. The man pulls the boy out of his discussion and addresses him dismissively. He tells the Duke's bastard that he will keep a close eye on him. After listening to his subordinate's report, the Emperor thoughtfully expresses his understanding. The smile that appeared on his lips was accompanied by words about His Highness's interest. The man is amazed not only by the confirmation of the rumors, but also by the skill of this boy. Marcus asks the best mage in the Empire what he thinks about this. He says that it is for this very reason that he does not want to rush into an answer. Marcus then asks to at least tell about the feelings, how much the boy can grow. The magician warns that he intends to rely on his own strength and the strength of the Imperial Knights. While voicing his opinion, the man reminds us that he did not fight with this person personally. And yet, even if this had happened, he would never have been able to overcome him. Analyzing Valmont's achievements, Marcus thoughtfully repeats the words of his confidant. He says that Joshua is different from him. The Emperor asks if the magician is weaker. He says that this child has the opportunity to do this, but in 10 years. Smiling, the Emperor warns the magician about his next question. He is ready. Marcus asks what the chances would be if he were to face Evergrande himself. He remains silent, not daring to raise his head. Lying or insulting His Highness is not part of his plans. The man bursts out laughing and then says that this kind of thing piques his interest. He regrets that he didn't go himself, intending to definitely do it another time. The man, reacting to the snap of the fingers, asks how he can help the Emperor. Marcus asks Jacqueline if they can leave the child in the palace at least for a little while. He says that as far as he knows, the fourth prince is already doing this. Upon hearing this news, the man is surprised. It comes as a big surprise to him. Jacques reports that Caesar has sent a recommendation to the imperial order for Joshua. Marcus admits that the rabble in the 11th and 12th squads worries him. He orders that any news related to this be reported, and the order is carried out. Having said goodbye politely, Jacques leaves those present as quickly as he appeared. Marcus laughs with satisfaction as he savors the full name of Duke Agnes's bastard. If he is truly talented, he would be ideal for the Emperor for one task. The red moon illuminates the monsters, rushing at the boy with a terrifying cry. Coughing and looking at this huge amount, Joshua curses harshly. When the sun was already beginning to set, the Duke gave the order to set up camp. He and his close associates gather near the map to discuss strategy. Vig asks why they don't march on, but have made camp here. He expresses concern that they might be attacked by monsters. Rowan thinks that only this fat guy doesn't understand why they are here. The Duke puts such thoughts into words, expressing them more openly. Vig doesn't understand what he's talking about. Agnes explains during the time when the monsters attack. They used to become more ferocious during the red moon, but now they don't wait for it. There is no point in attacking them now because night will soon fall and visibility will decrease. Wig expresses admiration for his lordship's strategic mind. The man ignores the flattery, giving the order to prepare for a halt. The Viscount laughs nervously. Turning to his sons, the Duke orders them to prepare a place for themselves to spend the night. The boys express their consent, but in the meantime, a cunning plan is brewing in the head of one of them. While collecting brushwood, the boy hears behind him a voice addressing himself. The knight says they are finished. Joshua allows them to return, intending to stay. The subordinate accepts the order, asking the young master to try to finish before dark. As soon as they leave, the boy throws aside the brushwood, activating mana. The very next moment, a spear appears in his hand, Joshua reasons. He believes that there will never be another opportunity like the one that has opened up for him now. And while no one sees him, the boy, with a confident and quick gait, heads into the thicket. But it only seems to him that he is alone here. A vile man hiding, fulfilling a promise. There is no way Vig can fail the task his sister has given him. Once upon a time, an artifact possessing primordial magic, the Crystal of Origin, arose. There is a legend that only 5 of these were found, personifying each element. The source crystal is capable of increasing the level of magic from the 1st to the 3rd. This artifact is coveted not only by magicians, but also by knights, including Joshua. The boy remembers that one of these crystals is located in the very depths of the dark forest. Joshua knows that the Origin Crystal has the ability to control the flow of his mana. After an hour, the boy begins to doubt, not wanting to believe that he needs to go deeper. As Joshua turns behind another tree, he screams as the ground nearby shakes. There's no need to even listen when a familiar monster soon passes by. It lets out a menacing roar, and Joshua barely manages to jump aside in time. The boy curses as he sees the black ogre blocking the way into the forest. Joshua recalls that such creatures are not affected by low-level magic. You need to be at least 3rd class to face him, but right now there's only one ogre. Joshua believes that if he gathers all the energy in Rugia, he can kill the monster with one blow. If you come closer than 10 meters, the monster will notice the boy. So he's going to make a lightning-fast lunge from his position, cutting off the head. But the ogre, taking a deep breath, lets out his bone-piercing roar. Joshua understands that the monster must be dealt with as quickly as possible. It is strong. The boy sees the giant a moment before the impact, not understanding when he managed to get there. Joshua knows all too well that if he doesn't dodge, he'll get smashed. You manage to jump back, but it's another matter to stay on your feet because even the airwave is monstrous. The boy, barely able to remain in place, notices movement and prepares himself. Just a moment later, a giant foot appears where he stood. The clouds reveal the moon, which turns out to be red, and the circumstances are not on Joshua's side. Realizing that he needs to leave, the boy hides from the ogre's sight, causing his displeasure. Joshua believes that if he hides his presence, the stupid monster will simply pass by. He plans to use the technique of his old friend, the King of Assassins, to do this. The point of this technique is to cover your body with mana and control it. The boy's trail leads the monster right to the place where he sits. Joshua holds his breath. The ogre doesn't understand what's going on. The smell ends here, but there's no one nearby. He moves on, looking around, and Joshua internally rejoices with the joy of a successful technique. To avoid falling into hot hands again, the boy goes his own way. His body begins to tire, and Joshua realizes he needs to conserve mana. He gets distracted by thoughts about how to get to the source crystal. The branch snaps so suddenly that Joe is unable to brace himself to break his fall. The fall knocks the wind out of the boy, and he notes with annoyance that he landed incorrectly. The troubles don't end there, because following the rustling, a monster appears from the bushes. The first one is followed by the second one, until there are too many of them, Joshua swears. And one of the goblins, with a piercing scream and quacking, rushes at his prey. After thinking for a bit, what was happening no longer seemed so terrible to Joe. He remembered his wish. With the thought that he wanted to test his strength, the boy prepares to push back his opponents. While performing a pirouette, the boy turns the spear in his hands, accumulating energy in it. He uses his second level 2 spear technique, Hurricane. Everything happens so quickly that the monsters don't have time to realize what happened. And Joshua continues to twirl his weapon, not intending to stop his working technique. The goblin's already incomprehensible speech becomes completely inarticulate. Joshua is still not satisfied. He's going to give it his all, leaving his opponent no chance. And in vain, the tired body gives in, forcing the owner to lean on Rugia in an attempt to stay on his feet. The boy realizes that he was mistaken in thinking that he had already mastered the second level. But this is no time to relax. Judging by the direction of their movement, they are heading towards the knight's camp. Every second counts now, so we need to find a camp as quickly as possible. The man patrols the area, walking at a leisurely pace since the likelihood of an attack is minimal. There is something rustling in the bushes nearby. He listens, but does not consider it dangerous. And it would be worth it, because a goblin jumps out of the honeysuckle and the knight notifies the area about him. The knights begin to sound the alarm, while simultaneously fighting off the creatures that have infiltrated the camp. In the ensuing battle, the cries warning the allies of the danger are drowned out. Voices filled with despair and the call for a doctor reach the goblin watching over the camp. He makes a quiet sound, which is answered by reinforcements coming to him. The mana-filled sword crosses with the normal ones, crumbling them like cookies. The creature attacks Babylon from the side, taking advantage of the moment, but the boy notices it. It doesn't take much effort for him to repel a failed suicide attack. Cain also does not stand aside, striving for his next opponent. His speed makes the second goblin become confused and freeze in place. Babylon can't help but admire the agility of this man. He has a lot to teach her. The teenager can't remember this capable guy among the members of the Crimson Knights. As the red moon emerged from behind the clouds, an inhuman scream reached the ears of these two. The next moment, a whole horde of monsters reaches the outskirts of the camp. Realizing that there are more than 1,000 of them, the knights believe that they need to retreat as quickly as possible. The approaching commander orders them to remain silent, promising to punish those who escape. He orders the Order of the Crimson Knights to form up and ready their weapons. Subordinates do not dare to resist the orders of their commander and carry out his will. Meanwhile, the monsters continue their rapid march, getting ever closer. Finally, the two waves collide, opening the battle with the first blows. There is not a drop of fear in the bright eyes of the eldest Duke's son, only determination. Cain cuts down monsters one after another, sparing neither himself nor his sword. This is his sacred duty. The commander also does not relax, knowing that his own example will set the tone for the battle. He uses a massive attack to eliminate multiple opponents at once. The man's attention is drawn to rapidly approaching sounds. Siphon believes that they have miscalculated, as there is no end to these creatures. It is unclear why this happened, but the red moon rose today and not tomorrow. He turns around carefully, already roughly understanding what he is about to see before his eyes. And the black ogre, throwing away the annoying midge, screams gutturally, sending out a wave. Siphon curses in annoyance, wondering why he showed up here now. Since he has no other such strong comrades, he plans to take on the ogre himself. A giant club whistles through the air, appearing very close to the man. The black ogre knocks him back, causing him to dig a trench in his flight. Babylon, seeing this, looks at the commander in disbelief, trying to call him. The knights run away in terror, accompanying their actions with squeals. They are afraid of the black ogre. They believe that he will tear them to pieces if he catches them, so they need to run. Siphon realizes he's in serious trouble. This monster is moving too fast. The commander hears words about how a knight must remain calm in any situation. He grabs the Duke's name like a lifeline, and he promises to sort everything out himself. The man fearlessly walks towards the terrible horde that is rushing towards him. The club is also aimed at him, but the Duke remains calm as he reminded Siphon. Flashing with genuine confidence, His eyes give his opponents one last chance to retreat. They don't have time to think about anything before the wave knocks them off their feet, crippling their bodies in its onslaught. When the haze clears, the area where the monsters had been is completely empty. The goblins, standing at a distance, who were lucky enough to survive, talk to each other in fear. Even Siphon is confused by the fact that the Duke killed hundreds with one swing. Now the commander understands the power of one of the 9 stars, Duke Agnes. Walking leisurely past the fallen enemies, Joshua approaches the cliff. Looking down from there, he utters the cherished words, causing a crackling of static. In fact, the man's head, looking like he's enjoying a walk, is full. A boy who can't do anything about his tremors is distracted from his thoughts. The uncle remarks that his father's son will also be able to become just as impressive a little later. He himself thinks that a child is still a child, and it's not a sin to be afraid of something like that. The man's thoughts take him in a slightly different direction, and he even becomes interested. Vig asks Siphon where the second child is now, almost calling him a freak. When the commander doesn't understand, the interlocutor says that he is asking about the Duke's bastard Joshua. Siphon admits that he didn't see him. Vig starts laughing, calling the child's escape base. This sows discord among the knights, and they condemn the boy's actions, comparing him to Babylon. Their clucking is interrupted by the Duke, reminding them that the battle is not over yet. It is time to act. Duty does not wait, and brave warriors switch to activity, grabbing their swords. Filling his sword with mana, Babylon charges into battle with a tirade in honor of the Duchy of Agnes. Dismayed by the might of the previous attack, the goblins run away with cowardly cries. It was more than enough for them to witness the death of their comrades. They don't want the same for themselves. One of the knights calls them pathetic cowards, promising that they will never leave the forest again. The knights stop abruptly as the goblins fly back towards them, screeching. Startled, they try to figure out what it was. The answer to the question is not long in coming. The goblins are returning, and not alone. The black ogre lets out a deep growl, its red eyes rolling angrily. The knights barely have time to notify their comrades about this. Some die instantly. Inspired by the support of the stronger ones, the smaller goblins pounce on their victims. The knights have no choice but to try to fight back against the maddened creatures. Observers from the side order the soldiers not to retreat, continuing to resist. Siphon grits his teeth in frustration. He thought the battle was over, but then there was a black ogre. It's as if someone has doused him with a bucket of ice water when the man begins to feel a familiar aura. Meanwhile, along with lightning illuminating the sky, a precise blow falls on the black ogre. The monster only manages to realize that he was attacked at the last moment, raising his eyes. Just before he falls to the ground unconscious, Joshua jumps up, remaining in the air. Siphon and Vig don't even know how to react to this, amazed by the bastard's power. The Duke's lips curved into a triumphant but restrained smile. He had no doubt about his son. Meanwhile, the boy descends spectacularly, drawing admiring looks from those around him. Siphon can't get over the fact that this puppy killed a black ogre with one blow. And not just any ordinary one, but under the influence of the blood moon, it is worthy of a third-class knight. The Duchess's brother expresses his indignation openly, asking what this trick is. He believes that the killing of the black ogre is the merit of another person, the Duke. The man urges the Knights of Doom, ordering them to immediately provide assistance to the Duke. They immediately rush to fulfill the will of their master, rushing to the rescue of Agnes. Joshua says he is no longer willing to tolerate being disregarded. It is offensive. He is going to surprise the unbelievers a little more, even if his body can't take it and he loses consciousness. To his father's grin, Joshua declares that this monster boy will save everyone. The knight doesn't understand what to do with a crowd of black ogres because even one is a disaster. Pushing forward, the boy tells everyone to disperse, otherwise he might accidentally get hit. Thanks to his good connection with Rugia, he can now use something powerful. The problem is that he has no idea how his body will react to it. And yet the boy fearlessly rushes forward towards the enemy, intending to strike those around him. By concentrating his mana, he activates Thunderstorm, catching up with his first opponent. The attack is so swift that under its influence, vision loses its relevance. As several bodies fall roasted, their allies babble in confusion and bewilderment. Joshua tries to get his breathing back to normal while thinking about his next steps. Vig, stunned, says incredulously that this can't be. His subordinates can't help but admire the abilities of the third-class knight. But the conclusions ultimately lead to this child being a demon. The Duke, realizing the point of this show-off, thoughtfully calls his son a fool. He asks Armand what he thinks, to which the magician modestly replies that he doesn't understand knights. But he still draws a parallel with magicians and says that they may have a great future. He doesn't even have time to finish speaking. The Duke disappears, expressing his understanding as a final thought. Joshua can't seem to catch his breath, feeling like he's approaching his limit. The boy's strength leaves him at the most inopportune moment, and the black ogre screams ominously. His fist is already very close, but this blow is not destined to reach its target. Holding his child in one hand, the second Duke fends off the enemy. He is not going to allow his child, who shows such great promise, to be hurt. Finding himself on the border between consciousness and the unconscious, the boy notes that this is not bad, and yet he cannot help himself, falling into the alluring oblivion. The next time the boy opens his eyes, it is because of screams full of horror. Joshua doesn't quite understand what's happening, but he's certain he sees the Duchy of Agnes. He sees a falling building from somewhere above. Desperate screams fill the area completely. When the explosion occurs, Joshua suggests that he is only dreaming. But it all looks too real, which confuses everything even more. Measured footsteps are heard from below, causing Joshua to turn toward the sound. The first thing that catches your eye is the familiar family sword, on which the fire dances and reflects. Joe thinks it's his father until he looks at the face. It's Babylon's. The boy remembers that this is what happened during the fall of the duchy, but 10 years later. And he cannot understand why he saw this vision right now. Joshua assumes that he is having a prophetic dream, inspired by the power of Rugia. He also remembers that origin crystals are capable of similar things. A wind arises, and the boy tries to determine its source. A powerful gust hits Babylon's chest, knocking all the air out of him. The blonde collapses from exhaustion, but somehow manages not to fall completely. A conversation begins between Joshua's older brother and his opponent. The words are inaudible. The beautiful girl continues to say something, and then it dawns on our count. The stranger turns out to be a grown-up Ina-led Grace, next to whom is the supreme spirit of the wind. Joshua only recognized his acquaintance from Aeolus. He finds it hard to believe that something like this could happen. The boy assumes that if this is the case, Ina's mentor must also be somewhere nearby. He tries in vain to make out the conversation between the two. It sounds as if there is a spell of silence on him. Joshua doesn't like this and keeps trying to figure out the essence of the dialogue. Another face materializes out of nowhere on the horizon, its voice also unintelligible. And what's more, you can't even really see this person's face because of the haze. Joshua attempts to get closer, although he is confident in the identity of the third character. And then the angry voice of his older brother clearly reaches him, ordering his interlocutor to shut up. Continuing, he says that his house will not bow its knee to bastards like them. The interlocutor smiles, but Joshua again cannot make out his words. One can only guess what was said, as Aeolus rushes at the enemy of the Lord. Babylon takes several cross punches but remains on her feet. He doesn't even utter a sound, gritting his teeth for the sake of his family's honor. His opponent opens his mouth again, saying something very long and heartfelt. Finally, Joe manages to discern individual features, after which the face is revealed completely. The boy knows this man very well. He is choking with indignation. Just as he begins his angry tirade, a blinding light interrupts it. Joshua's eyes widen as he calls out the man whose name Drax had given Grace. Realizing that it wasn't real, the boy relaxes but becomes thoughtful. This dream was like a prophetic one, not an ordinary one. Its realism was off the charts. At this point, Joshua begins to wonder how much time has passed since he passed out. It is impossible to take a normal position. The body is pierced by unbearable pain. The boy is disappointed that his body has not yet recovered from the battle. If we take into account only skill, he could reach the second class, although the power that Joe showed could be enough to fight even third-class knights. Most likely, it is thanks to the source crystal with the power of lightning that he is troubled by a prophetic dream. Joshua decides that he needs to learn as much as he can about the source crystals. When he speaks up, the boy is seriously scared. The Duke says something that is incredible. He finds it amazing that just a few hours ago this moon was blood red. Now it has changed so dramatically that it emits a dazzlingly beautiful glow. Still embarrassed, Joshua doesn't know how to approach the dialogue. The Duke says they will go to Acadia as soon as they return home. But now Joshua is not Agnes, but the only son, Frederick, of a house in decline. The boy will don the guise of an aristocrat who wants to restore the glory of his family. After listening carefully to his father, Joshua says he understands everything. He thinks that he agrees with such conditions because there is no need for unnecessary attention to him. The man draws his son's attention to himself once again because that's not all. The Duke says that the boy muttered in his sleep and mentioned the name of a very interesting person. Naming Drax, the man clarifies how his son knows this cursed name. He looks at his father, trying to maintain an outward composure and scolding himself for chattering. Seconds turn into minutes, but Joshua doesn't know how best to respond to this. Realizing that there will be no answer, the man rises from his seat, accepting his son's silence. He advises him to get a good night's sleep because tomorrow they have a journey home ahead of them. In the secret room of Castle Doom, Siphon is asked if Vanessa knows this. He confirms, and Vig clarifies that she knows about the threat but does nothing. Siphon justifies the lady, saying that until recently there was no opportunity to be active. Vig refuses to believe that this bastard awakened Mana on his own. After all, even the genius of the empire, Babylon, rose to such a level through sweat and blood. And this bastard, even without training, was able to overcome the blackest ogre with his strength. Siphon confirms his interlocutor's thoughts, explaining that this is why the boy is considered a demon. Vig says he doesn't think so, but he's sure the bastard's strength lies in something else. Gaining power of this level is possible by making a pact with a higher demon. Siphon is outraged. He says that the boy has already passed the official certification according to all the rules. Vig asks the interlocutor to use his brain. The veracity of the contract is not important. When Siphon gets it, he starts to chuckle evilly and says he understands. Vig believes that Joshua's intellectual development lags behind his physical development. He is a child. Siphon asks what the interlocutor will do. He replies that he will look after the degenerate. The commander remarks that once Ina enters the Imperial Academy, it will be easier to spy. Joe's claim to the inheritance may cause problems, and then they need to be eliminated. And none other than Siphon will have to take care of this, the man thinks. After watching his former interlocutor go, he savors the words about demons. Cox rushes to his mistress with important news, who clarifies its essence. The man says that the operation in the Dark Forest is over and the boys will arrive home today. Charlie turns away again, weakly expressing agreement with his interlocutor. Cox didn't expect the lack of reaction. The girl notes that he doesn't like Joshua either. The man says that this was before the boy became the youngest mana wielder. Charlie asks what now, and her interlocutor clarifies whether she knows the reason for their visit. The girl suggests that it is because of the King of Assassins and the desire to unite the houses through marriage. The King of Assassins is called Bagration. He was the first of the commoners to become a master of the blade. This man is one of the supernaturals. He has the right to claim the place of the absolute. Based on the available information, Bagration allied himself with the House of Cromwell. Even Charlie knows that if this is true, they have no chance against such powerful opponents. Cox praises the girl for her foresight, engaging in conversation with her on the topic. The Emperor has forbidden unjustified wars, so their struggle is quiet. Charlie clarifies Cox's words about the impossibility of purchasing certain items. The girl says that she likes strong people, but she felt a little sad after hearing the truth. The man does not understand what his young mistress is talking about. He expected a different answer. Charlie asks if he can ask the Duke for help directly. Cox points out the differences. The man says that for the nobility, there is nothing that is more important than their own honor, although he himself would be able to overcome his pride if his home was in danger. Cox says he does not want his young mistress's life to be sacrificed for the house. He believes that the girl was herself with Joshua, so they better talk again. These words hit Charlie hard. They are exactly what she needed all this time. Cox apologizes if he said too much, admitting that he liked Joshua more than Babylon. Charlie says that she agrees to the meeting and asks that dinner be prepared for her and the young count. The man asks to entrust this matter to him, promising to return with good news. Lost in her own thoughts again, the girl wonders if it's worth it. In honor of the knight's return from the lands of rock, a festive feast was organized that night. Those who do not eat boast to each other about their achievements. Joshua can hear their voices admiring his own strength in fighting the ogre. Cain asks his master if he, as the hero of the occasion, should not be present. He admits that the last event made it clear that he would follow the Duke's son. Joe jokes about being left with no choice, even though he could refuse. Cain maintains a joking tone, saying that his master is not that stupid. Joe says that the guy turned out to be even more impudent than he thought, and he thanks his interlocutor for the praise. The boy says that the night is free today. He is also going to rest. Cain wishes him a good rest and says that everything he said is true. Despite the strength of the Duke's offspring, the knight believes that he has something to learn. Cain reiterates that it would be a great honor for him to follow such a man. When saying goodbye, he allows his master to call him if necessary. Joshua recalls that there were many people who wanted to follow him before, but in vain. He refused them all, for he was determined to become that man's sword. Joe didn't want Caesar to have any unnecessary concerns, so he turned them all down. Remembering his father's question, the boy answers it in his head. He considered Drax a friend. He is distracted from his joyless thoughts by a voice addressing him as a master. The interlocutor suggests calling a doctor, but the boy refuses, ordering him to leave him. When told that he was expected, Joe said that he would not come because he was not feeling well. The old man corrects himself, saying that Mrs. Vanessa is calling him. Lucia is already there. The boy asks his interlocutor to repeat what he just said. His tone changes. Of course he comes, because his mother is already in the power of this crazy woman. When the door swings open, those present turn their gazes towards the person who entered in unison. Lucia speaks up first, addressing her son by name as a greeting. The boy reciprocates, rejoicing to see her in good health. Vanessa asks Joshua to come in, noting that this is the first time they have seen each other. Siphon warns the Count to mind his manners because he is facing a duchess. The man stumbles on the last word because the boy's gaze changes dramatically. The commander does not understand why the change happened so suddenly and what it means. Lucia's expression also changes, asking her son to introduce himself properly. Not wanting to upset his mother, the boy obediently does what is required of him. Vanessa can't help but feel angry when she hears her husband's last name, but she quickly pulls herself together, anticipating the future, and begins her hypocritical game. Lucia is surprised by the words about a trip to the capital. Vanessa asks if she hasn't heard. Siphon explains that Joe has been recognized as a knight, so the Duke will take him with him. The woman openly rejoices, asking her son if he was really recognized as a knight. Vanessa responds instead, saying that this is why she gathered everyone here. Hearing words of resentment, Lucia says that nothing like that ever happened. The Duchess then suggests that they begin the meal, asking for food to be brought in. As several servants enter, Joshua gives them a careful look. He does the same with a plate filled with food placed nearby. Having solved this riddle, the boy smiles, and at the same moment someone turns to him. The young Count is politely asked to take the place assigned to him, Lucia echoes. She believes that her son should show respect to his aunt, Vanessa plays. She asks solicitously if they feel any discomfort. Lucia answers negatively. The Duchess says she was worried she wasn't liked, but now everything is fine. Lucia respectfully thanks her interlocutor for taking such sensitive care of them. Before putting a piece in her mouth, Vanessa wishes everyone a bon appetit. Having chosen a dish, Lucia begins to diligently divide it into smaller pieces. Spearing one of them, she brings her fork to her mouth, preparing to taste the exquisite meat. Vanessa can't completely hide her gloating, so she tries not to look at her rival. Joshua gets up from the table, saying that before they eat, he would like to apologize. The gist of the apology is that he did not greet his aunt properly. Vanessa asks not to worry about this and to start eating as soon as possible. The boy says he can't do it. His mother asks what that means. Joshua says he feels ashamed because his auntie doesn't have food, unlike them. Lucia gasps, realizing that her son is right, and the boy continues to carry out his insidious plan. He says he would like to share his last dinner before he leaves with his aunt. Joshua knows perfectly well that Vanessa added poison only to his and Lucia's food. He asks the Duchess if they shouldn't all enjoy the meal together. The woman resorts to trickery, saying that she watches her food because she has problems with her weight. The boy says that she is already attractive. Vanessa, feigning embarrassment, talks about flattery. In her mind, the woman assumes that Joshua noticed the threat, amazed at his skills. The boy asks what his aunt is thinking about. Did she really poison the food? Siphon interrupts the conversation, asking how this impudent man dares to talk about poison. Joshua notices that the commander is showing disrespect by forgetting who he is talking to. The man notices that from the very beginning, this boy looked only at him with that look. Joshua says he was only joking, but judging by Sir Siphon's reaction, it doesn't look like a joke. When asked secondly whether Vanessa poisoned the food, the woman calls the boy a scumbag. Siphon says that he cannot simply watch a nobleman being insulted. Joshua asks if someone like him really dares to raise his sword against the Duke's son. The boy says he is not going to turn a blind eye to the poison or to what just happened. Siphon is affected by the opponent's aura. The speed of his progress is incredible. The man doubts, but understands that he will not be able to lower the already drawn sword. The door opens and the question of what they are all doing here fills the room. Appearing next to Caesar, who is peacefully reading a book, Evergrande greets him respectfully. When asked what happened, the magician replies that a letter arrived from the Duchy of Agnes. Happy that he has finally made a decision, the teenager asks if the man has read the letter. But he ignores the negative words, asking if he thinks Joshua accepted the offer. Evergrande believes so, since everyone dreams of joining the Imperial Order of Knights. No longer listening to his interlocutor's words, Caesar says out loud that he finds the content interesting. Stopping reading, the fourth prince grins under his subordinate's questioning gaze. The next moment he bursts out laughing and the magician asks the teenager what happened. Continuing to laugh loudly, the boy demonstratively tears the paper. Addressing Joshua as if he were right there, Caesar repeats that he finds this interesting. At about the same time, the Duke repeats his question, turning to the commander. He doesn't even know what to say, uttering something inarticulate. Vanessa says she invited Lucia and the baby here to have a good time. All this happened after the woman heard that the Duke was taking them to the capital. Leaving these words unanswered, the man turns his head towards his concubine. Neither she nor Joshua, who was standing nearby, made a sound, despite expectations. The Duke asks Siphon how much longer he intends to stand like this, and he stupidly groans. And with one sure movement, he puts his previously naked sword back into its sheath. Joshua makes his cursed weapon disappear only after this gesture. The Duke says that Joe should go back to his place. He calls his mother with him. She does not argue. As they leave, Vanessa asks why her husband suddenly started acting like this. The Duke retorts by asking if his wife hates him, and she answers immediately. Her words hit him like a whip when the woman's answer is positive. Despite this, the man clarifies whether this is because he has become interested in Joshua. Vanessa throws a tantrum about how she was never interesting to this man. But she also says that she was forced into marriage with him, but in fact, she never loved him. However, Vanessa says she has no intention of sitting back if it concerns her son. She hopes that if Agnes has any dignity, he will make the right choice. The man smirks, asking if decent people act like that. Vanessa clarifies what he means. The Duke is going to explain it to her. The man asks imperiously if she really thought he wouldn't find out. Siphon mentally repeats to himself the words that the Duke already knows everything. Closing the door behind him, Joshua guesses that she must be upset. Lucia says she's very confused, asking why her son didn't tell her anything. As he begins to tell his story, the boy becomes distracted by thoughts that he is making his mother worry. A knock on the door is accompanied by the words that Cain has come to see Count Joshua. He asks how the dinner went. The boy asks again, did he really know? The knight replies that the butler told him that the young count went to taste some fine food. The boy concludes that the butler is also involved and is amazed by Vanessa's influence. Cain supports the decision to study at the academy, so they will have more opportunities to see each other. But he didn't come just to say this. The guy has a request for the young master. The knight says that all his words up to this point were sincere. So now he asks if Count Joshua will accept him as his vassal. The boy understands that this will make things easier for him. But first, one thing needs to be clarified. The path Joe takes will be washed in blood, so Cain needs to think carefully. The boy gives his interlocutor one last chance, asking if he still wants it. The knight says that he trusts his lord completely and is ready to follow him everywhere. The guy is ready to give the only choice in his life in favor of his ministry to Joshua. And he asks the Duke's son again whether he will render him a similar portion. Before determining their future destinies forever, the boy grins. By accepting the knight's sword, Joshua von Agnes gives a positive answer, sealing the bond. The next morning, before the Duke and his son depart for the capital, a farewell ceremony takes place. The man asks Joe if he will be okay, and he says that is enough. The Duke believes that without servants, but with the best knight, the nobleman in decline will have problems. Joshua reminds him of his past life and says that one cane is more than enough. The man gives in, asking the boy to stay exactly behind him. Armstrong raises his sword sharply into the air and gives the order to depart. A girl's voice is heard nearby, announcing a request to wait. Lady Charlie apologizes for showing up unannounced, but she couldn't resist saying goodbye. The Duke expresses joy at her good health, and the girl apologizes for the trouble she caused. The man is a little upset by the changes that have occurred in Charlie. The girl immediately turns on her temperament, asking whether she should behave as before. The Duke likes her better this way and invites Charlie to go with them. The girl refuses because she made a promise to Cox's wife to visit their nest. Rushing towards Joshua, Charlie says she needs to tell him something. The boy is not happy about this. He mentally wonders what this time. The girl asks the Count not to worry because she just wants to give him something. Handing the medallion to the Duke's son, Charlie involuntarily provokes a question from his interlocutor. The item belongs to the Font family, and the girl asks Joshua to visit them in Acadia. Cox screams hysterically, after which the chatterbox says that the lady cannot give up the medallion. Joshua asks his interlocutor what she is trying to say or show by this. She asks to consider this gesture as an invitation, repeating the words said earlier. The knights discuss Charlie's gesture, assuming that the girl is interested in the young master. Babylon is mentioned briefly, but it all boils down to a love letter to a young lady. Joe understands that if he refuses publicly, rumors will quickly spread. The girl, meanwhile, asks her not to embarrass her, saying that she wants to apologize for her earlier rudeness. Seeing the lady's tears, Joshua immediately snatches the medallion, agreeing out of desperation. He says, as if nothing had happened, that it is time to move on, as they have a long journey ahead of them. The Duke asks if he can join his son later, and the girl unequivocally confirms. The man says goodbye to her and Cox until they meet again, and the other man wishes the same. Armstrong, who had been interrupted earlier, repeats his order again, bringing the event to its logical conclusion. Taking up his cry, all those gathered raise their swords, praising the Duke. The latter mentally assumes that the son does not know what it means to receive a medallion from a noblewoman. The Emperor is informed that the Duke and his son are expected to arrive in the capital soon. Caesar's recommendation for Joshua to join the Imperial Order was rejected. Marcus can't believe that this boy refused to join the most powerful order. The Emperor begins to understand that this child has a very good appetite and self-esteem. He assumes that the boy wants global power, but his interlocutor doesn't think so. The letter stated that the boy followed the Emperor's orders without recognizing anyone else. The man laughs, repeating his subordinate's words and asking him a question that interests him. Marcus can't wait to see this boy compete against the best order on the continent. 4 days later, they stand in front of the dwelling that the Duke has prepared for his son. Lucia can't believe it and asks if they can really live in this place. Cain knows him. He was in this place with the Duke when he was still studying at the academy. Joshua is puzzled by this, because to do something like this you would need to have a very close relationship with the Duke. The boy begins to form theories, but comes to the conclusion that they are now on the same page. Cain explains that he was brought here once for training, away from prying eyes. Lucia invites her son to take a look around, and he accepts the invitation without complaint. The security in this place is terrible, but the good thing is that there is almost no one with them. While the mother admires her, the son thinks that it will be impractical for Cain to protect her alone. Joshua warns the knight that he needs to step away for a while. He clarifies. Cain is worried that the boy might get lost, but he reassures the boy. The knight assumes that the gentleman is simply going to look around and then return. Looking at the familiar sign, Joe remembers that this place has remained unchanged over the years. He wonders what the people inside will think about the boy who came in. A guy came up and offered to help the lost child return from where he came. He replies that he came for a red coin buried at the bottom of Lake Rainulf. The guy is surprised because he didn't expect to hear something like that from a boy. Pulling himself together, he asks to follow him, promising to take him where he needs to go. Joshua is overjoyed that he has come to the right place, because he really needs an informant. He believes that the person walking in front of him is ideal for this role. When they enter the required establishment, they head straight for the pouring beer. A familiar stranger approaches Ryan, saying that he is registered. Joe is sure he's curious about why the baby has come to them, but the rules are absolute. While he is thinking about what is so good about informants, he is invited. When the valve opens, the cute guy tells the inspector that it is him. When the door closes behind them, the informant begins to move his hands along the floor. Noting the impregnability of the security, Joshua is convinced that there is nothing to worry about. Trust is the foundation of a business like this, so Joshua doesn't worry about data privacy. The guy asks the boy to be careful, as it is easy to trip in the darkness. They walk down the corridor in silence for a while, each thinking about something of their own. As they round the bend, a man appears before the marchers. He respectfully greets his colleague, who informs him that they have a customer. Having said that everything will be done now, the man opens the door behind him. Joshua deduces that this guy is in a higher position than he appeared to be. The same thing informs that they have arrived. The boy is no longer surprised by the next door. Promising that this is the last one, Joshua is asked to go to the third room. When he does this, the man politely asks the boy to take the assigned seat. Looking around, Joshua guesses that information is being transmitted through this hole. The young man does not leave, asking what exactly the young gentleman wants to know. Joshua says he finds it funny that the branch manager is in charge of servicing these types of people. The guy remarks that he is well informed and asks why he considers him a leader. Joshua begins to philosophize about how the system of such organizations works. He says ordinary informants do not know the identities of the leaders, but observing the behavior of the people he met along the way, the boy came to the appropriate conclusion. The interlocutor admits that he thought the rumors were an exaggeration, but it turned out to be the opposite. And this guy calls the boy sitting opposite him by his full name. He remains calm, noticing that his interlocutor knows him very well. The guy says that if he didn't know this, he wouldn't dare call himself an expert in his field. These words are ambiguous for the boy, because the informant could sell information about him. Introducing himself, Zero asks the client not to worry about what he is currently thinking about. Joshua asks about the level of information. The interlocutor says that he will give him a compliment. When asked about the reason for such generosity, the boy is told that it is an investment in their future relationship. Joshua understands perfectly well that no one does anything for free. A certain fee will be required. He says he thought the name Zero meant the employee had zero-level information. The informant asks, amazed, how the client learned about such things. They apologize to Joshua, offering to ask for anything, and he takes advantage of the opportunity. The guy says that most of the things the client asks about are sent to the black market, but their organization, the Moon Door, will be able to obtain the required item within a week. Joshua thinks that he will find himself in a sticky situation if his interests are discovered. But if he sets up a distracting bait, he will be able to catch two birds with one stone. He speaks the words he has already spoken, adding that whoever finds the symbol will receive the door. Only a few members of the organization have this information. Zero is very shocked. Joshua says that if his request is fulfilled, he will find the required symbol within 3 years. Zero thinks that their organization has been searching for this symbolic thing for decades. First, he asks about the demands. Joe's condition is that information about him not be disclosed. He also wants the informant to tell him everything he knows about Drax leading Grace. He is again puzzled, asking whether his interlocutor means that very god of war. Joshua asks the informant what he thinks. Is this game worth the candle? For 2 months, the boy tried to regain his former strength through long training sessions, and also to make sure that Lucia moves to the estate belonging to Duke Agnes. It would be much easier to protect a woman from potential attackers there. After much persuasion, Lucia finally gave in, allowing her son to organize the transportation of the necessary items. A week before entering the academy, the boys sit in a place where food from the imperial palace is served. Noticing that the boy was deep in thought, the knight asked him about it. Kane noticed that his young master had been looking a little worried lately. Actually, he's right. Joshua's bothered by the fact that his order hasn't been fulfilled yet. That's a problem. And just as he has time to think about it again, the young count is greeted by a familiar voice. Zero asks the boy how he is, and he hints at a long absence of news. The guy says the case was made a little more complicated by the people involved. Kane's gaze frightens the speaker, and he points this out openly as he greets the knight. Joshua asks his vassal not to worry. This man is his acquaintance. The boy asks how everything went. Zero says that he did everything perfectly, as he promised. It took time to track down the item because it passed through many hands. The guy says she is here. Joshua asks about the fee. The interlocutor asks to consider this a service because compared to the other order, this one is nothing. Unless, of course, there is a hidden power inside that they don't know about, which is, in principle, obvious. Joshua brazenly and completely shamelessly advises not to stick your nose where it doesn't belong. Zero says he will charge the fee another time, but informs that their organization works on prepayments. Joshua deduces that this guy, when the time comes, will ask for something quite big. Meanwhile, Zero himself leaves, saying that it's time for him to go. Orders won't fulfill themselves. Removing the lid, Joshua takes out a piece of parchment from inside and unfolds it. The Orbeez family was one of the most prestigious magical families just a decade ago. Even when magicians were treated with respect, this house went beyond the generally accepted boundaries. This happened because the eyes of the family defeated a knight close to the title of Master of Skills. The act attracted the attention of the Kingdom of Magicians, Terra, and the king personally visited the Orbeez. Joe believes that the Avalon imperial family deliberately got rid of the nobles in their kingdom. Barren accent attracts attention, and the boy inadvertently says it out loud. Kane clarifies whether the gentleman means the baron called the Night Trader. He is a very well-known figure in the lower classes and is said to control the black market. The knight also says that this man is the half-brother of Viscount Wig, whom Joshua knows. The boy thinks about this, but is distracted from his thoughts by a voice asking for the name. Fanzil politely notes that quite a lot of time has passed since their last meeting. The higher the rank of a nobleman, the closer his estate is to the imperial palace. However, on the outskirts of the capital, there is a very large and luxurious area. The reason why things are this way is because of the vast wealth that ignores status. And the person who owns all this is one of the most important figures in the lower classes. Baron Pryor asks what brings a potential interviewee to his shabby estate. He calls the man sitting leisurely in the chair Count Veron Chenvillas. He notes that the deadline for fulfilling Baron Pryor's promise has long since expired. The man starts to hesitate, saying something unintelligible, but under a piercing gaze he pulls himself together. Elves are extremely rare, so it's extremely difficult to get them. He asks for a little more time. Veron says he entrusted the case to Pryor precisely because he wanted to avoid such excuses. The man stutters and asks for forgiveness, and the Count gives him only 1 week to correct his mistake. Pryor is overjoyed, promising that with such a supply he will certainly get the goods. The young man agrees, starting to say what will happen if the conditions are not met. In this case, Pryor will have to forget about the luxury he enjoys in the city. The man can't seem to even out his tone when he says he'll take this information into account. After watching his interlocutor before he disappeared, the man finally straightened up. He says that because this kid is always like this, he can't really show off his talent. The butler allows himself to carefully clarify whether 1 week will be enough. Pryor says he has to do it, no matter what it takes, or things will get bad. This cub is the son of one of the most influential people in the army, and more. The emperor himself trusts him, and Veron Chenvillas is capable of a lot. A question comes from the Kabitka. Does the Count really think that the Baron will fulfill the order? Veron chuckled thoughtfully and said that he thought it would be a bit difficult. The interlocutor is perplexed, apologizes, and is about to ask why all this is happening. Veron says there's a reason he gave the man another week. A conversation begins between them, where the Count tries to lead his interlocutor to the truth on his own. Satisfied with the answer, Veron confirms that the whip is dominant in the equation. The man begins to understand what the young Count is getting at, and he expresses his thoughts. Veron plans to crush Pryor in a way that will make him more loyal. The man says that his interlocutor sees right through Pryor, to which he only waves his hand. He is now much more interested in the question of what to eat. The coachman is given the corresponding order. Kane notes that a lot of time has passed since their meeting. Fanzil expresses joy at the meeting. The man politely inquires whether he has inadvertently interrupted an important conversation. The knight answers negatively and adds that they are also very glad to see him again. Joshua recalls that this man was not an ordinary nobleman in the good sense of the word. Fanzil had a weak body and was essentially just as gentle at heart. He interacted with commoners on equal terms, which made him an object of ridicule among the nobles. But he remained himself. Now his girl, greeting Joe, gives him a compliment. The young Count analyzes her speech, wondering if she always talked so much. Meanwhile, the girl comes a little closer to him and addresses him by name, starting to get embarrassed. Verona's companion is unhappy with the visitors at this hour, but they assure him that the problem will be resolved. Count Veron, noticing Iselin among those present, orders the girl to stop. His gaze changes as he begins to take in her whole appearance, briefly but carefully. The young nobleman expresses annoyance at not having noticed such a beautiful lady earlier. He asks if this is her first time here, and he is interested in what family this girl belongs to. The companion tells Iselin to show respect when introducing the eldest heir of Villas. Kane's mind sinks, trying to understand what such an influential person is doing here. Fanzil apologizes for his daughter's rudeness, saying that it is an honor for him to meet Veron. He introduces himself formally, not forgetting to mention the county he owns. Veron finds him similar to the one mentioned. The companion confirms his beliefs. The young Count says that he did not expect an apology at all. He was outraged by the upbringing of this young lady, and he is not going to turn a blind eye to such an act, expecting an apology specifically from Iselin. Kane understands that it is precisely the young Count's pressure towards Rebrick that is disrespectful. Veron, meanwhile, loses his composure, addressing the girl directly, accusing her of being narrow-minded. Iselin gasps and starts babbling something unintelligible, But her interlocutor doesn't let her finish. He tells her to hurry immediately and show her deep respect to the Count. Joe is not going to watch this from the sidelines, saying that he finds it funny. He notes that Verona's father has something to worry about too, because his son is a reckless bastard. Count Villas cries out indignantly, asking what this degenerate just said. Asking how dare he, the man tells Joshua to first state his name. The boy notes that the consequences of a drawn sword can be quite dire, and he adds that there will be a heavy price to pay for such rash actions. The man freezes as soon as these words leave his interlocutor's lips. This menacing aura reaches out to him with its tentacles, trying to entwine and devour him. After following the trajectory of the energy, the man realizes that it is coming from the child standing opposite him. Verone asks Muck what he is doing. Is he really not able to teach some child a lesson? But that's not quite it. Joshua meanwhile introduces himself as Asher Fen Frederick. The opponent repeats someone else's name word by word, trying to remember who it is. Joe allows himself to stop thinking so hard, because now he will remember it forever. At the Lock Castle, an unknown person greets Ina, noting that they haven't seen each other for a long time. The girl responds to Fortress in kind, saying that he arrived faster than she expected. The interlocutor clarifies why he was called, assuming that something happened. Ina says that an extra variable has appeared, a monster from the Duchy of Agnes. Fortress assumes that this is Babylon, but the girl clears everything up by telling about her second son. The other person feels betrayed, asking why they weren't told about this earlier. Ina asks him to calm down, saying that very soon this will become known to everyone anyway. Fortress agrees with this, but not with the talk of peacetime. There is too much tension around. Most of the country's forces have been building up their power for a long time and are now quite large. Ordinary people think that everything is great, but in reality everything is far from rosy. Ina says the importance of masters in war cannot be overestimated. Analyzing her words, the interlocutor comes to the conclusion that information prevents war. He understands the girl's thoughts, but considers the appearance of the Duke's second son a significant problem. Ina asks him not to worry because she has plans for every eventuality. She says that everything will be fine for now and plans to immortalize her name. The big plus is that the girl is confident that she will be able to lure Joshua to their side. Varen says he has never heard of this family before, calling them backwoods people. Joshua doesn't take the insult, asking if it really matters. Varen says that not at all, because very soon this house will disappear from the face of the earth completely. He orders the one standing before him to bow down. Then perhaps he will be able to avoid death. Joshua responds with deliberate calm, deliberately stretching out his vowels when he mentions the comical nature of what is happening. The boy tells Mook to put this insolent fellow on his knees before him right now. He agrees to carry out the order, although he is still surprised by this child's thirst for blood. Of course he feels sorry for the boy, but the whims of the Villas family are not subject to objection. The fact that Joshua parries a punch with his bare hands causes general amazement. The boy, taking advantage of the moment, moves forward and with a precise movement launches an attack. Muck, not expecting this, starts coughing, but the place where he was hit makes breathing difficult. The boy can't believe that his subordinate was finished off so quickly. He knows perfectly well that Mook is level 3, which causes even more misunderstanding. Joe says he's not going to forgive him. Kids like that learn their lesson after being punished. Varen demands that he state his name, and he willingly repeats what he has already said. The boy advises not to joke with him. He knows perfectly well that such a house does not exist. He starts to boast about his family's status, but is interrupted literally mid-sentence. The impact is so strong that the Count flies back several meters. Approaching him, Joshua says that this is not the end, because everything is just beginning. Lifting his opponent by the scruff of the neck, Count Agnes asks where all the grandeur has gone. Saying it would be problematic if Varon passed out like that, Joe tells him to wake up. The man, thrusting his sword nearby, asks the master sitting on him to stop. He admits that they have shown him great disrespect and begs the Count for mercy. In Mook's mind, he suspects that this boy's family may be deliberately hiding from the world. Joe recalls his words that if a knight draws his sword, he must bear responsibility. Besides, he's not so magnanimous as to be nice to his enemies. The man tenses, afraid that the boy is seriously going to go through with it. He decides to take extreme measures, asking for mercy just this once. Muck is even ready to give up his hand and renounce his knighthood, if only his lord would be spared. Joshua is touched by this man's self-sacrifice. It is worth a lot. He remembers that in his past life there were such people, and that person's actions will make him feel emotional. But Joshua says he is not so magnanimous as to show mercy to his enemies. Contrary to Mook's fears, the boy does not harm his master. Instead, he takes the family ring, offering to pick it up later if needed. If not, or you don't have the courage, Joshua will sell it on the black market. Cain says that he didn't think the gentleman was so hot-tempered, but he just brushes it off. A friendly conversation begins between them, and Fanzel considers what he saw to be truly incredible. Iceland turns to her father, who clarifies what she wants to tell him. The girl shakes her head and runs away to her father's surprised exclamation. But the man does not pursue his daughter, noting that there are more important things to do now. Turning to Sir Mook, he says that he will take him to the nearest doctor. The praise to a higher power is interrupted by the indignant cry of a boy. Trying to understand what is happening, the monks turn in amazement towards the voice. Verone screams, telling him to look at what this bastard did to his beautiful face. The boy tells Mook to bring this bastard here no matter how, right now. To his gentle retort, Veron calls his knight a useless insect. As soon as they return to the estate, the man will face severe punishment, Mook accepts. The boy tells the knight to return to the estate and find out everything about the Frederick family, wanting revenge. Mook says that this is impossible, since they will not be able to find an excuse later. Veron says he has no intention of making excuses when he has been humiliated to such an extent. The man remarks that no one will believe that they were beaten by a 10-year-old child. The Count shuts him up, ordering him to do as he ordered, but Mook cannot stand it. Interrupting Verona, he reminds him that these are incredibly important things. For nobles, honor is of great importance. It is no different from the rest of the family. If the Marquise hears about this, punishments for a few people alone will not be enough. Veron suggests doing the same as before, getting rid of all witnesses. He thinks that Mook was afraid of Rebrikov, and he reminds him of that very piece of evidence. At first, the boy doesn't understand what his vassal is talking about, but then it dawns on him. He says that everything is under control and that his family ring is actually with him. But suddenly he realizes that he was mistaken, that the ring is lost. The boy admits only in his mind. Mook conveys to the master the words spoken by Asher about how to get the thing back. They are not in that position now. They need to moderate their ardor and watch the situation develop. Veron asks if the knight really thinks he should go and apologize. Mook says he'll try sending a messenger first. He doesn't necessarily have to go himself. The interlocutor asks again, trying to understand who this messenger might be. While Joe is looking at the ring, he's asked if he's sure that Veron will come to him. The boy believes that he will not do it personally, but will send a messenger for his thing. It will be someone with a high enough status, but without the risk of information leakage. Cain doesn't understand who the other person is referring to, so he asks directly. Joshua recalls a rumor going around in Acadia about Pryor's accent. The point is that the king of the night is actually the young master of the villa's family, Veron. Cain is mentally amazed by the strategic abilities of his overlord. He admires him. After all, what's happening was part of his plan from the very beginning, but it's a little puzzling. A familiar voice pulls the knight out of his heavy thoughts, drawing his attention. Lady Iselin thanks the young gentleman very much for the assistance he has provided her. The boy says it's not worth it because his intentions were selfless. The girl notes that her family could find itself in a difficult situation. Joshua tries to understand how such a meek person can become the main sorceress of the continent. That time she looked like a delicate flower that would exude beauty even in the cold. Now the girl says that if the Count gets into trouble because of this, they will help. Joshua says that there is no need for that. Iselin tries to find the words to object. The boy says that if it is so important to her, she can do him a favor in the future. The girl turns out to be happy with this arrangement, accepting the new conditions. Bowing respectfully, she says that she will do anything for the young Count. Nodding to his interlocutor, the boy turns away, immersed in his thoughts. He needs this, because now he will have a very strong supporter on his side. Joe notices a flash on the roof of one of the houses across the street. Whoever was there is now running away, moving quickly across the rooftops. Zero curses mentally in frustration. What Joshua observed is a surprise to him. The guy wants to change his plan, because judging by his skills, he is not lying. Zero thought that this kid just wanted to use them, but now he has changed his mind. The accent is placed on the dining room, where the above-mentioned event took place relatively recently. Noticing the Count, he realizes that he has found exactly the place he needed. When the man comes in, Joshua says he arrived faster than he expected. The interlocutor expresses joy at the meeting and gives his full name. He says he is honored to meet the scion of the Frederick family. Kane analyzes the man's behavior, which seems suspiciously strange to him. Accent says he has a message for Count Asher and asks for the ring to be returned. Joshua recalls his conditions, ordering Verona to come and collect his treasure in person. The man tries to be polite by asking if there is any alternative to this. Joshua pretends to give in, ordering that his knight be brought here instead of this weakling. But since the Count fulfilled Accent's request, he must satisfy his desire in return. The boy makes a clear hint by noticing that the rings on the man's hand look very expensive. Accent involuntarily glances at his hand, realizing what the conversation will be about next. Beckoning the man closer to him, the boy asks him to give him his trinkets. Kane calls the master the devil, capable of extorting treasures without remorse. Joshua remarks that it was a fair deal, which he believes was right. The knight doesn't understand, so he asks directly why the rings were needed. This treasure is called the Tears of the Elves. It once belonged to the Orbis family. Beautiful elves were of interest to people, and for this reason alone they began to be hunted. In order to protect themselves, the elves gathered in the forest at the southernmost side of the continent. With combined efforts, the High Elves erected a barrier that stretched across the entire forest. The very last High Elf, Ellenbass, was considered by humans to be the queen of that race. The last person to befriend this creature in the 5th generation was Zeet Dick Orbis. Joe is sure that the man is not missing, but was killed while trying to extract information about the location of the elves. And this man, Zeet Dick Orbis, until his very last breath said nothing to his tormentors. To ensure the death of her friend, the elf was forced to reveal herself to the continent. She found the last descendant of Zeeth, who had become a servant to another noble family. And she began to cry, holding her hands. Salty drops fell on the family heirloom. And later it became known to the world as the Tears of the Elves. This ring is said to have special powers, although not for long. Kane asks his master what he is thinking about, since they have already arrived at the estate. Having walked a little forward, the knight jokes that the Count will really remain standing outside. He is still in his thoughts, but about something else, and speaks up. Joshua wants to ask Kane for something. He promises to do anything. The Count says he needs subordinates to whom he can trust his back. Joshua asks the knight to leave here and go to where Duke Agnes is now. Kane asks if the Count really wants him to become Lady Lucia's bodyguard. The guy reminds that the boy has no servants, and according to legend, his family is in decline. He will be ridiculed, among whom will be Veron, also a student at the Imperial Academy. Joshua asks the knight not to worry about him, saying that he is an expert on loneliness. But at the same time, the boy wants to ask his friend for one more favor. Joshua asks Kane to study the way of the sword from the Duke for him, but this is not an order, but a request. A very important request that the boy really wants his friend to fulfill. Kane could even imagine that this unbending little man could bow his head to ask. This confuses him, so the knight asks him to raise his head, not wanting to see something like this from his master. But he agrees to fulfill this request in exchange for a favor. Kane also wants to ask Joshua. He agrees, asking what the request addressed to the Count himself will be. Kane asks his master to make sure that he bows his head only before him. Joshua is even flattered deep down, so he easily swears an oath on his name. Kane says that in that case he is entirely at his disposal. In the very center of the vast continent of Grand, surrounded, stands an ivory tower. It is not only a sanctuary, but also the pride of the magicians, called the Magic Tower. Scratching his beard, he speaks of the master of the red flame and the void. Jan Dan Para, the head of the Magic Tower, asks why the 3 are missing. Jacques says that 2 of them don't want to stay in one place, and the 3rd is busy with important matters. In that case, John is going to start the 27th meeting without this trinity. The main theme today will be the stone known as the Primordial. Laughter is heard nearby. Theta, the Storm Master, notes that getting straight to the point isn't the old man's strong point. Jakin asks Storm to mind his manners. They are at a meeting after all. Ian expresses surprise at Teta's visit, as usually there is no trace of him. This time the reason is really serious, and besides, he is interested in Magma's question. Jaqen says that it wasn't just her who disappeared. The same fate befell Bronto. The interlocutor is indignant, and the old man remarks that he himself is hearing about this for the first time. Elisha, the master of ice, suggests that the crystals were taken without even knowing their true nature. However, if this is not the case, then the problem that has arisen is truly serious. Ian says he has an idea who took Magma, but he doesn't know anything about Bronto. Teta laughs, saying that now it dawns on him why lightning left so suddenly. Jacques says he has an idea of who could have taken Bronto. It's enough to analyze the rumors. He heard that a magic swordsman had appeared near the crystal's location. Those present ask questions in sync, trying to find out more about it. The woman, puzzled, asks if it is possible that this is the one she is thinking of. Jacques doesn't think so, because this magical swordsman is only 9 years old. Those present, stunned by this turn of events, ask incredulously about his age. Jan asks them to calm down because nothing is yet completely known. They need to wait for lightning. The old man orders Jacques to keep an eye on whoever took on Magma. Elisha asks if he can be the successor to the same one, unable to imagine another. When asked to calm down, the woman flares up, believing that something like this cannot be ignored. Jacques believes that they are not connected in any way, because the subject of these rumors is Arden's son. Theta gets angry, asking Mr. Earth to inform him of such things in advance. Slamming his hand on the table, the leader calls for silence, repeating what has already been said. They don't have reliable information, so it's wiser to continue monitoring the situation. When the old man says that that's all for today and they can go their separate ways, he gets mixed looks. When he is alone, he laughs, trying to understand whether good or bad changes are coming. The light that is coming out has an unusual origin. It is magical. While his master casts his spell, the knight, groaning from the effort, tries to stay on his feet. The spell the boy is reading is unfamiliar to the blonde, as it is an ancient language. Cain knows it's called the language of runes and wonders how Joshua knows it. Fascinated by the ring, the knight increasingly believes his master to be a magical swordsman. As the object falls weightlessly downwards, Cain hurries to his owner. He asks if everything is okay with him, and he responds with calm agreement. Cain wonders which high elf blessed this ring, since it requires the runic language. Joshua briefly brings his knight up to speed, wishing he knew more. In a serious tone, Cain says that he has a request for his overlord. He, observing all the rules of decency, asks Joshua for the tears of the elves. The boy says that men cannot use this item. Cain is a little puzzled, but a guess soon occurs to him. Joshua answers his question by saying that he is going to give the ring to his mother. Placing his hand on the crystal ball, Fortress mentally pronounces the words necessary for activation. Bowing his head respectfully, he greets his master with respect. He says that he couldn't even imagine that Zero was going to contact him so suddenly. And he asks if it's because of that special child. The answer turns out to be positive. The guy starts talking about how calling him simply special is a bit incorrect. The interlocutor clarifies whether he is aware that the magic tower has begun searching for Joshua. Zero is stunned and asks to repeat it. He can't believe that the tower took on the matter. The interlocutor is convinced that the guy did not know this and finds it necessary to clarify everything. He says that what's truly important now isn't the source crystal or even the seeker Joshua. What's important at the moment is that everything is centered around this boy. The guy thinks about these words, and gradually the meaning begins to dawn on him. The interlocutor says that he would like to go to Acadia personally, but unfortunately he cannot. He talks about the red coin, and Zero promises to get it at any cost. The interlocutor accepts these words, saying that he trusts this guy. Zero confirms what was said even as the hologram dissolves into thin air, and he repeats the words to himself, promising to get what he needs at any cost. The sky, which was clear just a moment ago, is covered with gray clouds. An unusual lightning strikes the ground near a pole with a man tied to it in a vacant lot. Vig stubbornly moans, trying to express all his dissatisfaction through the fabric barrier. The man next to him, his eyes flashing, tells him to shut up and just watch. He addresses a band of light traveling across the vast skies. Asking to gather at his hands, the speaker prays to Stryker with punishment all his enemies who block his path. Speaking of the collapse of the hail of light, the man calls upon the rain of lightning. The heavens respond to him, striking down the enemies around him with surgical precision. The strikes are so lightning fast that the monsters don't have time to see the trajectory. Vig stops moaning, looking at the sight before him as if enchanted. The rain summoner, however, looks upon the punishment he himself has sent as a matter of course. Now he tells Vig to tell him how strong his magic is compared to Joshua's. The man moans until he is freed from the matter that is preventing him from speaking. Having freed him from her, Storm orders his captive to answer the question asked. Vig reminds us of his origins and suggests that we seriously consider the consequences. Approaching his captive, the man chuckled, examining his face with a searching gaze. And then he says that if he had been afraid of the consequences, he would not have gone to such a place. The man gives in, saying that in terms of power, Storm's magic is definitely stronger than the boy's. The magician begins to think out loud. coming to the conclusion that he needs to meet him in person. Vig says he's thinking in the wrong direction. Storm clarifies what he's talking about. The man says that Joe followed his father to the capital and is now supposed to enter the academy. Storm mentally notes that getting into this establishment will be quite difficult. Vig tells the man that he will help him, but he asks again incredulously. The man admits that he would only be glad if someone trampled this upstart. Storm finds this interesting and asks how the nobleman can help him. He says that the tattoo under the man's eye is familiar to him. He is aware of his power. Storm's real name is Jack, and he is amazed that a mere Viscount knows him. He also says that if they cooperate, Vig will definitely help his partner. Jack says that even if that were the case, he cannot cooperate with a simple, nameless Viscount. Even though he said he didn't care, it would be a little unpleasant if others found out about him. The Viscount cries out in bewilderment, asking what he is seeking then, his death. He adds that if he disappears, Duke Agnes himself will go looking for him. When the man notices the movement of Storm's hand, he manages to let out a heartbreaking scream. The magician smirks, asking rhetorically who would look for someone like him. Time passed quickly, and after his 10th birthday, Joshua entered the academy. About 1,000 noble children were admitted with him, who were divided into 6 classes. Joshua was confident that 6 years of training would be enough to master the necessary skills. The academy's corridor is filled with a variety of voices concerned about settling. The boy notes that noble children have at least one servant. Lost in his thoughts, he almost passes by the room he needs. He is amazed at how spacious a room can be, even for 3 people. Joe expresses hope that he won't have to share a room with someone like Verona. While thinking that he would like to live a peaceful life, he hears a voice behind him. Greeting his new friend kindly, the boy tells him that he will be grateful for his help. Joshua sees nothing wrong with supporting one of his neighbors. He thanks him, adding that he was afraid of dying in the process because of the weight of the suitcases. Remembering his manners, the boy introduces himself as Agares, extending his hand to Joshua. He considers this better than dealing with children who want to show off their strength. As he shakes hands, Joe calls himself Asher, saying it is a pleasure to meet him. Saying that this is the first time he has heard of his family, Agares expresses hope that they will get along. From behind, an enthusiastic exclamation is heard, along with a statement that these guys have met. Introducing himself as Icarus, the boy asks his new neighbors to take care of him. Agares screams angrily at his new acquaintance, calling him a scumbag. Joshua knows the name Icarus and can't believe it's the same person. And it's not surprising because he was called the genius of this era, the divine brain. When Avalon was weakened by the war and the disappearance of Marcus, a struggle arose between the brothers. This 10-year power struggle claimed tens of thousands of lives. Ultimately, the first prince won the battle, taking the second prince's people for himself. There were 2 men in this war who made a great contribution, the first of whom was Caesar. The second man turned out to be the strategic genius who led the first prince to victory, Icarus. Now the boy asks why his neighbors are so surprised. He has something on his face. Calling Icarus a commoner, Agares is glad that their paths have crossed again. He also experiences pleasure from what is happening, asking the interlocutor to take care of him. Agares is looking forward to this year. Icarus finds his acquaintance too optimistic. Joe is a little surprised by their meeting, assuming that they clearly did not do this at the academy. The Count becomes thoughtful, because this is the first time he has heard of Icarus having a friend. Joe recalls a story that began in the harvest area of a village south of Avalon. Since one couple could not conceive children for a long time, they adopted Icarus, noticing his talent. Joshua remembers that the image of a commoner haunted the boy, who became the object of ridicule. The only one who extended his hand to Icarus was the first prince, named Kaiser. After Joshua heard this story, he felt that they were similar to him. Because of his youth, filled with nothing but contempt, because of the life taken away by a dear person. Extending his hand to his neighbor, Joshua introduces himself, saying he is pleased to meet him. Icarus reciprocates, expressing hope that they can get along. Joshua thinks that he absolutely must win such a person over to his side. At Agnes's residence, Lucia expresses her understanding that her son has entered the academy. The woman admits that she wanted to see how he acted, considering it shameful. Kane says that the Count most likely did not call his mother because he was worried about his identity being revealed. Lucia says she understands everything and thanks the knight for taking care of her son. Kane says that there is nothing wrong with this and, on the contrary, for him service is an honor. He tells the woman that she has a wonderful son, and she becomes sweetly embarrassed, asking the Sir to stop. A familiar voice is heard from behind, asking what these two are doing here. Both knight and concubine respectfully greet Duke Agnes. The man asks if Lucia is comfortable here. She says that it is even too comfortable. She is unworthy. Arden allows the woman to contact him if she doesn't like something, and she agrees. The escort voluntarily compulsorily suggests talking about this later. When they have moved a sufficient distance, he turns to the Duke, who reacts. Apologizing in advance for his impudence, the man asks why Arden allowed Lucia to stay. The Duke believes that his interlocutor knows, and he suggests that it is due to Joshua's extraordinary talent. At the same time, he changes the conversation by asking about the legacy of power. Arden assumes that his interlocutor is interested in the imperial bloodline. The answer is yes, because if Joe becomes the heir, there will be no end to the hype about the family. Arden says that if blood is the only thing that affects authenticity, it means nothing to him. The Duke says that he will continue his observations, and the interlocutor agrees with this order. In his mind, the man continues his monologue, seriously considering the authenticity of the illegitimate boy. During his first lesson at the academy, Joshua learned a lot about his new neighbors. They were both quite famous in the academy, and not in a good sense of the word. Now they are mocked, saying that a bastard and a commoner are birds of a feather. Amaru Bronstein says that losers are attracted to other losers. Agares, stuttering, asks him if the boy really did enroll as a swordsman too. Joshua, meanwhile, remembers a man he knew, a renowned master of the rapier. Amaru's friend thinks that they will be excellent students compared to these two losers. By the color of their ties, Joshua determines that these boys are a year above them. Amaru says he is ashamed that he used to be friends with a bastard, Agares. Icarus can't resist asking if this guy isn't being too cruel to his neighbor. Duncan asks sharply how a commoner dares to interfere in the conversation, expressing disrespect. An argument ensues between them on this basis, and the second-year student behaves arrogantly. Icarus notes that he said nothing that could be interpreted as disrespectful. Duncan considers the commoner worse than cattle. Icarus, falling, begins to cough. By continuing to insult his opponent, the pure-blooded nobleman crosses all boundaries of decency. Agares intervenes, asking the second years to stop as he thinks they are going too far. He's not just being questioned about covering for his friend. Amaru's gaze changes to one of interest when he notices movement from the side. When Joshua approaches them, one of the second years asks who he is. He no longer believes that he will be able to live a little peacefully and is going to teach the bastards a lesson. Suddenly remembering something, Amaru begins to stutter, asking why he is here. A voice comes from the side saying that he thinks he got it right. The fourth prince states the fact that he has indeed waited a long time for Joshua. Caesar is greeted, but he is only interested in whether Count Agnes is glad to see him or not. When asked if this is really the case, Mook asks what exactly the other person wants to know. Verone asks if it's true that the fourth prince acted as if he knew that bastard. The boy ponders over a positive answer and the identity of the mysterious Frederick. In the end, he tells Mook to go to the moon door and find out about this strange family. The knight tries to object to his young lord, but his voice trembles. He recalls that during his visit to the boy, the latter made the man make a promise. Mook then swore on his honor that he would stop Veron if he did anything like that. Now the man warns the gentleman that the consequences of this could be shameful for the family. The boy tells the knight to shut up, believing that he should not keep his own promises. He orders that instead of objecting, they do what he says and find out about everything immediately. The man looks away, agreeing with his lord's command, but he is torn between contradictions. While the teacher explains the topic, Joe thinks that he didn't mean to draw attention to himself. And yet he understands that if he wants to attract Icarus to his side, he will have to change his plans. Caesar then said that despite the answer he received, he did not intend to surrender. He asked Joe to visit the palace before graduation, but the boy was already planning to do so. The teacher calls Agares' name, and he jumps up, thinking it's time for lunch. Classmates start laughing at this guy's stupidity. It all comes down to blood purity. The teacher asks Agares to be careful if he does not want to go home. He agrees. The man continues the lesson by explaining why the sword is considered the greatest weapon. He gives examples of famous people who use swords in their battles. After the lecture, the teacher asks to answer the question about why the sword is considered the greatest weapon. Amaru says that all other weapons are just trash compared to the sword. He believes that someone who does not use a sword will never be able to defeat a swordsman. The teacher reminds that spears are mainly used in war. He asks for clarification. The guy says we're talking about people with the same skills, not about those who are cannon fodder. Joshua can't take it anymore and says he finds what the guy is saying funny. He's not only teasing the swordsman, but also Amaru's potential relative by talking about the rapier. Curious whispers are heard around, and students become interested in the identity of their new classmate. Amaru tells him to repeat what he just said about the rapier being called complete trash. The teacher warns against fighting, but the boy says he can't ignore the insult to his family. Joshua points out that Amaru himself has insulted people who use weapons other than the rapier. The blonde believes his words are true and offers a duel if his opponent is sure of the opposite. Joshua reminds him of what the teacher just said about students not fighting being prohibited. Amaru provokes the boy by saying that he thought he was something more. Joshua explains that he doesn't want to break the rules, suggesting that they duel in the sparring room. Amaru agrees that this is possible. Besides, they have sword lessons tomorrow. He asks the teacher to allow this sparring, and then the disputes on this basis will stop. The man thinks that this year will be difficult because of the Sten family and this child. In the end, the students manage to get permission, but the use of real swords in sparring is prohibited. Amaru can already look forward to breaking this upstart's bones with his wooden sword. And although he doesn't know what connects them with the fourth prince, he promises to destroy Joshua. This boy, grinning smugly, is thinking about the same thing because it will be funny. The roommate asks if Joe is completely crazy, calling the rapier trash in front of the Sten offspring. Amaru is not one to tolerate such humiliation. He will try to harm his opponent. Joshua is even a little surprised, telling Agaris that he thought he was a carefree guy. The interlocutor says that Amaru is one of the best students of their academy, a descendant of the Stens. Joshua emphasizes that Agaris knows this guy quite well. He confirms this, admitting that they had been friends for quite a long time. In the land of death, in the north of Avalon, two families were able to repel a long invasion of demonic beasts. One of them was Amaru's father, and the other was Agares, covering for his faithful old friend. This great friendship, born at the crossroads of life and death, is known even among the nobility. This became the reason for the acquaintance of Agares and Amaru, but the bastard could not become his friend. For this reason, the boy wants to stop resisting and ask the second-year student for forgiveness. Joshua chuckles, asking if he really wants him to apologize to this upstart too. Icarus explains that Agaris is only saying this because he is worried about his new friend. Joshua says the only thing excuses can do is make your skills worse. If you want to fulfill your destiny, you must work on yourself to the point of exhaustion. Joshua ends by saying that otherwise he will have to live in someone's shadow until the very end. When the door closes behind him, the neighbors look at it in silence for a while. Zero asks Mook if he wants to know about a man named Asher Fen Frederick. He confirms these words, saying that all he knows is that he is new to Avalon. The man asks to tell everything about this person, promising to give in return as much as is required. Zero says that their organization has a very, very high tariff. Mook is slightly puzzled. The guy says the stakes are raised when it comes to those they have a special relationship with. The knight repeats his words again, saying that he is ready to pay absolutely any amount. Zero gives in, voicing what he wants, and his interlocutor, hearing him, asks again, dumbfounded. The man estimates that some cities do not earn that much in taxes in a year. Zero asks Sir Muck to come as soon as he has carefully considered the terms of the deal. The man is so thrown off balance that he doesn't even really know how to react. Zero mentally addresses Joshua, saying that this will be an investment to make the enemies afraid. The guy believes that as soon as this happens, Varan will stop at petty revenge, getting scared. He wants his partner not to worry and to find the red coin for them as soon as possible. According to the Academy's rules, they allow students to go wherever they want after classes are over. This allows Joshua to focus on regaining the strength he has lost. The boy does all this in the mansion that Duke Agnes prepared for him. The divine and demonic energies in his body are in constant turmoil, unable to combine. Joshua intends to synchronize and stabilize the mana using Bronto's power. An attempt to obtain even more energy by feeding it with mana ends in an explosion. The boy hisses from the bright light, forced to close his eyes to avoid burning his hands. It's not a good idea because the very next moment Joshua is thrown back by a splash of water. Hitting his head on a rock, the boy loses consciousness and falls into a black abyss. After a while, he forces himself to open his aching eyes. As Joshua lifts himself off the rock he hits, he winces in pain and gasps. He understands not only that he has lost consciousness, but also that he cannot yet fully control his power. And yet the boy cannot deny the fact that control is already much better for him. As Joshua prepares to repeat the exercise, he suddenly realizes that the workout is missing a crucial component. The attempt to find Rugia does not lead to the desired result, which raises a number of questions. The boy's torment is stopped by a voice forcing him to stop, calling him an idiot. The twisting stream of energy turns out to be familiar to the Duke's son. The boy remembers that it is called subspace magic, and the voice continues to speak. Saying that his stupidity knows no bounds, he asks how Joshua could have overslept in such a dangerous place. When the boy asks who he is, the interlocutor introduces himself as the greatest Lord Rugia. Joe finds out that he slept for 3 days, during which the spear's essence protected him, which is puzzling. He recalls that the same thing happened earlier when he reached the 3rd level. The difference is that Rugia's form has changed, and he now appears as a child. But the entity says that this is not important now. Joshua clarifies what it means. Rugia suggests that before getting to know the enemy, you should get to know yourself, because you are not in a perfect state. The entity asks Joshua if he wants to get some information from him, and he asks again. Rugia says that the origin crystal has more than just elemental power. The truth is deeper. The interlocutor invites the boy to think about the unique powers of each source crystal. And after that, he advises trying to think about what kind of power Bronto has. Joshua follows Rugia's advice and begins to analyze the power of the lightning attribute crystal. Rugia suggests that the answer to this question will help him achieve his goals in the fastest possible way. Thinking about what the entity said, the boy slowly repeats its words after it. Rugia suggests that he stop playing the fool and remember his intention to take revenge on the traitor. Among the crowd of students entering the auditorium, the cheerful voices of Icarus and Agaris can be heard. The first one thinks that his friend has a lot of funny stories, while the other one thinks that his interlocutor has a boring life. The boy is distracted, paying attention to someone standing nearby who is also looking at him. Noticing that his former friend's gaze was directed directly at him, Amaru abruptly turned away. Agares follows his example, but he is very bad at hiding his feelings. Duncan asks why the hell those 2 scum are still in this place. He says that if he were in that company, he would have run away from them together with that boy, Asher. Agares asks them to finally stop pestering them. Those standing behind him mock him. They ask how he can ask them to stop when his neighbor, after causing a fuss, ran away. Duncan says the place will be cleaner once they get rid of weeds like them. The teacher entered the classroom and asked the students what they were doing there. He reminds them of the rules regarding fighting, saying that otherwise appropriate action will have to be taken. When he sees the boy being thrown, he mentally admits that the mistake is entirely his. The man does not want the situation that arose before to repeat itself again. Just as he thinks about Asher, an apology for being late sounds from behind him. The boy says that he had to leave for personal reasons, and the teacher mentally gasps in surprise. Looking at him tensely, the teacher tries to understand why the boy is digging his own grave. The boy's return does not bring joy to his classmates either. Their thoughts are negative. The teacher tells everyone present to remain silent, reminding them that the lesson will begin soon. The man asks Asher to take his place, already addressing him with the words about the beginning of the lesson. Now that it has come to this, the teacher is going to try to stop what is coming. He's going to postpone the practice lesson, afraid of what that scoundrel Amaru is planning. Not only the descendant of the Sten family, but also many others are watching the incinerating gaze that has arrived. But he doesn't pay attention to them, calmly following and settling into his rightful place. Agares asks why he came back. Rumors about his family's situation are circulating throughout the academy. The neighbor still stands his ground, saying that it is not too late to apologize to Amaru. Joshua laughs at the old song and promises to show his friend how to defend his beliefs. The student is about to add a strong word, but his eye catches movement. When Icarus fidgets periodically, it becomes possible to read him like an open book. But Joshua doesn't have time for childish quarrels. He has more important things to do now. The memory of that conversation with Rugia bursts into my head like a sharp arrow. The boy will then ask the entity how it knew that he wanted revenge. He wonders if the spear really traveled into the past with him, and he's concerned about Bronto. The entity, as usual, answers evasively, to which Joshua asks it to stop making jokes. Rugia remains dissatisfied. He says that he is not obliged to give the boy any tips at all. Joshua doesn't make a sound, listening intently to every word the entity says. When he asks about the conditions, Rugia's mood changes. He needs the right solution. The entity wants Joshua to reconnect with the connections he had in his past life. The boy is confused by the words about taking better care of himself, he explains. Rugia advises the interlocutor to hurry with the answer, otherwise he will fall asleep. Joshua understands that in this case he cannot think for long, so he agrees. The contract with divine artifacts has special power, so the entity gives a hint. Bronto's power is not prediction at all. That prophetic dream has a different kind of power. In short, Joshua saw this because of one of the two powers that lay dormant within him, the divine. When the boy asks again, Rugia says that this divine power is God's. Rumor has it that a connection is established between the priests and the god in the days leading up to danger. Joshua's dream represents something similar, but the subjugation of the second force is also important. If this succeeds, no man will be able to stand against Joshua von Agnes. And most important of all is the origin crystal, Bronto's true power. And it lies in growth. The boy thinks about the true meaning of this word. Amaru asks the teacher if he is really going to go back on his promise. The man pretends not to understand what he is talking about, asking what the student means. The boy reminds the teacher that he approved of the sparring between him and Asher. The blonde man says that if this is cancelled, the insult will affect his entire family. The man himself understands the consequences perfectly well, but he desperately thinks about how to get around it all. Amaru says he's not going to let Joe get away with this. He's going to take advantage of this opportunity. The opponent says that they are thinking about the same thing. He also did not intend to ignore the situation. Adding fuel to the fire, Joshua promises to show his opponent how useless the rapier is. Students run down the hallway telling the uninitiated to move aside. They don't want to miss the fight. They are interested in why this newcomer has returned, because they are sure that he will get his due. The training room was already filled with those who like to judge a person by their appearance. Icarus offers to apologize to Amaru. Joshua is amazed by his friend's persistence. The fair-haired man believes that either the Count will not win or the enemy's family will not let it go. Joshua, grinning, says that then he will have to defeat each of them. Although the boy is silent, it is clear from his look that he thinks his roommate is crazy. Reading his thoughts, Joshua suggests making a bet. Icarus asks about the stake. The young duelist proposes that both sides bet one wish. Icarus is unclear about his interlocutor's intentions. He just wants to stop this sparring. When asked why he puts his wish on the line, Joe replies that he never thinks about such things. Specifically, the young count never thinks that he might lose to someone like Amaru. The rage reflected on his face is also in his thoughts. The blonde is confident of his victory. The teacher asks Icarus to give up trying, to delay the sparring, and they will not be able to do it any further. As he leaves, the boy advises Asura to value himself more because he cannot handle such responsibility alone. Joshua thinks something has happened to his neighbor, as he has never heard anything like this from him before. The teacher, acting as referee, declares the duel to begin, calling out the names of both opponents. As Amaru takes his stance, he is supported by a roar of approval. The duelist's face is distorted by a grimace, and those present also fill the hall with bewildered exclamations. They don't understand why Joshua closes his eyes. They suggest that he just give up. Even though the Count has reached the third stage, he does not intend to use this power to defeat Amaru. Instead, he wants to win using only a spear, because nothing is more important than the basics. Now Joshua sees the paths he is accustomed to and believes that he can achieve more in this life. Amaru asks his opponent if there is a limit to his arrogance, since there is no excuse for it. The boy, in all seriousness, declares that he does not intend to allow such treatment. Calm as water in a calm sea, Joshua says that he is satisfied with this attitude of his opponent. It literally takes one move for him to deprive his opponent of his advantage. Amaru gasps in disbelief, unable to believe his eyes. They are not the only ones here because the very next moment the boy falls to the floor unconscious. Those present cannot believe their eyes, nor can they believe that everything ended so suddenly. The referee is no less amazed than they are, as he has never seen such an outcome in a student fight before. Ina lets out a frustrated sigh, saying that Joshua isn't going in the right direction. Icarus wonders in his mind why this girl called Asher Joshua von Agnes, and the winner gets the satisfaction of finally being able to master extreme speed. He could only dream of the enlightenment of the 6th stage of magical spear mastery in the past. Ina's voice is heard in the girls' dormitory at Avalon Academy. The girl thought that he would live a quiet life, but he made such a fuss. The man who appeared in the ball greets Ina, to which she calls him father. She asks why he doesn't answer, whether there are problems in the kingdom. The man answers negatively. The girl achieves her goal. Her interlocutor tells her about the murder of Viscount Vig by storm. Ina tenses up as she asks questions about the magic tower, fearing they've been exposed. The man puts forward a theory that Joshua has obtained the thing that the members of the magic tower are looking for. He reminds them that if attention is paid to them, their plans will disappear into oblivion. The girl shares that Joshua started causing problems as soon as he came to the academy. The man finds this funny and assumes that the duchy will replace the heir with him. Ina doesn't understand how it's possible to replace a legitimate heir with a bastard, her father explains to her. The man asks if Duke Agnes would not prefer his own child to someone else's. The man sitting in front of Joe notices that a lot of time has passed since the head of the Fredericks disappeared, and they were not known for their military service. So the question arises, who is this boy? Joshua stands his ground, under a piercing gaze, saying that his name is Asher Fen Frederick. The man looks at him for a while longer, then gives in and stands up. He says that such cases have occurred, and he doesn't care at all what the boy is up to. Only such changes are undesirable because Amaru was from the Sten family. What Joshua said to him could have been regarded as an ordinary childish quarrel. The young count says that he will take full responsibility for this incident. The teacher says that around this time last year, someone else thought the same thing. Hearing the Douglas name, the boy understands what it means, but still asks. The man says this problem cannot be solved by simply taking responsibility. The division of the hierarchy and groups has already taken place a long time ago. Amaru, naturally, is also a part of it. The man clarifies whether his little interlocutor understands what this could mean. Joshua talks about the segregation of students by rank and the inaction despite the ongoing violence. He asks if it is normal for a person who considers himself a teacher to do this. Joshua believes that such a person cannot teach him anything. Bad habits never go away. The interlocutor says that there are things in this world that will never change. Under his frown, Joshua says that only cowards throw around such words. The man advises the boy to join the Imperial Order if his only goal is graduation. Joe doesn't understand the meaning of these words, because he remembers very well that he rejected Caesar's offer of permission. The man hurries with an answer. The young count says that he does not want to waste time here. The teacher misunderstands him and expresses joy, but his interlocutor interrupts him. Joshua says he's not going to run away in disgrace with his tail between his legs. He says that he is not a coward, as some say about him. On this note, the Duke's son decides to take his leave, saying goodbye to his teacher with the utmost respect. His former interlocutor doesn't detain him, although he really wants to, only watching his back. With a sad smile, the man asks Sime's Kun Duncan if he thinks the same. Joshua reflects on his decision and what he recently said to his teacher. Although he was planning to leave, he would have to do so only after he had sorted out all the problems. A voice comes from behind, addressing the boy by his full but false name. Amaru asks him to listen, as he needs to tell Joshua something very important. The boy turns away, saying that he has nothing to talk about with people like him. Then Amaru sees no point in delaying, offering his apologies while the trail is still fresh. He admits he was wrong, saying he laughed at the spear before he understood the matter. Joshua is confused. He didn't think this guy could overcome his pride. The young count says that it doesn't matter anymore. Forgiving, Amaru can't believe his ears, amazed. But in this case, he asks his interlocutor to teach him something, and now he is surprised. Amaru wants Joshua to teach him his extreme speed technique. The student doesn't know what to be more surprised about, the request or the desire to learn a specific technique. Amaru says that he knows very well that speed is very difficult to achieve, especially like this. Joshua's attack was direct. The blond boy felt like his whole body was twisted. Joshua is mentally amazed that Amaru understood the principle in just one strike, and he is amazed that this little boy is not ashamed to ask to teach him something. Blondie begins to sense something is wrong, wondering whether his interlocutor will be able to teach him or not. Joshua says it's not hard to learn, but he has one condition. All he would have to do was provide young Count Agnes with some sort of information. It will concern the Academy circles, and Joshua also wants to know about Sime's Kun Douglas. The Emperor is informed that an urgent letter has been received from the Swellow Empire. The man thinks and remembers that the letter was supposed to come from another empire, Drax. The magician confirms this, saying that he said he was going to speed up the plan he spoke of. Marcus suspects that the resistance was even more fierce than he expected. Jacques says that there is something else he must report, and his interlocutor asks for details about the content. He is told about Joshua entering the academy under a different identity and his defeat of Amaru. The Emperor is amused not only by a single-blow victory, but also by superiority over the pride of the Empire. The man gives orders to Jakin for Joshua to join the Imperial Order no matter what. Hearing the words that Marcus is ready to write a recommendation personally, the magician becomes seriously tense, and the unsuspecting boy at the same time thinks about the Academy Circle, Araxia. Joshua thought that this division was just childish, but Amaru's words made him change his mind. The children of powerful nobles form the circle to accumulate power for the future. Joshua understands the teacher's concerns, but also that there is nothing sensible that can be done about them. He believes that if he solves the problem, it will be easier to win Icarus over to his side. Just as Joshua has time to think about this, the door opens, letting in the aforementioned person. Ikar asks what he is going to do because they say that the Stens will soon send someone. The boy believes that this family will certainly do something to restore their reputation. Ikar adds that the circle of the Araxia Academy will deal with the humiliation of the nobility even earlier. Joshua says he has a way to solve both of the problems his interlocutor mentioned at once. He hesitates before asking clearly what this method is. Joshua believes he needs to demonstrate his powers to force others to submit. Icarus thinks that he wants to refute these words, but remembering the duel, he does not dare. Joshua asks his interlocutor if he remembers the bet they made. Icarus replies that he remembers, and the young count announces his intention to make a wish. And then, in an extremely serious tone, he says that he wants the boy himself as his prize. The latter, misunderstanding his interlocutor, asks in bewilderment what he is talking about. Joshua says that he knows Icarus's abilities and asks to use them only for him. He promises to think about it if the Count actually does what he says. As soon as the last word is spoken, Icarus hurries to leave the room, slamming the door. Joshua expresses hope that after this conversation he will become closer to the boy. Cain tries to control his ragged breathing, not taking his eyes off his opponent. He understands perfectly well that he has not yet reached the level capable of defeating his opponent. He also asks if the knight really thinks he can protect the Lord with such skills. Arden expresses hope that the opponent, on the contrary, will not interfere with his master. The guy says he has to become stronger, so he's sure this won't happen. The man is interested in the reason for such a desperate desire to become stronger, which forced him to change weapons. Cain answers honestly, speaking of the promise Joshua made to him, which he believes. That's why the knight is going to become stronger to protect his lord. Arden, appearing very close, says that he praises his opponent's will. And then he strikes, knocking the air out of the guy's lungs along with the cough. As soon as Cain flies away, the man turns to someone standing nearby with a request. He asks the healer to heal the knight, who unquestioningly agrees with his duke. In his mind, the man admires his son for managing to so quickly acquire a devoted person. Observing the young people, the duke finds the current circumstances amusing. Baron Head, approaching the gentleman, expresses relief that he was finally able to find him, and he says that he received information that the empire will begin to progress with that matter. The duke asks about the source, to which the baron merely hands his overlord a piece of paper. Having studied it carefully, Arden states that the very thing has finally begun. Swellow is as large as Avalon, her main specialty being horse riding. But the empire faced the problem of the independence of the Principality of Trans. The vassals give advice to His Majesty, urging him to begin acting immediately. The Duke and General Altman express confidence in their abilities, waiting for only one order. He is reminded that that man and Lucifer are the stars of the nine of their empire. This man's name is Gondar. He is a sage and the senior prime minister of the Swellow Empire. Hearing the words about neighboring nations, Altman is outraged by such a comparison, considering it unacceptable. The ruler asks the two to stop, saying that he knows very well about the magnificence of Duke Altman. However, he believes that one should not be too overconfident and unconditionally believe in victory. Verona says that the entire empire will be in disarray, which will create even greater danger. Altman apologizes, acknowledging His Majesty's words and saying that he was thinking drunk. Verona turns to the next interlocutor, wanting to hear his thoughts on this matter. He believes that the more Avalon and Falbata delay, the longer the other kingdoms slow down. This is especially true for the empire of Falbat, where the papal elections are currently taking place. Verona exhales, remembering the problem that prevented them from paying attention to trance. He begins to get rather tired of the continuity of the moments that stop them. The man forbids reckless actions, but asks that the troops be prepared to move into battle. On this fine note, His Highness declares today's meeting concluded. The subjects politely bid farewell to the ruler and disperse, but there is one who is in no hurry. Verona asks Marco if that person is Trans's point of support, and the man confirms. The Prime Minister adds that everyone knows this despite the fact that he does not show himself. The Emperor remembers the knight of eminent rank, Wintro, and involuntarily tenses up. As he leaves, he wonders if it is wrong to wish for the happiness of the city's citizens in the world. Marco believes that concepts such as happiness and peace can only be found in the strongest. The ruler smiles sadly, saying that strength is needed to protect happiness. He thinks hard, but no longer allows others to eavesdrop on the direction of his thoughts. Agara's gaze pierces through me. He is much more silent today than usual. Looking at his opponent, Joshua is mentally amazed at the intensity of his roommates. The boy wonders why Icarus came to him first, and now he. Agaras asks his friend to stay away from Araxia, otherwise he will have to pay. After his fiery warning, his interlocutor asks if he is really afraid. To Agar's bewilderment, Joe asks if he is really afraid that the same fate as Simeis awaits him. A verbal response is not required. It turns out that just seeing the boy's face is enough. Joshua says that no one will say a word to him if Agaras runs away, but this is dangerous. This is how one can lose oneself, and the Count asks if his friend is really going to run like this until the end. He thinks for a few long moments, but suddenly speaks up. Agares blurts out the question heatedly, asking what the hell Joshua knows about this. Araxia is led by Veron himself, a group that is an insurmountable wall for the less powerful. Joshua thanks his friend for the information, as the leader turns out to be a convenient person for him. Agares doesn't understand his interlocutor at all. He asks what he means. However, he doesn't even intend to answer, leaving the boy alone with his thoughts. He seriously thinks about his neighbor's words, trying to understand what this convenience means. In the private room of the Circle of Araxia, the question is asked why not get started since everyone is already gathered. Natasha is asked to slow down, asking why she is always in such a hurry. The girl considers Gevorg too carefree, assuming that the Marquis Cromwell is worried. The boy says that family and his life are different things. He wants to enjoy the moment. A third voice speaks up, asking to stop arguing, as now is not the right time for it. Veron says he heard about Amar losing to someone named Asher Fen Frederick. Natasha wonders if this is true. Gevorg makes fun of his interlocutor. Veron again pulls them up, believing that they have no time for jokes. They cannot be frivolous. His interlocutors are skeptical about this, but he says that Asher beat him too. The boys begin to worry, especially remembering this one's close relationship with the fourth prince. Natasha suggests recruiting the boy so that she can later use him to her advantage. The atmosphere in the room changes dramatically when Veron asks what she means by that. Gevorg says that he agrees with Natasha. There is no point in caring about someone who has dishonored the family's name. Veron reminds his interlocutors of how much Amaru cares about this man. Besides, he can't watch that bastard Asher walking around within the walls of their academy. Joshua lets out a heavy sigh, thinking about the fact that the headmaster of the academy had called him to his office. The boy regrets that now his quiet and carefree days at the academy have gone out the window. Gathering his courage, Joshua exhales again, knocks on the door, and, entering, gives a fake name. The boy reminds the director that he was called, but stops short when he sees his interlocutor. He says that by order of His Majesty, the Emperor, he came to deliver a message. Taking a small velvet box in his hands, the boy immediately opens it. The ring inside it awakens memories, reviving events of the past. Joshua remembers the man, then saying he had something for the boy. Arden said that for helping the master of the magic tower, he gave him a ring as a reward. Looking at this ring, Joshua wonders if he should change his plan a little. When his interlocutor had finished his remark, the boy asked him who he was. He replied that he was a member of the intelligence organization, Black Wind, and reported directly to the Emperor. Joshua knew this squad very well because his friend from a past life was in it. The Emperor wanted to know, having rejected Caesar's offer, whether he wanted to submit to his will. It was Marcus's will that the boy should join the imperial order the following day. The Emperor's order is absolute, so you must visit the palace as soon as possible. Joshua had heard that the Emperor was an energetic person, but he imagined it differently. One thing is certain, he has a keen eye for people. Swiftly rushing through the air, the fist successfully reaches its final target. The boy who received the blow bends in half, inertially releasing air from himself. Unable to stay on his feet, he falls and starts coughing, trying to breathe. Icarus is ordered to get to his feet immediately, because he and his opponent are not finished yet. Agares asks to let his friend go, reminding them that they promised not to interfere in other people's affairs. Addressing his interlocutor, Duncan tells him that there is something he still doesn't understand. What is happening now concerns not only others, but also himself. The boy starts to stutter out of excitement, asking what they did to them. Gevorg asks who said that Agaris specifically did something wrong, and he is perplexed. He is told that his past sin lies in his relationship with his brother, now with his friend. Agaris asks if the circle really thinks Asher considers them friends. Veron says he's not sure about that, but this guy definitely loves to interfere. The role of these two is to be hostages who will come to rescue. Agaris will just have to do the same thing as with his older brother. The boy remembers the one who loved him despite the fact that their mothers were different. And then he was considered a nuisance, beaten in front of his younger brother, Agares. The boy remembers the threats that Veron made, promising to cripple Simeis. But now he remembers not only such a distant past, but also the words of a new friend. Agaris understood what was going on without him, and what Asher said only gave him courage. Rushing at his opponent, the boy says that he will no longer achieve his goal. The blow comes from a completely different direction. The voice asks who he is hissing at. Veron resorts to threats, saying that if Asher does anything, their families will pay. Icarus, who has come to his senses, speaks up, causing surprise among the members of the circle. The boy says that they have no dignity since all they can do is take hostages. Duncan starts to get indignant, but Veron interrupts him, asking again and smiling. No one dares to speak at moments when the leader has something on his mind. The same one, having reduced the distance to the limit, looks thoughtfully at his hostage. An evil grin appears on his lips when the boy says that this interests him. And then he hits Icarus in the face with all his might, not even allowing him to put up a block for defense. Kicking the boy mercilessly, Veron says that in this world, only the strongest survives. He says that none of this would have happened if they had silently eaten their leftovers. It's all the fault of the pathetic attempts of the trash to change something. The nobles cannot tolerate such things. Agaris tries to break free from the tenacious grip, and the one holding him enjoys the spectacle. He starts to speak, asking what Asher will say, but falls silent. Veron is also forced to shut up and stop when his full name is called. The approaching one asks if he can tell why their promise was broken. Joshua, looking only at his opponent, promises that he will regret what he did. Veron screams heartbreakingly, wondering if he really thinks this is close to the insult inflicted. Joshua says that harming his friends is punished more severely than it seems. Hearing the word friends, Agaris even stops resisting. He is so surprised. Joshua continues speaking, promising that Veron will be punished for what he dared to do. The opponent orders him to stop, saying that he is capable of causing harm to more than just families. The words that he can blame everything on Joshua and kick him out of the academy do not touch the guy. Veron laughs madly, asking what the son of a family in decline is capable of. Natasha thinks Joe is better than she imagined, but her colleague doesn't share this interest. He recalls Joshua's recent words and asks if the girl is ready to be punished. And then he turns to the enemy, asking whether he will be able to stand up to those gathered. They are not sure of this guy's strength, believing that someone who is not of noble birth is not capable of such a thing. Natasha is sure that no one can cope with them, except perhaps the Agneses or the Tremblins. Veron declares that he will put an end to this right here and now, but first he wants to know something. The boy asks why he returned the ring to him, since he knows about its properties and power. Joshua calmly replies that he does not act as dirty as people like him. Veron laughs, dismissively waving away the phrase and preparing to teach a lesson. He says that this ring is much more amazing than one can imagine. You just need to pour the required amount of your energy into it, and then he will be able to gain power that will far surpass his current opponent. Veron tells Asher that in this place he is not able to change anything on his own. The sophomore is going to show the freshman how stupid his opponent was. Gevorg never ceases to be amazed by the leader's superiority, even though they all have rings. When Natasha dreams of a new accessory, she notes that her father is unlikely to fulfill such a whim. The girl is annoyed that Veron has a grudge against Asher, who has taken a liking to her. The boy says that with a nature like hers, he would bore her in a day. As Veron begins to say what he feels when he looks at Asher, he thrusts his sword into the slab. He is angry because this guy reminds him of Simeis, who rebelled against them. Veron bursts out laughing, remembering that this upstart remained bedridden for life. He says that the same awaits his opponent, but falls silent, seeing that he is moving from his place. Veron moves the sword closer to Icarus, recalling his recent words. He asks again if Asher is really ready to sacrifice his family for the sake of the degenerates. Clenching his fist and extending it forward, Joshua clarifies that it was he who said it, and with the words that in this place everything depends on the strength of your family, the boy stuns those around him. Varen can't help but ask where someone like him got such a ring. Joshua, not listening to him, says that he too can show him the strength that he is proud of. Natasha and Gevorg cannot understand where someone like Asher gets such a huge amount of mana. Screaming, the boy comes to the conclusion that such a thing is simply impossible. Seeing Asher in front of them, clad in this armor, those around them are speechless. Even Varen is at a loss, beginning to realize that something is wrong here. He asks the enemy how someone like him can wear armor with that crest. After all, it belongs to the family of Duke Agnes and is called the Knight's Tomb. The others are also very interested. They don't even know what to think because Babylon has graduated. Gevorg begins to understand who Asher might be and shouts out his guess. Joe asks again if it was Varen who said that everything here depends on the strength of your family. He reveals his identity, voicing his true name and asking what now. Varen can't put two words together coherently, stuttering and then breaking off. Natasha intervenes in the conversation, saying that there was a misunderstanding they didn't know. Joshua rudely shuts the girl up, saying that her opinion wasn't asked. He continues, telling them not to even dare think that he would spare them. Gevorg reminds us of who they are and what harm will result from causing them. Joshua turns the question back to his interlocutor, asking if he wants to make an enemy out of the Agneses. Gevorg hesitates, mentally understanding perfectly well that such a confrontation will not end well. Joshua lets everyone who wasn't involved in harming his friends go. Gevorg and Natasha shudder as if from a whip, hearing that the boy will judge them. The innocent begin to remember that they supposedly still have unfinished business, and thus the large crowd of students thins out completely, leaving the leaders of the circle alone. Varen tells them to come back, saying that he will not let this kind of behavior go on so easily. Joshua advises him to take care of himself because today is the last day of Araxia. Backing away in fear, he asks in a trembling voice to close his eyes to something like this at least once. Joshua feels confident that he has already given this man a chance. Varen hesitates, not knowing what to do, but nothing is required of him. For in the very next moment, he flies past his comrades at enormous speed. Leaving them both with their mouths open, the boy crashes into a rock at full speed. Magic armor disappears from such a powerful blow as if it had never been there. Gevorg and Natasha look at him with bewilderment, then turn their gaze to Agnes. He is already heading towards the boy, forcing him to swallow and watch him with an unblinking gaze. Addressing Gevorg, Joshua tells him to take his friend and go home. He suddenly gains courage, saying that the official successor is Babylon. Gevorg says that nothing will change, and Joshua will definitely regret this day. The boy grins, saying that he is looking forward to this moment. Natasha turns out to be smarter, asking Gevorg to help her. Varen needs to be taken to the infirmary urgently. Realizing that this decision is reasonable, the boy runs away, cursing in frustration at the circumstances. And only after these guys are sure to leave does Joshua allow himself to breathe a sigh of relief. A voice makes him turn around, asking what all this means. Joshua notes that everyone has their own secrets, including Agaris himself. However, the guy apologizes for the fact that his friends had to go through this because of him. Icarus assures him that he is fine, and Joe notes that he doesn't look all that surprised. The boy agrees, saying that he had suspicions from the very beginning. It's strange that someone from a family in decline would come here. Such people wouldn't attract attention. Icarus says that everything was clear since Joe was the only one from a fallen noble family. The latter says he didn't know this, mentally convinced that this guy is an excellent strategist. Most likely, this is what gave him the confidence to confront an army of millions. With a changing expression, Icarus asks the young lord why he is looking at him with such a look. He replies that it's all about the guy's eyes because they are very beautiful. Asking the question mechanically, a relatively recent memory involuntarily comes to mind. King Anthony, who dedicated his life to liberating trans, died at 72. The girl sitting on the pier cries bitterly, unable to contain the sobs bursting out. The man's hand, which had fallen weightlessly on her shoulder, left him just as quickly. A voice is heard nearby, reminding the princess that they need to let go of the deceased. It takes time to stop the uncontrollable sobbing, but the girl manages to cope. Once this happens, the man in the boat is sent on his final voyage. Turning to the warrior, the princess gives him a silent command in the form of a nod. As the man takes aim, a memory appears before his eyes. Dying, His Majesty regretted that he could not do business, but was lounging around. He said then that he entrusted the Trans Empire to his interlocutor, placing his fate in strong hands. Wintro can't get this moment out of her head along with other thoughts, but he is going to ensure Trans's independence at all costs. As the man points his arrow at the boat, he addresses his master with these thoughts. By making such a promise, the knight asks the deceased king to sleep peacefully. After seeing the deceased off in silence for some time, the girl finally speaks up. Turning to Sir Wintro, she says that by her father's will, she leaves Trance to him. The man solemnly promises the princess to dedicate his entire life to this country. He thinks that now that King Anthony is dead, there is no longer any time to delay. The knight is going to fight not only Swello and Avalon, but also the Magic Tower. This is necessary in order to master the source crystal, Magma. Smiling, Storm states the fact that he saw the Avalon Academy with his own eyes. Looking at the sky, Joshua thinks it's time for him to prepare to leave this place. When the boy first came here, he didn't even think that he would have to leave so quickly. Joshua wants to get into the Imperial Palace as quickly as possible and get something from the vault. The boy can already imagine how surprised Cain will be when he receives news of this. Turning around at the rustling sound coming from the bushes, Joshua soon sees a stranger. Expressing joy at such a long-awaited meeting, the man says that he was looking for a boy. Joe asks who he is, and he belatedly remembers that he forgot to introduce himself. Introducing himself, Storm promises to spare the boy if he gives up Bronto voluntarily. Joshua runs through the possible future outcomes in his head and begins to speak. He suggests changing the location, saying that this place is not suitable for this kind of conversation. The man is surprised by the reaction, because he expected anything but this. Smiling, he compliments the boy on his wit and lets him lead the way. The academy is already at a considerable distance, almost invisible behind the treetops. The boy walks so confidently as if he doesn't even think about stopping. The man calls out to him. He asks how much longer the boy plans to go, because this is already more than enough. Joshua asks if the other person really thinks that way. He doesn't understand what the question is. Joshua says that since they have gone far enough, they will not be disturbed in this place. He's not going to give up Bronto without a fight, and his opponent asks if he's been lured. Joshua is confident that in a one-on-one fight he will not lose to any magician. And attacking the enemy first, the boy activates the aura explosion technique. It is so strong that it can be seen even many miles from the battle site. Joshua himself feels the full force of the attack that has just been carried out, and he begins to lose his breath. But it doesn't seem like the man is having a hard time. He praises the boy, considering him the strongest in the stream. Tripping him, Storm says that it still won't be enough. As Joshua is thrown to the ground, a single cough escapes from the boy's chest. The opponent is going to start with the baby hand, seeing that he is not going to be obedient. Joshua believes that if you let your defense down, you could lose unintentionally, and he calls upon his Rugia to help, knocking the wind out of the enemy in turn. Jack doesn't say the words out loud, but in his mind he calls the boy a damn brat. Realizing that his affairs are bad, the man has no choice but to resort to that technique. Joshua watches his opponent closely, then suddenly jumps to his feet. Storm materializes elsewhere, thinking that it was really dangerous. The man asks if Joe killed the Black Ogre with the lightning power emanating from that spear. Deftly intercepting the handle of Rugia, who had returned to his master, the boy asks. He wonders why on earth he should answer his interlocutor's question. Joe thinks his opponent is stronger than expected, but he has already absorbed Bronto. Storm says that if this is the case, he has no choice, and he will do everything the old-fashioned way. Joshua says he is misunderstood because he would rather die than speak. The man says that this will not be necessary since we are talking about mind control. A lightning bolt striking the ground becomes a distraction, costing Joshua his advantage. Storm isn't about to give the kid a head start, immediately using the lightning blade. Joe is amazed that the enemy is using fourth-class magic by speaking words. The man, meanwhile, says that he is not going to kill him, but will only leave him dying. And without hesitation, but throwing his hand forward, he uses the lightning spear. Joshua is confident that anyone who comes under such an attack will certainly die. Meanwhile, the spear finds its target, illuminating the area with its bright light. Storm expresses hope that the boy will now behave more calmly. Looking away, the man whistled approvingly at what he saw. While fending off the attack, he compliments him, truly considering his actions to be quite good. Thanking the man for his heartwarming words, the boy attacks from a completely different angle. The enemy asks to stop fighting so cheaply and finally show something worthwhile, and he immediately asks if this is all that a student of the Imperial Academy is capable of. Gripping the shaft more comfortably, Joshua wipes the smile from the face opposite him. He believes in showing tension, but at the same time maintaining composure. According to his plan, Joshua should move as simply as possible. Storm notes to himself the excellent control of this guy's mana. Its density is high. The boy, meanwhile, appears right in front of him, moving his spear aside to strike. The attack is not long in coming and turns out to be more powerful than all the previous ones. The man, dodging, says that for a brat, the opponent has quite a lot of moves. Joshua, appearing behind him, says that he does not want to hear such things from the magician. He goes for a wide strike, but Storm avoids it again, changing her position. Now the man attacks the boy from the side, and it is his turn to dodge. Having successfully done this, Joshua lands on the ground, instantly finding his opponent with his gaze. Calling the boy a cockroach, Storm suggests finding out how much longer he can hold out. These words are followed by a series of movements and attacks, from which Joshua runs away. Storm uses her very same technique, catching up with the boy in a lightning-fast movement. Cursing in frustration, Joshua realizes that he can't do this anymore. Jack says he heard there's nothing more shameful than losing to a mage in close combat, and the man offers to feel and enjoy this humiliation on his own skin. Joshua mentally gives the order not to block, but to take everything upon himself. One of the opponents uses the first stance of magical spear mastery. He uses lightning strike from her, and the second one uses lightning blade to counter it. Joshua is thrown back. Even breaking with his legs does not help him stay in place. Then the boy drives Rugia into the ground, slowing down the movement only in this way. Storm pays him another compliment because even a knight can't stand up to something like that. And yet the man says that this is not all, continuing to menacingly advance towards his opponent. Saying this is his last chance, Storm tells Joshua to give him Bronto. Noticing the lightning spheres, the boy assumes they were installed during the attack. Storm advises not to move, because these things can rush at the boy if he squeezes his hand. Joshua asks if he really thinks he'll give up. His opponent talks about shame, saying that in this case nothing can be done. The man clenches his fist. Not wanting to allow the irreparable to happen, the boy prepares a counterattack with a warlike cry. He uses the second stance of magical spear mastery, the second stage of the furious storm. At the same moment, repelling enemy attacks, a gigantic crackling column rises into the sky. The man admits that the boy continues to surprise him. He wanted him dead. Storm can't believe the little enemy could even stand up to something like that. The wounded Joshua manages to find the strength to stand on his shaky legs. He doesn't make a sound even when he sees the spheres rising into the air again. Storm explains that until the enemy is destroyed, they will not disappear. Believing that the boy has reached his limit, the man expresses his slight disappointment. Jack asks the boy to show off his genius skills one more time. He, gritting his teeth, remains silent, watching the metamorphoses taking place in the sky. The man laughs, asking if the boy doesn't have the confidence to accept it. Saying he's not going to stop, he activates Rune Flare. The boy looks at what is happening ahead silently, despair taking hold of him. Rugia mockingly asks what he is doing. Did he really give up so easily? Joshua is surprised. Looking from the spear to his enemy, he notices the changes that have taken place around him. At first, it seems like time has stood still, but in reality, everything has only slowed down. Rugia asks if Joshua isn't even going to use his new power. The boy considers the enemy too strong, but the spear reminds him of his principles. Joshua always chose the path of destruction, regardless of the circumstances and enemies. The boy thinks about these words seriously. Fortunately, time allows. As he grips the handle more comfortably, he remembers that he has survived every battle. And it didn't matter who his enemy was, because his name was Joshua Sanders, the greatest spearman. Looking at the chaos unfolding before him, the man bursts into a shrill, mad laugh. He is sure that no one could survive something like this, let alone some boy. Joshua, on the other side, prepares himself by speaking words about magical mastery of the spear. With each new word spoken, the boy's limbs were filled with energy one after another. This completed third stage is called the Path of the Demon by the Magic Knights. After finishing casting the spell and meeting all other conditions, Joshua makes the roll. It cuts through the very essence of magic, absorbing mana in its path, carving its way through. The enchanted weapon flies straight to its target, causing the latter to be extremely perplexed. Stuttering with fear for his life, Storm utters just one word, and the next moment, the space for many kilometers from here is illuminated by light. Rugia flies further, unable to stop such a huge speed. Storm manages to avoid the collision at the very last moment by moving. But Joshua isn't going to let him go that easily, even finding him among the trees. The spear, already returned and in his hands, crackles terrifyingly, foreshadowing death. Unable to believe what is happening, Storm asks himself a question in his mind. The very next moment, an explosion occurs, splashing streams of mana in all directions. Approaching his opponent lying on the ground, Joshua grips the hilt of the crackling Rugia. Storm, trying in vain to bring his breathing back to normal, speaks of two types of energetic principles. He doesn't manage to finish speaking. The man's head falls limply to the side, becoming limp. Almost at the same moment, Joshua feels something rising up from within, asking to get out. He tries to hold back a cough that is bursting out, but only manages to muffle it. Looking at his dirty hands, Joe realizes that he was lucky. He could have died. A sudden sound from behind makes the boy involuntarily cry out in surprise. Moving with lightning speed, the static passes through the small body, causing a scream. Joshua doesn't want to believe it. He wonders if this is the end. And at the same time, he understands that if he closes his eyes now, he will finally be able to rest. Rugia, turning to Joshua, tells him to hurry and start moving his mana. Just make sure to do this before Bronto absorbs Jack's mana and goes into berserker mode. Clenching his fists, the boy fills his chest and gathers the last of his strength. The space around is illuminated by such a bright light that this place has never seen before. In the meeting room of the Academy's faculty, a conversation is taking place among those gathered. This is about concealing identity. It's not new, but Joshua's case is special. Chikirta says that no one revealed their origins, especially in front of their peers. His neighbor reminds him of who the student is and thinks it could end badly. The interlocutor says that remaining silent will also not have a positive effect on the Academy's reputation. The director of the Academy, Stein Ein Albert, chuckled thoughtfully at the bickering between the two. He reasons mentally, considering the problem to be that the children of nobles are involved in this. Chikirta suggests expelling the impudent child from the Academy as a lesson to everyone. His colleague notes that such a decision can only be made by the academic service. Chikirta blames Teacher Kane for the fact that this is precisely what is causing the problems. The man says that they don't even know the reason for such an act. They need to figure it out first. The opponent thinks otherwise. One of the compelling reasons is causing harm to Veron. Kane asks if power has clouded his mind so much that he is willing to sacrifice his child. The man appeals to the others to express their opinion, to see if everyone agrees. His colleagues look away in shame as soon as Kane addresses them. He is speechless, unable to believe his eyes. He had never even imagined anything like this. Chikirta mentally rejoices, already anticipating the imminent promotion that is just around the corner. Kane finally comes to his senses and reminds that no academy has ever expelled students. Moreover, he believes that Joe should be rewarded for stopping Araxia's evil activities. The opponent does not share this position, saying that Kane's remark is shameful for everyone. He also thinks that it is shameful to speak like that, openly informing Chikirta about it. But his teacher is not the only one shaming him, addressing all his other colleagues as well. He reminds them of who they are, saying that people like them don't have to be like this. The opponent tells the speaker to stop. He doesn't want to continue listening to nonsense. The man reacts with bewilderment to the consent spoken by a familiar voice. The man entering, turning to Teacher Kane, says that he completely agrees with him. Upon seeing him and his companion, the director of the academy becomes confused and begins to stutter. For those who entered are counts, and not ordinary ones, but Sten and Agnes, the stars of the Nine. When asked what they are doing there, Arya, Amaru's father, says he couldn't ignore the mess. Arden asks if the father of a child who made a mistake shouldn't report to the academy. When asked not to be formal, the man retorts by saying that he thinks completely differently. After all, this is a meeting. And on top of everything else, it is being decided what Joshua's punishment will be. Arius says that hiding one's identity is indeed wrong, regardless of the reasons. And then, turning to the ethics teacher, he clarifies whether he doesn't have the same opinion. The man is puzzled by such close attention to his person and becomes confused. Arden grins, asking the Joker to stop, who just as good-naturedly brushes off the reprimand. The Duke is asked whether the reason for his visit is to conceal the fact that he has a false identity. All eyes present immediately and fearfully turn to the person asking the question. The director asks his subordinate to watch his expressions. Such things cannot be said. The Duke assures the man that everything is fine because he really came to the academy because of his son. Agnes is reminded of his own words about children being the ones who will lead the country into the future. From the interlocutor's agreement, the magic teacher, Cecil, concludes that this place was created for the sake of children. The man notes that the teacher's decisions will depend directly on the Duke. Cecil believes it is wrong that the blame for such misdeeds lies entirely with the students. The director begins to worry, asking his subordinate to stop to avoid a potential incident. Chikirda also joins in with the opinion expressed, starting to talk about the influence of Agnes. Laughing nervously, he believes that they have only one way to solve the current problem. Arius gets involved, noticing how the teachers, who had previously turned a blind eye, have changed their tune. The fact that the man knows how his son was abused makes Chikirda nervous. Arden softens the edges, saying he's not here to pressure the academy to please his son. The director is completely at a loss, confused as to why Duke Agnes is here. He says that after hearing that his son had insulted the Stens, he came to ask them for forgiveness. But since Arius had already left for the academy, the Duke had to follow him. The Count says he hasn't forgiven Joe, and a good ending is only possible if he apologizes personally. Arden suggests he'll be surprised, and the man says he's looking forward to meeting him. Returning back to the faculty meeting, the Duke says that he considers the personality problem to be serious. He intends to punish his son accordingly, perhaps even resorting to expulsion from the academy. The information overwhelms those present so much that they are speechless. Meanwhile, Joshua, lying in a completely different place, begins to come to his senses. Squinting in pain and hissing, the boy forces his body to respond to the orders to move. Finally, he manages to stand up. The young Count carefully surveys the space around him. The boy's voice sounds hoarse as he calls out the name of his former opponent. In fact, Joshua never thought he could kill Storm with his frail body. The boy tries to stand up, lost in his thoughts, as a terrible pain pierces his body. He doubles over and hisses, trying to understand why the sensations are so strong. He couldn't even imagine that it was possible to experience such a hellish feeling. A familiar voice tells the boy to stop whining and pull himself together. He calls Rugia by name. Spear asks the owner if he feels the growth, and he suddenly realizes that he does. The meaning of unique growth capacity now takes on a completely different meaning. Rugia reassures her master, saying that he won't turn into a decrepit old man anytime soon. Bronto's power only stimulates growth to the point that is optimal for the owner's body. The entity prophesies that in 5 years the body of its owner will be fully developed. But at the same time, there is something else that Joshua needs to know. The boy becomes wary. To begin with, Rugia warns her master that this is just a guess, but he thinks that Bronto might have awakened by absorbing the power that had lost its master. Rugia believes that this is what is behind the boy's rapid growth. But in general, it is considered impossible to store the source crystal in the human body. At the same time, thanks to this, the curse of Joshua, called the Master, fell from him. The boy is amazed, asking his interlocutor for clarification of the information, while feverishly analyzing it himself. Joe is amazed that the entity took care of this too, and asks it what it is. Rugia asks if the owner will regret this, but does not understand what he is talking about. The spear explains that the question is whether the boy can handle the information about who it is. He says it doesn't matter if Rugia doesn't say so. Joshua refuses to use it. Spear tries to laugh it off, but his interlocutor is serious and says everything directly. Joshua has no intention of using an object unknown to him for purposes unknown to him. Rugia is not thrilled about this, but gives in to the boy's unyielding persistence. He says that he is the greatest of all creations, the perfect being, Rugia. The boy clicks his tongue in irritation, realizing that he can't get anything out of this nasty creature. As he leaves, he regrets that he did not throw away the spear immediately, then stops the owner. Rugia reminds him that there is a contract between them. Joshua doesn't remember that. But the interlocutor is sure of the opposite, because without willpower, it would have been impossible to conclude such a contract. Joshua clarifies that it was he who signed the contract, and Rugia confirms these words. It all happened at the exact moment when the great spearman returned to the past. The boy asks Agaris if he has decided to run away from him again. He finally asks them to leave him alone, asking what Amaru is trying to achieve in this way. The second-year student can't stand it any longer, blurting out that Joshua will be expelled like Simez. The blonde man suggests that his opponent do something since the boy exposed himself because of him. Agaris asks what he even knows to say such things. He continues, asking how Amaru can talk about his feelings so easily. Agaris is confident that his interlocutor does not know what it is like to be confronted with absolute power. The fair-haired man remains silent, fully understanding that the person standing opposite him is right. He also doesn't utter a single word. The room is filled only with suppressed sobs. Finally, Amaru speaks up, admitting that he has envied Agaris since childhood. The blonde's older brother never stood out in the family, being the most ordinary one. He tried to keep the younger one away from the title of heir due to his talent. Simei's was different. There are not many people in the world who show love to their brothers. Amaru was envious from the very beginning that Agaris had such a wonderful older brother. He asks to protect his friend, Joshua von Agnes, and then he will help him in return. Of all the words Amaru has spoken, the one that sticks out the most is the word friend. The boy shudders as if from an electric shock, confirming the correctness of his interlocutor. In a fit of emotion, grabbing Amaru's hand and squeezing it tightly, Agaris thanks him warmly. As he runs away, he admits that thanks to him, a great idea came into his head. Remaining standing in place, Amaru mutters something in confusion, watching the retreating back. A cheerful male laugh rises into the air, after which its owner turns to his interlocutor. Arius thanks Arden for entertaining him well. The faces of the teacher's council are unforgettable. The man asks what the Duke will do if the old foxes really do expel their son. Arden proudly says that he has a backup option, joining the Imperial Order. Arius admires, saying that now he is even more interested in getting to know this guy. Arden wonders how his friend found time to go to the academy, and he answers. He says he had to make time for it because Joe had brought shame on the family's art. The man says his friend's face makes him pause the progress of this important investigation. The question of Swallow arises between them, about what happened after the death of King Anthony. They, led by Duke Altman, attacked Trans with an army of 200,000. Despite this, they were completely routed, and the commander-in-chief was seriously wounded. Arden does not understand how this could have happened, since the enemy army was insignificant. Arius believes that only one person in Trans could rise to the level of master. He asks his interlocutor if he thinks that it could only be someone they know. The only reason the Empire did not fall was the outstanding Knight Wintro. Throwing his hand forward, Joshua gives a war cry, ordering his opponent to come out. The attempt ends in failure, so he makes another similar move. The boy doesn't approve of Rugia going into hibernation again after his ridiculous monologue. He ponders the meaning of the words, demon god's weapon. Although everything, at first glance, is obvious. The demon god is at the top of the hierarchy of demon kings and is worshipped as great. The boy can explain miracles identical to the one that happened recently only by divinity. The boy is pulled out of his thoughts by an enthusiastic voice announcing the discovery of the person he needs. A crowd of students runs towards Joe, calling him the hero of the day. The boy does not understand what is happening. Friends say they were looking for him, asking where their roommate had been. Joshua, delighted to see his friends, admits that he is very glad to see them. The kids ask what happened to him and say that the whole school is in an uproar because of him. Agaris says that he will not run away anymore, and Icarus speaks of a single goal. Joshua doesn't quite understand the message his friends are sending him. Agaris then explains that they are all here to speak out against the punishment of the guilty one. Araxia doesn't have the slightest chance to stand against them. There are only about 100 of them. Joshua still doesn't believe it, so he asks if it's true that they gathered for him. Agaris teases his friend, saying that he sees tears, and he, visibly embarrassed, retorts. Icarus says that there is nothing wrong with tears, and besides, he is always ready to wipe them away. Joshua exhales, realizing that he is ready to trust these people and allows them to joke. Slamming his hand on the table, they ask the director why he is leaving the offender in the academy. Chikirta reminds her interlocutor that there are still children from noble families at the academy. Meanwhile, Stein is trying to understand why Count Krovel also supports them. The interlocutor recalls that the king of mercenaries recently joined this family. And because of this, as he heard, Count Font sent young Lady Charlie to the Agnes estate. The interlocutor clarifies the reason for this decision. Chikirta confirms this assumption. The man chuckles thoughtfully while the ethics teacher continues to speak. He offers to leave everything to him in case of doubt, promising to take care of everything. Their conversation is interrupted by someone bursting into the director's office without knocking and shouting an appeal to him. The man reports that students have gathered together to organize a protest. Chikirta giggles disgustingly, emphasizing that this is exactly what he was talking about. He is confident that justice will be restored to the academy after Joshua's expulsion. The puzzled speaker carefully corrects the man, saying that it is the other way around. The students are protesting not for Joshua's punishment, but for the punishment of the Araxia student group. Chanting words of protest, the students call on the commissioners to disband the Araxia circle. Natasha says that she would destroy everyone if only she knew how to use magic. Gevorg asks the teachers what they are going to do with all this mess. Chikirda's words that he will sort everything out are countered by the remark that it is already too late. Teacher Kane is confident that his colleague will not be able to escape responsibility for this matter. The opponent is furious, asking since when does someone like him have the authority to dissolve Araxia? Kane reminds us that one of the students lost any future because of this circle. Chikirda says that his colleague has no evidence to support such statements. Kane reminds that he himself is a witness to what happened to C-Maze. He also knows about all the leaders of the circle, which was the reason for his deprivation. Chikirda suggests that he not act like a saint after so many years of inaction. Joe asks the sycophant if he really thinks his position is better. According to his wishes, the boy is ready to take responsibility for special access. Gevorg believes that after expulsion, the illegitimate child will be treated like trash. He has no doubt that Duke Agnes will not tolerate his bastard's irresponsibility. He suggests that Joe stop tarnishing his family's honor if he truly cares about it. The boy grins and remarks that this matter has nothing to do with the Agnes family. Joshua says that despite his last name, he will hold everyone involved accountable. Slowly, as if savoring it, he approaches and calls out the full names of Natasha, Gevorg, and Veron. And he says that it will seem to all of them that every action has a reaction. The enemy is silent, but mentally has a conversation with himself, noticing his trembling hands. This is incredibly infuriating, and Gevorg asks if Joe really thinks he will go unpunished. Chikirda approaches the director, urging him to action through manipulation. This time, the man does not fall for the provocation, saying that he agrees with Teacher Kane. In a place that was supposed to be untouchable, something unacceptable happened. It's wrong. The interlocutor notes that in this way, the director could lose his job. He believes that it is much more important to do what is necessary here and now. The ethics teacher is at a loss when he hears these words, because he was confident that they would take his side. Gevorg intervenes in the conversation, saying that Stein is wrong, and the most important thing is the position. As an example, the boy cites Joe, who supposedly will never become the heir to the family. The words that the question of succession could change hit him like a blow. Those present cannot believe that Duke Agnes and Arius themselves are standing before them. Arden, meanwhile, says that the one who has strength can reach the top in their family. The man reminds him of his words about how he himself considers Joe stronger than Babylon. The boy doesn't answer, but he mentally wonders what the Duke is doing within the walls of the academy. Arden recalls the academy's rule that children solve problems on their own, but he asks if they might have decided to make an enemy out of this in the Agnes family. Gevorg remains silent, but mentally curses with annoyance because the Duke heard everything. Arius says he had no intention of supporting Arden, but asks to be allowed to give advice. He expresses confidence that insightful people like Gevorg will understand everything. The boy speaks up, even though he is trembling with fear, saying that they understand everything. The man expresses satisfaction, but at the same time tells them to stay away from his son. Arden remarks that it's time to get down to business and asks Joshua to follow him. The boy's lips stretch into a smile as he agrees with the man, calling him father. The ruler clarifies what he heard, asking about the severity of Duke Altman's injury. The advisor says that he was not seriously injured physically, but the psychological shock was severe. His Majesty assumes that he will have to visit his subordinate in person. Someone remarks that this man is now nothing more than a defeated general. Captain of the Imperial Knights, Albert, believes that such a person does not deserve personal attention. The rest of the subjects join the speaker, finding a common scapegoat. Albert says that the general, who is in the majority, challenged the enemy, who is in the minority. But in that situation, they had all the advantages in both quality and quantity. The man believes that for such a miserable defeat, this person must be punished. The emperor is amazed that even in this situation, these people continue to be selfish. He begins to think about his brother, but remembers that he is now ruling the country. The ruler notes that the Duke is not the only one to blame for the defeat that took place. He sees the main reason as the lack of collected information, so the result is as follows. The priority is to develop a strategic plan for their next steps. The captain suggests sending even more soldiers, including several masters. The advisor considers Duke Musk's plug to be extremely bad, since everyone is looking at them now. He is offered to observe the situation for some time. The emperor agrees with the proposal. The old man notes that Trans is now waging an information war, making them look like aggressors. The discussion is interrupted by the news from someone who burst into the hall that they have big problems. When asked what happened, Lucifer receives the answer that Trans has chosen a ruler. The nobles begin to be indignant about this because Trans is under their control. His Highness, first of all, is concerned with the question of who is elected king of the country. The knight begins to speak, laying out all the conventions and postponing the time of possible anger. Wanting his interlocutor to figure everything out for himself, he talks about who will marry the princess. And this man is an outstanding knight, and his name is Wintro. Arden asks if it is true that the interlocutor received a decree from the emperor himself. The son confirms these words, admitting that initially he wanted to study at the academy peacefully. The Duke says that Joe's face says otherwise and asks about his intention to take advantage of the recommendation. The boy says that in reality he is just an ordinary helpless citizen. Smiling, Arden asks his son to take care of himself, who asks about such a quick farewell. The man says that all he wanted to know was intentions. Arius is perplexed and asks what kind of dismal dialogue he just saw. The man asks if they can now, in that case, move on to his pressing matters. Expressing joy at the meeting, Arius asks Joe if he knows who he is. The boy says he knows the man as a proud knight of Avalon named Steen. Arius is internally shocked, but outwardly remains calm, noting Joshua's calm. The boy sees no point in running away from someone he must meet anyway. Arius says that then he will have to take responsibility for what he said about the rapiers. Joshua bears the pressure in silence, looking unwaveringly into eyes above his own. Before answering, he takes a deep breath and exhales. And then he says that he doesn't think so at all, which surprises his interlocutor. Yet Joshua does not believe that there is any weapon that can surpass the spear. Arden, who had almost left the room, froze cautiously, turning halfway around. Arius gives a wry smile before taking his next steps. The familiar energy flares up, turning into a much more powerful flow of mana. The man believes that one must be very brave to say such things in his presence. A hiss escapes Joshua's chest as he struggles to resist the force of his opponent's power. Now he knows what the bloodlust of a master-level person is like. The pressure is strong. But despite this, the boy is absolutely sure that he can cope with something like this. Noticing the change in the look of the boy standing opposite him, Arius chuckled in surprise. Meanwhile, Joshua takes a step forward and fills it with his mana. The flow turns out to be impressive too, and the Count's legs give way from surprise. Joshua says the ability to demonstrate everything in practice is a strong argument. A man cannot verify that a 10-year-old is capable of piercing his spirit so much. The man suddenly bends in half and exhales, half choking, half laughing. The next moment, the option becomes obvious, as Arius bursts into mad laughter. The boy becomes afraid for this man and cautiously calls him by name. It was now completely clear to Arya why this child was called the greatest wielder of mana. The man is simply incredibly interested to see Joshua's face when he experiences despair. The Duke interrupts his frantic flow of thoughts, forcing him to stop in a tone that does not require objections. Arius comes to his senses, remembering that there was another person in the room. Arden calls out to his son, who obediently responds to his call. The Duke says that if Joshua really wants to leave the academy, he will allow it. The boy mentally repeats the words about his promotion to at least the 3rd Battalion. A smile appears on the lips of the Duke's son, because this request is a trifle for him. Solemnly striking his chest, Joshua says that his lordship's will be carried out. Meanwhile, in one of the rooms of the Duchy of Agnes, one man is breathing unevenly. Rapid breathing is the cause of a high fever. The woman moans painfully. In this delirium, Vanessa calls her boy by name, alternating with drawn-out sighs. Approaching her bed, the captain asks if this worries his mistress, and she answers. The woman's speech is unrestrained, because summoning her son to the imperial palace would disturb anyone. Vanessa confesses to Siphon that she can't even sleep due to anxiety. He listens to her attentively when she says that all this is happening because of Joshua. The man makes a decision and voices it to the sick, announcing his intention to go to Acadia. Vanessa jumps up in indignation, asking how he dares to act without Arden's permission. Siphon notes that at this rate, along with her fear, their entire plan will go up in flames. He believes that it would be better to at least try to realize what he has planned than to wait for death. The woman says that the imperial palace is dangerous even for someone like Siphon. After hearing the words that he could lose his life, the man asks his interlocutor a question. He asks her if she has forgotten that in the past he was also a member of the Order. Besides, if he had to give his life, Siphon would gladly give it for Vanessa. The emotion that appears on the woman's face does not linger for long. She immediately speaks. Vanessa asks the knight to return unharmed, because they have great things ahead of them. Although he agrees, he's well aware that this could be their last moment together. Joshua continues his training by slamming his makeshift weapon against a similar dummy. Following the trajectory of the structure's flight and analyzing the impact, the boy slowly exhales. An involuntary chuckle escaped his lips as Joshua remembered what had happened recently. He couldn't even imagine that Count Steen was such a sleepwalker. It made him shiver. After this, the boy begins to discuss the reason for the Duke's will to rise to the battalion. He must want his son, having received a new title to leave the duchy, having identified an heir. My thoughts are interrupted by the feeling of someone else very close. Jumping up, the boy shouts at the stranger, asking who he is. The feeling of being alone again hits him just as suddenly, and Joshua is puzzled. The boy exhales in embarrassment, wondering if today's sensitivity might have made it seem that way. And yet, the next moment, measured steps are heard ahead, dispelling the guess. The interlocutor praises the boy, admitting that he did not believe that he would be discovered until the very end. Zero says he would have been seriously hurt if that stick had hit him directly. Joshua is surprised by the visit of a friend, asking him what he is doing there. The guy admits that there is a problem and needs to be informed about the order details. Zero needs to leave Acadia for a while, so the information will have to wait. Joshua suggests that his interlocutor is leaving because of the Principality of Trans, and he is surprised. In response, the boy says that he was just about to say that he also needs more time. Hearing the words about the Imperial Decree, Zero is surprised, but immediately suggests alternatives. Zero asks the other party not to worry about the time limit regarding the search for the coin. The guy also believes that it is time to provide the client with fresh information. Zero keeps the suspense going, and Joshua urges him on, asking for at least a hint about the direction. The interlocutor replies that this information concerns the god of war. Drax was leading Grace. The organization discovered that he had some kind of relationship with the Avalon Imperial family. Joshua is waiting for a continuation, but time goes by and it still doesn't follow, which is disappointing. Zero notes that the boy is not surprised, saying that such things are common knowledge. The guy is surprised that Joe knows about Drax's connection with Marcus, but this is not true. This is news. The boy thought his goal was connected with Caesar, but not with his father, the Emperor. Joshua clarifies whether the Moon Door is 100% sure that the information is true. Zero says they are confident that the information is of a fairly high level of reliability. Hearing further words, Joshua confirms his suspicions about the interference in Swellow. They want to put Drax, the invincible god of war, whose skills are close to the master, on the throne. The man addresses Emperor Swellow's nephew, his lips stretching into a predatory smile. Arius wonders why he has to do something so annoying to the pathetic family. The advancing people tell the man to shut up, amazed at his impudence and obscenity. The Count remarks that some blood will have to be shed, but of course, not his. The knight who has rushed forward and is standing closest to the enemy forces himself to blink. Meanwhile, Arius is already eliminating the one standing behind him, rushing past like a whirlwind. While the warriors try to figure out where the enemy is, he eliminates them one after another. Realizing that things are bad, the commander orders the shields to be formed. And the very next moment, the knight's weapons fall into the ground one after another. The commander gives the order to activate a technique called the mana shield. The knights almost simultaneously pronounce the necessary words, putting up a magical barrier. Almost immediately, a wind rushes past, striking the force field protecting the structure. Amazingly, the attack achieves its goal, leaving a furrow on the hard surface. Moving away a little further, Arius admits that he finds this technique very interesting. But then he also wants to show something to his opponents. He politely asks them to take a look. The man is interrupted, reminded that there is no time to enjoy the process. Arius is surprised at first, but then expresses relief that his interlocutor has arrived. Literally a moment later, several attacks hit the knight's protective barrier. Watching Duke Tremblay's movements, Arius greets him in a friendly manner. The new character of this battle, meanwhile, strikes, proclaiming him a saint. As soon as it hits the already cracked common shield, a powerful explosion occurs. Covering himself up to breathe less of this dust, Arius expresses his dissatisfaction about this. But he admits that he was always impressed by the man's sharp movements. Gestalt asks Arius why he always takes everything so lightly. Even though they are now in the borderland, this does not change the fact that they are in enemy territory. The interlocutor does not understand the reason for the excitement, because they were not ordered to bring the emperor's head. Gestalt ardently declares that knights must always give their all. Arius considers this old grumbler to be sullen and meticulous, despite his outstanding abilities. He has more fun with Arden, especially imagining Joe having experienced the taste of despair. Gestalt asks why there was a mention of Drax. The man is amazed at his friend's hearing. He says he did it because he doesn't like the situation they are in. Besides, Arius doesn't think that something like that could deceive people like them. Gestalt believes that they must follow orders strictly. The rest does not matter. Arius makes fun of him, hinting that they are now dancing to the tune of an ordinary brat. With a heavy sigh, Gestalt says that he finally began to understand the man's words, regarding the fact that you can't take your eyes off Arius because this man has a mind of his own. Meanwhile, at Avalon Academy, Joshua can barely contain his emotions. Thinking that he wanted to leave quietly, the boy asks Icarus if he is serious. He asks to allow his former roommate to become his servant and always follow him. Joshua clarifies whether he really wants to become a servant, since he is currently a nobleman by status. Icarus is more confident than ever, saying that he will follow his master even to the imperial palace. Joe reflects that he would actually be interested in watching the boy grow up. He asks Icarus to be honest, assuming that he does not really want to be his servant. The boy says he wants to prove his worth by being on the side of someone like Joshua. The latter becomes curious about the spoken words and repeats them thoughtfully. Icarus asks if Joshua himself had asked him to become his subordinate earlier, and he confirms. The boy believes that his interlocutor will reach heights capable of surpassing the name of the Agneses. And when the time comes, Icarus wants the genius to use him like an artist's brush. Joshua believes that there is no more reliable person than the one who is now in front of him. So he begins to speak, to which he receives sincere gratitude from the lips of Icarus. But Joshua disarms the boy with a happy smile on his face, saying that he refuses. Icarus clarifies the reason, assuming that the interlocutor believes that he will be of no use. He notes that even if that is the case, Joe has nothing to lose, since he is not doing this for the reward. Icarus continues to try to defend his point of view, but his opponent interrupts him. Joshua says the person he's talking to is too special to waste his talent on. He suggests that if the desire is so great, he should try to change the academy and improve it. Joshua believes that it would be better for Icarus to remain in a place where vast knowledge is concentrated. Even if they are not the most reliable, it will still be the best thing for a friend. Joshua says that he also does not want his people to become his servants. Icarus is confused for just a moment, repeating to himself the words spoken by this guy. Immediately after this, a grateful smile touches his lips, and the boy speaks again. Covering the stranger's hand with his own, Icarus promises to prove his worth to the young lord at the academy. Beautiful flowers attract the girl's attention, and she can no longer pass by. The third princess, Erona led by Grace, asks her father to look at these beautifully blossomed flowers. Approaching her, Lucifer remarks that this is how it should be. Flowers are always beautiful. And yet the smile fades when the man involuntarily looks away, pausing. The change cannot be hidden from the girl, because she continues to look straight at her father. Approaching, Erona asks the man if he is thinking about his brother Demer again. Lucifer can't help but sigh wearily before he begins to speak. He wonders if he had given up the throne to his brother, the people of the Swellow Empire would have been happier. Something tells the man that in this case the relationship with Trans would also be better. Erona speaks sincerely, carefully starting with the fact that she doesn't understand everything in the world. And yet the girl believes that with the future her father mentioned, the people of the Empire would have suffered more. Erona says she will never forget people's smiles, and her own face lights up with happiness. The girl remembers very well the day when people looked at their future ruler with hope. Erona considers her father not only someone she is proud of, but also the son of their empire. She asks him not to blame himself, because she and the people do not want to see the ruler in such a state. The man is silent for a few moments, enjoying the warm feeling, and then thanks his daughter. However, he says that even if that is the case, at such moments he cannot help himself. Lucifer is completely confident that there has never been a more reliable person than his brother. Aaron reminds him that no one has seen him for a decade. He doesn't care about the Swallow Empire. Hearing the fluttering of wings in the sky, the man looks up, chuckling thoughtfully. Looking at the proximity of birds, he sees in them not only animals, but something deeper. Lucifer remembers how close the Swellow Empire and the Principality of Trans were once. The peaceful conversation is interrupted by the news of a message received from the border guards. The point is that the Principality of Trans attacked the Baker estate and slaughtered about 1,000 people. This truly shocking news horrifies not only the young lady, but the man too. Meanwhile, in the residence of the first magician of the Imperial Palace, the activation of the ball takes place. The man politely asks the owner of the magic tower whether he invited him. The interlocutor greets him, to which Evergrande expresses hope that no problems have arisen. The elder answers negatively, but teases his opponent with words about his departure, which caused the downtime. Asking for his forgiveness, Evergrande says that he has no excuses for this. The owner says that the reason for their connection is different, and asks about the Emperor's attitude towards the magician. A smile blossoms on the man's lips as he says that everything is more than fine with him. The interlocutor suggests that the Emperor of Avalon does not allow the magician to spread his wings because of his character. He expresses confidence in the support of the fourth, most promising prince. However, he believes that his interlocutor chose the wrong one. He does not believe that Caesar will inherit the throne. While Evergrande experiences shame as well as defeat, the tower's master continues. He suggests thinking about changing the candidate before it's too late. Starting to speak under the watchful gaze, the man stops short of saying a word. He falls deep into his thoughts, remembering what he saw then. On the day the magician first met the fourth prince, he felt something inexplicable. Evergrande is pulled out of his memories by his interlocutor, who says that he wanted to suggest something. The old man talks about killing Storm, which causes genuine amazement in the magician. He offers Evergrande to take this man's place because this position is very important. The opponent abruptly refuses, assuming that the tower's owner expected this. He confirms this by talking about another goal that the interlocutor is striving for, and he asks again. John asks Evergrande not to play dumb when he mentions the Avalon Empire's treasury. He begins to describe this place in vivid detail, which prompts a clarifying question from his interlocutor. The head of the tower notes that every magician is infinitely greedy for the truth, hence the knowledge. Jan says his offer always stands, so he'll hold the spot for Evergrande. But still, although the old man is ashamed of this, he wants his interlocutor to listen to him. The tower master asks Evergrande to conduct an investigation into Jack's murder. Standing before the gates, Joshua notes how much time has passed since he was last here. The guard tells the boy to stop, saying that the palace cannot be entered without permission. He asks Joshua to provide a pass or coat of arms to confirm his identity. The boy declares that he has come to take part in the bloody battle of the Berserkers. Hearing these words, both guards cannot contain their astonished exclamations, but they pull themselves together and look at each other, immediately nodding in unison. One of them laughs, asking this child if he even understands what he is talking about. They promise to forgive him this time if he goes home immediately before it's too late. A smile appears on Joshua's lips after he asks if these people find it funny. He moves closer to the one standing in front, allowing the guard to go and report to the right people. Joshua activates his ring, revealing exactly whose mission he has come on. Hearing these words, the name, and seeing the coat of arms of the Agnes family, the guards are no longer so confident in themselves. Bloody battle is one of the privileges that allows one to join the Order of Imperial Knights. This is possible if you win a fight with an active knight, but they have their own rules. Joe doesn't just want to join the Order. He wants to rise to the 10th rank of the 1st Battalion. But only the title will be a bonus. The boy's true goal is something located in the treasury. Stopping in front of the wall, he remembers that this place is called the Palace of the Beautiful Flower. It is amazing that only by going through the same path as in the past life, Joshua ended up nearby. The boy is interested to know whether she is still imprisoned here or not. He lowers his gaze shyly and forces himself to believe that it is not yet time for this. First, he needs to do something and leave this for later. But as soon as he takes a step, a voice is heard from behind, asking if anyone is there. Joshua is silent and barely breathing, but the interlocutor on the other side does not stop, asking again. Introducing herself as Circe, the girl asks the man standing on the other side of her prison to talk. Joshua remembers this girl from the Britton family very well, so he dives deeper into the memory. Their acquaintance dates back to the time when he was first in the Avalon Palace as a mercenary. She treated the guy warmly, disregarding his status. Joshua did not feel any love or longing in her. At that moment, he was simply grateful to a sweet girl named Circe. Now, not receiving an answer from her interlocutor, she asks him to state his name. Turning slightly, the boy considers whether he should speak at all, and yet he gives in, but introduces himself by his former name, not Agnes, but Sanders. At the Imperial Palace, Swello is defying His Majesty. The voice belongs to Albert. He believes that other nations will consider them a laughing stock, and this worries him greatly. His Majesty says he does not propose to forget the matter entirely. The captain reminds them that they found the trans coat of arms at the scene. The door swings open, letting in words that this is precisely the problem. This is what they brought the nation to by taking office through their own arrogance. This young man's name is Lucius. He's the first prince of the Swello Empire. Instantly putting a serious expression on his face, the man respectfully greets the emperor. He answers more informally, but at the same time politely. Lucius continues according to etiquette. Rising, he begins to talk about the reason why he was in such a hurry to get to the palace. It lies in these idiot nobles who occupy their positions. They are indignant. Lucius asks which country will benefit more. Albert thinks trans. Smiling, the interlocutor says that it is for this very reason that he considers them all useless. Albert asks impatiently who else, besides trans, could have attacked them. The young man brazenly suggests that Musk should use his last bit of brainpower before it's too late. Lucifer notes that provoking conflict between nations is beneficial to everyone except trans. If we exclude Falbot, who is busy with the papal elections, the most likely choice remains Avalon. Meanwhile, in the aforementioned state, the ruler is informed of the latest news. They concern the successful completion of missions by Duke Geschalt and Count Arius. Marcus gives the news an excellent rating and asks about what concerns Swallow. The magician says that nothing has been decided on this matter yet. He is putting forward his own assumption. The emperor finds this unexpected. He thinks that it is the merit of old Veron. Jacques carefully says that this is not all the news, which makes his interlocutor even more interested. The mage speaks of rumors regarding the death of Vig, who was the manager of the Locke estate. The emperor chuckles, asking if it is possible that Arden has learned of their plan. Jacques says the investigation revealed nothing of the sort. The Duke was in Acadia at the time. Interrupting the speaker, Marcus asks if he has managed to figure out the identity of the killer. The man tenses his whole body, swallowing nervously, and then falls to the ground. Jachin, fervently asking for forgiveness, admits that he did not have the ability to do this. Marcus waves it off, suggesting to forget about it. He considers his interlocutor incapable of this. Instead, you need to arrange a meeting with that person because he may have information. By the way, it is said that the man's daughter was supposed to enter the academy. The emperor asks to be more specific as to whether this refers to the academy of their empire. The interlocutor confirms this by first giving a false name for the girl in question. After this, he voices his real name, and Ina's last name turns out to be Grace. Duke Agnes stands proudly before his opponent and invites him to attack. The enemy does not deny himself anything, attacking Arden with a war cry. Since it doesn't require much effort, he coats the weapon with mana at the last moment. The collision of two blades causes an explosion, so powerful is it. Arden notes that his protege still has a lot to learn. But Cain does not want to give up. He warns his opponent that this is not all. Easily fending off the attack, Arden calls the knight's movements out loud interesting. He still doesn't give up, and once again grouping himself, rushes to attack his opponent. He praises the speed, but notes that these movements have no weight behind them. A familiar tread is heard behind, and after it stops, the same voice is heard. Baron Head respectfully greets Duke Agnes, who continues his training. However, he listens to his interlocutor, asking what the matter is, and says that the conversation will be about Joshua. The boys set out for the royal palace. This news astonishes the man, causing him to become distracted. And this brings the Duke closer to a point he would not otherwise have reached. The enemy's sword comes unacceptably close, causing the man to become stunned. And yet he manages to take control of the situation, because it's not for nothing that he is one of the stars. Rising on trembling hands, Cain hisses in pain, amazed at his opponent's resourcefulness. He, approaching, is amazed at his son, who is acting calmly after the incident. The man asks Cain what he thinks about his lord's actions. He begins to stutter, asking the Duke if they weren't just sparring. The man asks to understand him correctly, remembering that his son asked him to do this. Cain is dying to know why the hell his lord would ask his father to do such a thing. The man, meanwhile, expresses a desire to approach himself if the knight is shy. Cain jumps to his feet and, screaming, rushes at the enemy, showing initiative. Arden knocks his opponent out of his wits and says he's moving too slowly. Cain falls to the ground again and again. The weapon he was defeated with turns out to be a twig. The young man appears to have lost consciousness, and Head speaks up. The man believes that his lord should not take out his anger on this youth. Arden asks if it's better to take it out on the one who arranged all this, and asks about 20 families. The interlocutor says that they are not particularly active, but the Villises are ready for an official protest. Head is interested in what the Duke thinks about this, and he thoughtfully repeats these words. The vassal notes that if a protest is filed, it is necessary to respond appropriately. Otherwise, there is a good chance that the Villises will raise this issue at the Great Congress of the Nobles. The man understands that in this case, Arden will have to personally solve the problem. He, causing a deep degree of surprise, says that he is not at all against such an outcome. Although he is not the best father, the man sees no point in scolding his son for a job well done. Arden says he will take care of any potential problems with the Marquis of Ville's family. Head assumes his lord's position and reports the news that has arrived from the main house. His Majesty the Emperor wishes to see how much Babylon, the treasure of the empire, has grown. The news that for this reason the eldest son is already on his way here surprises the Duke. From the carriage comes the voice of Siphon, addressing the young Lord Babylon. He reports that they are already on the territory of the imperial family and will soon arrive at the palace. The boy admits that this is his first time here since graduating from the academy. The captain assures his master that he has no need to worry about anything. Hearing the words that the emperor wants to see the genius of the continent, Babylon becomes upset. Siphon understands what the young man is thinking, so he searches his head for the right words. Having finally found them, the man calls out to Babylon, who perks up as if he had been expecting it. Siphon asks the boy to remember that the family's vassals, like him, will be on his side. Babylon freezes for a moment, trying to process what she heard. With a sad smile, he politely thanks Sir Siphon for his support. It hurts the man to see such an expression on Babylon's face. He cannot remain inactive. The knight struggles with himself, urging himself not to cross the line of what is acceptable. Yet he turns to Babylon once again, intending to give a hypothetical example. The boy invites his interlocutor to speak freely without burdening himself too much, and then the man asks what Babylon will do if Arden is not his biological father. The boy is struck as if by lightning. He imagines this picture in his head too clearly. The silence that reigns in the carriage is so tense that it becomes almost tangible. Babylon raises her voice, hoping that Siphon will take back his question. The man tries to laugh it off, saying that one of his subordinates is in the same situation. Babylon relaxes, asking if there is anything he can do to help the man. Having laughed it off, Siphon mentally begins to reproach himself for his lack of restraint. Meanwhile, the guy reflects, believing that even though this is a shock, his life does not have to change. Babylon considers it right to please both fathers, the one who gave life and the one who raised it. After all, this can have a significant impact on a person, helping him grow as an individual. Siphon smiles, thanking the young gentleman for his advice as he finds it useful. The knight also can't help but notice how much his Lord Babylon has grown. A girl's voice on the other side of the wall asks again the name of her new acquaintance. He grins, assuming that his interlocutor is confused by the idea that he is a nobleman. However, the girl answers differently. She likes this name. She considers it beautiful. Circe says that a very rare flower she read about in a book has the same name. However, although it is very beautiful, there is nothing sadder than the meaning of this flower. Joshua abruptly interrupts the girl, asking her to stop. She asks what's wrong. The boy says that her own fate is hardly much easier than that of the flower. Marcus shed countless rivers of blood even before ascending the throne and becoming emperor. He spared no one in his path, and by that time there was no one left with the surname Britain. The only members of the imperial family that could be called were a few close allies. Marcus's political aim produced a princess who would fulfill his ambitions. Perhaps it was a matter of strange ambition, but only Circe was born blind. The only reason the emperor is keeping an eye on her is because of the girl's ability. It is called the mind's eye and is capable of seeing through even those who have reached the realm of the master. Joshua wondered if he could have held his own with such dignity if he had been in Circe's place. And the girl on the other side reaches out to the stone and, touching it, sobs. Asking why she is crying, Circe says that it is very sad. The girl politely asks the person on the other side to tell her something honestly. But she is interrupted by a girl who comes up from behind, asking why her highness is crying. Circe answers Ellen that everything is fine, and she says that it is time for the lady to get ready for the palace. The girl shudders when she hears footsteps moving away from the stone barrier. With a barely audible sigh, Joshua thinks that the time for their meeting has not yet come. A question addressed to the girl is heard from the villa of Emperor Marcus. He asks her if she is the daughter of the god of war. She answers in agreement and introduces herself. Marcus asks if her father appreciated his gift, and his daughter responds in a respectful manner. However, the man heard that everything was not going as he wanted, the girl clarifies. The Emperor, with a malicious grin, begins to talk about a fresh topic of conversation. If Avalon has Duke Agnes, then Swello has First Prince Lucius. Believing that even the god of war would have problems with the latter, the man asks about the plan. The girl says that, to be honest, her father is not completely confident in him. Marcus's gaze changes as he repeats the words after his young interlocutor, asking again. The next moment, an arrogant smirk touches the man's lips, and a moment later, a powerful stream of energy bursts out from under his feet, splashing in all directions. It's already hard for the girl to stand on her feet under the powerful impact, and she's also being hit. Unable to bear the pain, she falls to her knees, beginning to moan muffledly. Marcus asks how dare she talk about failure when they've come so far. He showed mercy by trusting both of them, and they dared to spy on his empire. Through the pain, the girl asks for forgiveness, promising to do everything possible to prevent something like this from happening again. Smiling contentedly, Marcus offers his young interlocutor to change the terms. He offers the title of Duke instead of the previously promised title of Marquise. Trying to control herself, the girl respectfully addresses His Majesty. He suggests that the god of war knows better than anyone about betting on an unpredictable game. Ina is now beginning to understand this man better, as if he is having fun playing with lives. And this man's look speaks volumes about the fact that he is crazy. The girl cautiously says that she is not sure that her father will accept this proposal. Marcus tells me to tell the god of war that he has nothing to worry about. It's meteor time. The man also suggests deciding quickly what is good for them and what is the cause of destruction. Realizing that it is useless to argue with this madman, Ina agrees to carry out his order. Meanwhile, in a completely different location, two people are examining the scene of the incident. One of them notices that this dirt is definitely different from the usual one around. Turning to his colleague, Jacques explains to him that this is not dirt at all, but he stands his ground, adhering to the opinion that this is exactly how it looks. In such a state, he cannot bring himself to call the substance ash. Jacques asks Tetu to focus on the matter at hand, as they are not here for fun. The blonde believes that there is nothing to worry about, since there are clues everywhere. The man suggests closing your eyes and listening to the wind, trusting your feelings. Jacques does not neglect the advice, sharpening his senses to the limit. He opens his eyes soon after, clearly feeling the mana void. Theta reminds us that it can only arise under two circumstances, either naturally or when a 6th-level mage's heart takes enough damage. Jacques remembers this too, and begins to put everything together, leading to the obvious conclusion. Theta believes that there is a high probability that Storm was killed by a person possessing Bronto. Cersei can't believe that the boy knew everything so accurately. She asks Ellen if she has heard anything about Joshua Sanders, and she is puzzled. The girl actually heard this name, and the blonde asks where exactly. The maid says that the knights were gossiping about him, saying that a new star had appeared in the Empire. Cersei recalls that this is what outstanding geniuses are called. Ellen confirms these words, and he adds that most nobles do not like this state of affairs. The girl is puzzled, asking her interlocutor what exactly she means. Ellen explains about competition using words her mistress can understand. Cersei makes a guess and is surprised when she is told who Joshua is. On the training ground of the 11th and 12th battalions, taunts are shouted. Hearing all these harsh curses, Joshua notes that they are the same as before. Fans not only verbally cheer for their favorites, they place bets. Swinging his trusty sword, the knight taunts his opponent. He asks him if that's all, and it becomes clear to him why people say that. But the opponent is no slouch either. He, like his opponent, is sharp-tongued. Both mix verbal abuse and ridicule with physical attacks. They are talking about how His Majesty is dividing the troops into battalions. After all, the enemy who is now being hit is precisely one of the last. He hisses with the tension of trying to contain the force his opponent put into his attack. But he still can't stay on his feet, and the young knight stumbles along the ground of the training ground. His opponent asks with a grin if he now understands the difference between the battalions. And as a reward for defending the honor of the battalion, his own share flies into his hands. When he catches it, his friends thank the guy for the lucky win, and they remind him that the loser will challenge him again if he is left alive. The young man thanks his interlocutor for reminding him, because he himself had actually forgotten. The loser asks not to kill him, promising not to attack again, otherwise he will become a servant. Blue Eyes clearly enjoys the pleas addressed to herself, but everyone else starts to slander the one asking for pardon. A cheerful laugh is heard from behind the crowd, and the knights begin to search for its source. To their surprised looks, Joshua says that nothing has changed in this place. He says that he missed him very much and is happy to be here now. The one who approached him asked if the boy was lost, telling him to go where he was going. Joshua's lips stretch into a smile as he promises to finish quickly. The ring that is being activated leaves no one indifferent. The knights are amazed by it. And Joshua says that he came specifically here to take part in the bloody battle of the Berserkers. Having taken a good look at the coat of arms, those present are even more amazed. It is familiar. And the boy, introducing himself, invites anyone who wants to fight him to come forward. The name also does not leave the warriors indifferent. They have heard about the rising star. The young lord is asked if he understands what he is talking about. He nods. A recent combatant asks if he understands why the Berserker battle is not resorted to now. Joshua recites the rules of this competition as if he knew them by heart. Finishing, the boy asks the person standing opposite him whether he is informed correctly. He looks at the Duke's son without a shadow of fear, his question a desire to clarify. Joshua exhales heavily because he is already irritated that he is not being taken seriously. He reiterates his intention, reminding that the last battalions on the list are obliged to participate. The knights are tensely silent, hiding their eyes from the Duke's son. They don't want to fight him, but not because they consider him strong, and the fear of one of the warriors reaches the ears of the Count. They are afraid that they will be punished for not being able to control their strength, and the boy will get hurt. The guy who recently fought understands that he will have to fight himself. To be completely sure of this, he glances at the crowd of fidgeting knights, and he finds an ideal replacement for himself, and she, realizing where this is all going, is about to leave. But it was not to be. They grabbed him even despite the words that he had serious injuries. Joshua, seeing this, feels bad for them calling themselves knights. And then the boy decides to give these panties some magical acceleration. He begins to disgrace the lower battalions, directly saying that they are good for nothing. The boy calls these people cowards who only know how to bully weaklings. He gets heated up with mockery, denying himself nothing, and already hears an angry snort. Finally, the winner comes forward, calling Joe a brat and asking if he's finished. The knight doesn't like that someone who is just lucky dares to speak about them like that. Taking his sword out of its sheath, he says that if that's the case, he agrees to give the brat a bloody battle. He only asks that he not be blamed for the injuries and consequences he received later. He wanted it himself. Joshua agrees bluntly, saying that he believes this is how it should be. The rest support the winner of the previous fight, asking him to kick the bully's ass. He turns to his opponent, repeating that he is not going to give him any leeway. Intending to show that there is a bigger fish for every fish, the knight activates aura. Someone is found who is seriously worried about the boy and suggests that he surrender. Joshua finds his words interesting, remembering that he had been told the same thing in the past. But they worried in vain, and now the time has come for the boy's enemies to worry. The waves of aura emanating from the latter make it clear that his rank is much higher than thought. The ring, the artifact, and such an outstanding aura make those present tense up considerably. Joshua's opponent says that he sees in him only an amateur, the arrogant son of a rich man. The boy grins, inviting him to experience the power of the amateur's fake aura. While he's getting heated up, Joshua calls him a pathetic coward, syllable by syllable. A pathetic coward, approaching his limit, barely restrains himself from rushing into the attack. And yet it doesn't last long. The next moment the knight rushes at the boy, cursing. The knight's former opponent screams and, turning to him, asks him to stop immediately. But it's too late. With a wide but quick swing of his spear, Joshua attacks. The energy wave after a small explosion affects even those located at a distance. Realizing that this mana is unusual, the boy expresses hope that the boy's opponent is not dead. A sound catches his attention, and the knight raises his eyebrows in surprise. Stuttering slightly, he asks, staring at the approaching man, if he is okay. Joshua, however, turns to a completely different person, namely the vice captain who intervened in the battle. The one standing opposite and shielding his subordinate is called Viper Bison. Turning to the boy, he remarks that this young lord is very well informed. Joshua says he has also heard of Bloody Bison, one of the Imperial Knights. The interlocutor asks whether the boy knows about the rule regarding the bloody battle of the Berserkers. For it to be official, at least one captain or vice captain must be present. Joshua, in turn, clarifies that Bison is going to cancel the sparring that has begun. But he only wants to make adjustments by declaring himself the young count's opponent. Those present no longer know what to be more surprised about, so they simply gasp in amazement. A former adversary asks his superior to allow him to finish his battle. But he has a different opinion. He thinks that this guy should back down because he can't handle it. But the knight stands his ground, asking to be allowed to preserve the remnants of his warrior pride. The vice captain reminds us of what we can lose by losing the berserker's bloody battle. And then no one will be able to take care of his daughter. Bison asks him to think about his family. The man actually does it, but even from his face it is clear how difficult it is to accept the inevitable. Clapping his hands, Joshua praises the altruism of the vice captain of the 12th Battalion. He notices that the boy is talking as if victory is already in his hands. Joshua, smiling provocatively, states the obviousness of what he has just said. He asks Sir Viper if he doesn't feel the difference in their strength and skills. This guy finds Joe's mana strange. He doesn't think the attack he showed earlier was showy. The knights have great respect for the vice captain, so they propose their candidacy in his place. He refuses because he has always considered them his brothers, not his subordinates. The man says that if he can't protect them, then all his words were empty words. Joshua approves of this intention, remembering their past life fighting side by side. Viper Bison was not only the most reliable man, but also an excellent commander. The man, meanwhile, reminds the young lord of the procedure in case of his win. Hearing the mention of reserves, Joe smirks, asking if he has really tarnished the pride of the knights. The man is amazed by the offspring's mastery of wordplay, and meanwhile he continues. Raising Rugia high above himself, the boy vows to achieve this in just 5 years. And he continues, saying that with his help the last battalions will be considered the strongest. To prove his point, the boy demonstrates his current strength, promising more. Viper can't believe what he's seeing and that the boy is emitting Blade's aura. Joshua, meanwhile, asks what Bison's next move will be. In this pose, Babylon respectfully greets His Majesty, the son of the Empire. Marcus notices that quite a lot of time has passed since their last meeting. When the man asks Babylon how old he is slightly surprised. But he still answers, saying that he is turning 15 this year. The interlocutor recalls that at that age, even Arden was not so strong. He says the teenager will be the first in history to achieve such a rank, unless he is surpassed. Of course, Marcus means Joshua, and he says he wants to see Babylon as the treasure. While the teenager looks away in embarrassment, Jaqen materializes next to him with a gift. The Emperor says that this elixir can increase mana. Babylon tries to refuse. But the man's desire is different. He orders his interlocutor to drain the flask, taking advantage of his status. Babylon remains silent for a while, as it does not like this arrangement. And yet he agrees, saying that he will carry out any order of His Majesty. Taking the bottle with trembling hands, the boy presses it to his lips. The results are not long in coming, appearing literally in the next moment. Falling exhausted to the floor, Babylon tries to get up, but can't even move properly. All he can do is make wheezing sounds and tremble with tension. Touching the boy, Marcus says that they have met before, although he does not remember. And then a promise was made which now was the most opportune time to fulfill. Marcus says that the fight for the title of heir cannot be lost, especially by the son of the Emperor. Before losing consciousness completely, Babylon agrees with her father. 5 years pass after this, during which the world undergoes even greater changes. Approaching the perfectly lined-up knights, he expresses hope that he is not too late. One of the warriors loudly addresses the others, ordering them to salute their commander. Joshua managed to rise to the rank of Baron, becoming the commander of the 11th and 12th Battalions. When he returned as a teenager, the Grand Continent was already in a relatively calm state. There are 3 superpowers on this continent, one of which is Avalon with Emperor Marcus. He's secretly allied with Drax Vel Grace, a knight of Swello belonging to the 2nd superpower. They entered into open conflict with Swello's vassals, the Principality of Trans. The aim was to incite war, and Emperor Verona understood what the plan was. He not only prevented a war with Trans, but also stopped the preconditions for a continental war. Naturally, people began to appear in Swello who were dissatisfied with the peacekeeping policy. At the same time, in the 3rd superpower, a struggle for power was taking place between the Emperor and the Church. And then there was a banquet to celebrate the birth of the first prince in the royal palace. When the window opens, a slender female figure in dark clothes appears on the windowsill. She thinks that she only has one chance. There is no way she can fail. When a young lady steps out of the carriage, a vassal addresses her, reminding her to have self-confidence. Cox says the Font family needs to be shown as thriving as it always has been. The girl asks her henchman not to worry. She is not going to give in to the Cromwell family. The man wants them to capture the first prince's full attention, and Charlie finds this amusing. The man who came out to meet them was surprised, saying that he did not expect to see these two here. Natasha and Gevorg mock the situation the Font family is currently in. Cox checks on his mistress's condition while mentally scolding these two assholes. He also mentally addresses Charlie, begging her to restrain herself, even though he shares the girl's feelings. To everyone's amazement, the heiress of the Fonts respectfully greets the children of the Marquises. Smiling to himself, Gevorg finds this behavior of the previously impulsive girl boring. Charlie says that he intends to go to the palace since his interlocutors are so taciturn. Gevorg turns to Sir Knight, reminding him of his father's punishment. Understanding exactly what they want from him, the man exhales heavily before taking further action. Apologizing to the lady, he asks her to provide the family coat of arms or an invitation letter. Charlie is once again holding back the emotions that are boiling inside, but Cox can't take it anymore. It underlines the open disrespect and reminds us of the Font family's status. The Marquise's son does not intend to stop there. He suggests that the family in decline withdraw. And then he makes a rude joke about how they don't even have a home. Apparently, they came to beg. Charlie is on edge, biting her lips until they bleed. She breaks the rude phrase addressed to Gevorg into syllables. But then she turns sharply to him, asking how dare he behave like this. Meanwhile, someone approaching the company intervenes, taking the side of the Font family. Joshua orders the knights to return to their posts, taking over their authority. One of the military men tries to object, saying that they are obliged to obey Lord Gevorg. Joshua doesn't care, and he tells his interlocutor this straight to his face in a cold tone. Knowing from stories what this guy is capable of, the knights tense up with their whole bodies. And while they are carrying out the orders of their superiors, Gevorg remains dissatisfied with the current situation. Joshua respectfully asks the young lady Charlie to follow him, and he escorts her to the palace. Gevorg believes that it is the girl who is trying to draw the Agneses into their personal fight, and he shouts after them that even if they unite, they will not be able to defeat their mercenary king Bagration. Exhaling heavily, Natasha notices that Joe hasn't changed, ignoring everyone around him. Gevorg is not going to leave everything so simple. He wants to make the Marquis rot in hell. Charlie says she recognizes Joe, even though he has grown a lot, and she asks how tall he is. The guy notices that he has already walked her a long way, so now she will have to go on her own. Charlie quietly remarks that Joshua hasn't changed at all, remaining just as cold. Looking at his retreating back, an idea arises in the girl's head and she calls out to the guy. Asking Joshua to stop, Charlie invites him to dance with her at the ball. He answers her, slowing down only slightly. The words that escape his lips are an apology. Joshua talks about the castle's security. Charlie doesn't think this is the reason. The guy has a different opinion. Turning around, he says that in addition, he now has nothing in common with the Agnes family. Now he belongs to another family, a baron named Sanders. The guy knows very well that without defeating Bagration, Duke Font will lose his property. He can't fight yet, so he just has to survive the day. Joshua asks why not go out now since there is no one else with him. The answer is silence, and the guy assumes that he has mixed up the place. But this is not so. The huntress was deliberately silent in order to attack from an unexpected side now. Despite this, Joshua manages to block the nimble blow of the other's blade. The girl jumps back, realizing that the moment has passed. She slides due to inertia. She asks Joshua who he is, since he managed to detect the energy of true death. Calling his interlocutor Aisha Strufe, the guy asks her to stop trying to kill the prince. These words come as a complete surprise to the girl. She thought she was anonymous. Aisha believed that there was not a single person in the world who could know her name. And succumbing to her emotions, the girl releases a stream of mana from herself, directing it at the enemy. Joshua thinks to himself that he thought Aisha would be difficult to talk to. Passing through the boy's earring, the mana takes on a certain form, revealing its face. The girl standing opposite sees her almost immediately, involuntarily freezing in her tracks. She knows what it's called. This energy is called dragon fear. To escape the influence of the haze, the girl forces herself to overcome the numbness. But she does this not for what it might seem. Aisha puts the dagger to her chest. Apologizing to the great mana master, the girl introduces herself, admitting her mistake. She calls the man who wanted to punish her Lord Black Dragon, and he condescends to mercy, since the girl did not know his identity, but repeats himself. As he said earlier, Aisha will have to give up trying to kill the first prince. Fighting the incredible desire inside herself, the girl squeezes out words of consent. Joe advises her to leave Acadia, as Black Wind, upon learning of the failure, will begin to pursue. The girl asks her interlocutor not to worry, but he, shouting, reminds her of the consequences of disobedience. The dark elf knows this without being reminded, and yet she obediently agrees with her master. In her wake, only a column of dust remains as the assassin disappears into the darkness. Joshua grins, thinking that the girl is exactly the same as in her past life. The guy can't believe that the elf fell for the fact that he is the Black Dragon. This girl will soon become the queen of killers, and it is not without reason that she took on this mission. After she failed, the elf was left with a scar that would never heal. He knows the culprit, but he doesn't want to leave a stain on Aisha Joshua's extraordinary career. The guy asks the girl to run as fast as she can, because their paths will cross again in this life. Aisha can't believe she met him, and she's sure others don't know him either. And although the girl will be persecuted for some time, she now enjoys her freedom. The Baron is greeted with a compliment on his appearance and is offered a dance. A woman inquires about rumors regarding a mana mine with mana stones. A group of several girls are wondering who the prince will deign to dance with this time. When noticing Charlie, the current topic becomes the situation of her family and her presence in this place. The guests believe that there is no family ready to support the fonts. The girl hears everything. The herald announces the arrival of the first Prince Caesar and Princess Circe. And when the doors to the hall open, all attention is focused on the royal persons. The first prince thanks everyone for coming and asks them to enjoy the reception to the fullest. Every young girl, without exception, dreams of becoming a young man's partner, at least today. Ellen informs Circe that Joshua Sanders is not on the list again this year. The princess cannot understand why she has not been able to get him out of her head for all these 5 years. The guy asks his sister to repeat it, but she timidly replies that she didn't say anything like that. The guy thought that it would be difficult for his sister to be back in the limelight after such a long break. The words about how he probably worried for nothing are abruptly cut off. The prince notices someone. The girl turns out to be Charlie, and the young man rushes straight towards her. He says, turning to the young lady Font, that he was afraid he would not see her this year either. The guy says he feels happy knowing that she was able to come here today. The girl formally introduces herself and greets the little son, but he becomes embarrassed. And he admits that he has been following the Font's affairs since the day he met Charlie in the past. The girl cannot believe what she heard, and while apologizing, she tries to clarify these words. And Kaiser admits that he had wanted to see this lady for a long time. To everyone's amazement, the prince asks permission to invite the girl to dance. A look of confusion spread through the room. Everyone expected the partner to be a successful lady. Charlie also doesn't understand the prince, wondering if his words are true. But the girl doesn't want to make new enemies because her family already has a lot of problems. While Charlie expresses her sincere regret, she questions the rationale behind the dance. Now the guy doesn't understand. He's trying to figure out the reason for such a refusal. The interlocutor begins to hesitate, starting to speak, but pauses, choosing softer words. Joshua, approaching, says that the thing is that she already has a partner. The prince asks his new interlocutor whether he belongs to the Imperial Knights. He, saying that he was pleased to meet you, introduces himself to someone screaming nearby. Circe asks again the name of the man who introduced himself, and a wave of excitement rolls through the hall. Those present cannot believe that they are seeing a man who has taken the young titles. At the same time, they assume that the reason why Fonty is here is because of the Duke's son. The prince, meanwhile, says that it is an honor for him to meet someone like Joshua. He responds with dry reciprocity, but apologizes, insisting on an agreement with Lady Charlie. The prince looks at his interlocutor silently for a while, considering the possible options. A smirk appears on his lips as a mischievous idea comes to mind. The guy asks Charlie if they really agreed to dance with this man. The girl confirms these words, continuing to say something else, but she is interrupted. Gevorg, addressing Joshua, declares his arrogance. The prince clarifies this point. The interlocutor apologizes for his intrusion, but says that he cannot bear to see rudeness. When Joshua interrupts him as brazenly as he did Charlie, the boy flinches in surprise. The Baron invites his opponent to return to his seat if he knows what true politeness is. Listening closely, Gevorg understands what they are talking about, hearing the dissatisfied whispers of the surrounding ladies. Joshua confirms this, advising him to leave again if he truly cares about the prince. The Baron also reminds his old acquaintance of his past shame, and he gets angry. The prince reassures everyone, saying that everything is fine. He wants everyone to enjoy the ball. Joshua puts on an act, apologizing again and saying he wasn't aware. The prince believes that he is the one who should apologize to the already established couple of dancers. However, he asks Lady Charlie for a chance to dance with her at the next ball. The girl agrees, saying that it would be the greatest honor for her. As he leaves, the prince expresses his hope that everyone present will be able to enjoy this ball. Joe offers Charlie his hand, and the girl assumes that she will be forever in his debt. She asks why he helped, because he could also get into trouble for this act. Joshua says this can be considered a fulfillment of a promise made 5 years ago. Charlie says she thought he had already forgotten about it, but she is mentally upset. She doesn't understand whether this guy doesn't know what it means to give someone your coat of arms. She tries to hold back, but the words come out through clenched teeth. Joe preempts her by saying that he can't help her now since he's still an imperial knight. The girl pretends not to understand him, saying that she just wanted to satisfy his curiosity. Repeating the words about height, Charlie asks the guy not to accidentally step on her toes. The man indignantly curses the Lord. He is offended by the blow dealt. And this after everything he went through to survive next to this demon for 5 years. The man is angry that at this time this scoundrel is enjoying a banquet in the imperial palace. The guard asks the tramp to stop and leave, because there is no place for people like him here. By pointing to his coat of arms, Cain emphasizes whose specific vassal he is. When the dance ends, those around no longer remember that the Font family is in decline. They are too enchanted by the girl and her partner, who look so beautiful together. They are considered a beautiful couple, the likes of which cannot be found in all of Avalon, and they receive compliments. Natasha and Gevorg do not share the same opinion, promising to show these two hell. Charlie sincerely and generously thanks her partner for the honor bestowed upon her. Running away, incredibly happy, she says goodbye to him until they meet again later. Joshua smiles indulgently, noting the girl's inherent impatience. Meanwhile, someone approaches him from behind with barely audible steps, attracting his attention. Circea clarifies whether the guy is the same Joshua with whom she communicated before. The girl is surprised to feel a telepathic impulse coming from the front. While the gentlemen invite her to dance, Circe receives a message that the medicine is ready soon. The girl asks Baron Sanders to wait, trying to clarify the information received. He finishes his thought by saying that this is his way of repaying the girl for her warmth. Circe stops, unable to utter a word due to the misunderstanding she has experienced, and Joshua finally mentally asks her to take care of herself and stay healthy. The next day, one of the students asks the other to move. The boss will appear soon. The boy jumps in surprise when a loud voice catches his attention. Taking a position in line with his comrades, the herald calls them to get ready. Everyone stands at attention when Icarus appears on the horizon. As Baron Havist's heir passes by, everyone tenses up until their hearts skip a beat. And then the younger ones simultaneously congratulate him on his graduation, calling him bro. Icarus reminds them that he asked them not to do this, because others would misunderstand them. One of the boys says that he cannot deprive the benefactor of their Academy of Honors. But getting off topic, he asks his interlocutor where he will go now. Smiling, he replies that he had already decided a long time ago what he would do. And using a metaphor, Icarus says that he is going to set out towards the sun. Somewhere, in a completely different place, Joshua sneezes loudly. Rubbing his nose, he thinks, trying to figure out where he managed to catch a cold. Behind them, the voices become impulsive. The guards are not letting in someone who is desperately trying to get through. Cain screams angrily, proclaiming that he has lived the last 5 years of his life in hell. He and the knights trying to hold him back freeze when they hear a familiar voice. Joshua says he's glad his lawyer decided to come to him first. Cain tries to restrain not only the trembling of his body, but also his voice when he addresses his master. He breaks down, asking how Joe dared to enjoy luxury while leaving it to the devil. When told that the knight had dedicated his entire youth to his master, he only apologized. Cain asks to forget, glad at least that he is understood. Joshua laughs nervously. He assumes that the knight has already reached a certain stage since he has already come here. His gaze changes abruptly, the tears in his eyes dry up, and Cain takes a different pose. He says that he is so strong that he will not lose to anyone except his lord. Joshua is puzzled by this behavior of the young man. He is already beginning to regret what he said. They apologize to the battalion commander for interrupting his conversation. When Joe asks what happened, he is told that there is a guest waiting for him outside. Running his fingers through his hair, Icarus enjoys the pleasant touch of the breeze. He jumps in surprise when he hears his name being addressed. Joshua can't quite believe that Icarus is actually standing in front of him. The interlocutor says that the fact that his face was forgotten saddens him greatly. Cain, meanwhile, tries to calm his pounding heart, overwhelmed by the incomparable beauty. Forcing himself, the knight extends his hand to Icarus, saying that he has heard a lot about him. He says he would never have thought that such a beautiful lady was a child prodigy. Cain ignores the protest to call him that, introducing himself and allowing them to communicate informally. Icarus feels sick from such pressure. He doesn't even know how to react. Joe comes to the rescue, asking the knight to stop, who asks his lord for forgiveness. Icarus is glad that he was remembered and asks about the promise he made earlier. He kept his end of the bargain, and now it was Joshua's turn to take his comrade under his wing. Baron Sanders chuckles, asking rhetorically how he could forget such a thing. He says that the position of strategist cannot be empty, and Icarus is the one and only. He notices that Joe, as before, continues to say such embarrassing words carelessly. Cain doesn't like the two's intention to leave him out, so he asks them about it. And joining the heirs, the knight asks the strategist to take care of him as well. Icarus is pleased with the title of chief strategist, and Cain thanks him for the compliment. Then Joshua suggests discussing their further plan. The knight and strategist ask again in surprise. Sanders says he is simple and that he will first need to see His Majesty. Cain can't help but hear the words that he and Icarus need to go to the fonts. The strategist is also confused by what he heard, clarifying what Joshua said. There is a deathly silence in the throne room. No one dares even move. The emperor watches those present carefully, looking for his victim. Each of them mentally prays that His Majesty's wrath will pass them by. Only in Duke Agnes's head thoughts of a completely different kind are swarming. Finally standing up, Marcus admits that, frankly, he is at a loss for words. He asks if there are no people willing to take part in the Battle of the Masters. He is not going to allow the Empire to become a laughingstock in the eyes of others. Stopping nearby, Marcus asks Arden about his thoughts on the matter, and also about whether Avalon's status will change if you refuse to participate in the Battle of the Masters in Reinhard. Still wondering how to answer, the man begins to speak but is interrupted. A familiar male voice promises to show all the greatness of the Avalon Empire. Joe says he's willing to participate, and Marcus greets him with a slightly mocking expression. Nevertheless, the boy holds himself with dignity, formally greeting his emperor. Hearing someone else's last name instead of his own, Arden remains silent and unperturbed. Meanwhile, the emperor clarifies whether he understood his interlocutor correctly. Joshua confirms that he will represent the Avalon Empire in the Battle of Masters. Marcus reminds us that this is not some ordinary tournament in the boondocks. He asks how old Joshua is, and he says he is 15. The man grins, amused by the fact that he took part in the Battle of the Masters at the age of 15. He offers to demonstrate to those present that Joe has the necessary qualifications to participate. Arya wants to personally check what level this boy's growth has reached. But just as he admits the thought that this is his chance, he catches Arden's eye. The man doesn't understand why the hell he's so concerned about the bastard if he sent him away himself. Joshua says that he wants to put forward a condition before proving his qualifications. The guy will agree to participate only if his desire is satisfied. While Marcus tries to comprehend what he has heard, the first murmurs of discontent appear in the hall. Those present believe that this boy has already crossed all boundaries of what is permissible. To drown everyone out, the Emperor resorts to using more than just his voice. He unleashes a wave of his suffocating mana on those present, forcing them to tense up. Marcus is ready to give the guy everything he wants, except freedom from the obligations of an imperial knight. Hearing this answer, Joshua does not respond, and the silence that has fallen over the room drags on. Marcus asks about leaving and states that the guy is his property. Joshua starts to speak, reminding the ruler of the rules, but he is interrupted. In an authoritative tone, Marcus declares that in the Avalon Empire, his word is law. But even though Joshua is silent, his gaze remains unwavering. The guy's intentions are serious. Smiling, his opponent says that if that's the case, he will also have a condition. Joshua asks what this condition is. The man interrupts him again. Saying that something will happen first, to everyone's surprise, Marcus attacks. Even Joshua didn't fully believe that this man's madness had reached such a level. An explosion thunders, and the guards standing outside the hall turn around in fear. Not everyone has time to react inside. Some are much less lucky. But those who manage to duck in time wonder what just happened. Meanwhile, the battle between the ruler and Joshua is already in full swing. Turning around abruptly, Marcus bursts out laughing, saying that he finds this incredibly ridiculous. Joshua puts his weapon away but remains vigilant, keeping a close eye on his opponent. Turning to Arden, Marcus says that he has never envied him in his life. And yet now that very day has come, the Emperor says that this was a test. He wondered if the boy had reached the sword's aura, but it turned out that he had already surpassed it. The Emperor likes this. He assumes that now he cannot behave childishly. He allows Joe to do whatever he wants and agrees to fulfill the request if he wins. As Charlie tries to concentrate, she is distracted by a prolonged knock on the door. The servant apologizes for this, but there is no other way because the mistress has visitors. Having received permission, Cox politely lets the two inside, who also do not neglect their manners. They exchange respectful greetings and formal courtesies. Icarus introduces himself, not only stating his name, but also briefly describing his estate. Charlie says it's different. She's the one who always wanted to meet such an outstanding person. The girl's gaze involuntarily catches a detail that she had somehow overlooked earlier. Seeing the coat of arms of a family she knows very well, Charlie relaxes a little. She suggests that Arden sent the two after learning of the font's dire situation. But Kane completely dispels this erroneous guess by directly saying that this is not so. He says they came to help her on behalf of another gentleman, Baron Joshua Sanders. The girl can't believe what she heard. She just blinks her eyes stupidly and asks again. Looking at the palace, Joe thinks that he will be glad to leave it, freed from unnecessary suspicions. Just as he turns to leave, his eyes meet those of someone standing very close. Arden notices that his son hasn't been here for 5 years and is now trying to leave without saying goodbye. The man asks if he despises him for choosing Babylon as his heir. The interlocutor responds as soon as the question is uttered, with a brief but confident agreement. But he doesn't despise him because of the question of inheritance. The guy approves of this decision. A man who abandoned the Agneses without a shred of doubt has no right to claim the inheritance. Joshua asks if he really thinks he would despise his father for something like that. The man gathers his courage before asking why then. Joe despised his father because he and Lucia meant nothing to him, but he makes excuses. But now the boy doesn't despise him, because for the first time he saw his mother so happy. The son thanks his father for taking care of his mother and taking the knights for training. But that's not all. The guy would also like to thank Arden for the future. He denies it, saying that it is he who should thank his son. The idol is interrupted by a question from a subordinate about the departure of his captain. He and the others want to know why their commander decided to leave. Assuming these knights are his, Arden notifies his son that it is time for him to leave. Seeing Agnes, the soldier is amazed, but his comrade pulls him back because something else is important. Viper Bison asks the commander why he wants to leave secretly from everyone. He doesn't understand why Joe wants to leave his subordinates, the 11th and 12th battalions. The guy says there was a misunderstanding. He never thought of them as subordinates. This news comes as a bolt from the blue, but Joshua is quick to clarify his words. He says he meant that they are not only his people, but his most valuable comrades. The kids ask me not to joke like that again, because they were seriously scared. Joshua says he is leaving on personal business. He promises to return for them soon. Bison asks if the leader will stop them if they want to help him with the matter. He had been watching this guy all this time, having studied all his habits quite well. The man believes that Joshua is leaving alone to avoid endangering his battalions. When the guy addresses his interlocutor, his voice sounds stern, and he maintains a theatrical pause. And then he allows himself to smile and sincerely thanks his subordinate for everything. The man is at a loss, completely forgetting what he was going to say, and is slightly pushed aside. The knights believe that now it is their turn to repay him in the same coin. They promise never to leave the commander, either as subordinates or as comrades. They promise to wait for their leader as long as it takes, without saying goodbye to him. And with these words, they pay their commander eternal tribute, drawing their swords. Walking under such a stream, he thinks that the imperial palace turned out to be generous. After all, Joshua managed to achieve every one of his goals except one. He managed to become the commander of a battalion of imperial knights and visited the secret vault. There he again acquired the obsidian earrings, his best weapon from his past life. Joshua managed to meet with the Queen of Assassins, preventing her from being seriously injured. The guy was also able to form a squad that he can proudly call his own people. But unfortunately, he failed to carry out the most important point of his plan. However, Joe managed to find out about the third force protecting Caesar, which he did not know about before. Come to think of it, He didn't know anything at all before, after he became the prince's enemy. And since the moon door is in Reinhard, you need to find out about all the changes as soon as possible. Joshua wants to find the threat lurking in the shadows that he doesn't yet know about. The church bell of the temple located in the empire of Falbot begins to ring. The goddess of 7 heads is asked to grant peace and the ability to endure solitude with fortitude, and also to provide assistance in protection and bestow all its other benefits. The prayer of Christian, paladin of the Holy Empire of Havalbota, is interrupted by the calling of his name. And speaking about the rumors about the interlocutor's departure, he confirms the words of his master. Sebastian says that he came to wish you a safe journey. He is one of the stars. Although he is sure that only one of the 9 and the superhumans could seriously harm Christian. But the man still warns to be careful when facing the divine knight Wintro. He has special powers and is also being watched by magicians from the magic tower. The paladin promises that his interlocutor has nothing to worry about. He does not intend to interfere in politics. Sebastian recalls the location of the Battle of the Masters and talks about preparing the carriage. Christian asks him to wait because he had other plans before leaving. He was planning to visit the border because rumors had it that a lich had appeared there. Hearing these words, his interlocutor is amazed and asks in surprise to clarify this information. When high-ranking mages, having outlived their time, cannot leave the teachings, they turn into leeches. Christian says that the high priest knows this information and can be trusted. When asked where this place is, the paladin names the eastern part of Avalon, Treffia. By calling Icarus my lady, Cain reminds me of his request to entrust such things to him. The interlocutor's indignation regarding gender leaves the knight indifferent. He does not believe it. Icarus suggests that Cain was possessed by a lustful demon. A girl who came up from behind informs the knight that Cromwell has reached the magic tower. This means they can no longer use the teleportation gate. Within the Acadia capital's teleportation gate, Baron Sanders is approached and the alternatives explained. There is no gate directly connecting Reinhardt and Acadia. The nearest ones will be used. The old man falls silent for a long time, looking intently and thoughtfully at the person standing in front of him. Joshua cheerfully asks, to ease the tension if there is something on his face. The interlocutor apologizes, explaining that when he looks at the Baron, he sees a talented magician. He had amazing control over his abilities, but unfortunately, a misfortune befell him. And since not a single clue has been found for 5 years, the magic tower is involved in the battle. The man clears his throat, realizing he has said too much, and focuses on the matter at hand. He warns that it is normal to feel nauseous when teleporting long distances. Before completing the assigned task, the man wishes the young Baron a safe journey. Joshua lands at the teleportation gate of the hybrid palace of the Tremblin Duchy. The guy can't get the words out of his head that the magic tower is still looking for Storm. Baron Sanders is brought out of his thoughts by a cheerfully greeting voice. Count Hybrid recalls that the last time they saw each other was at a banquet in honor of His Majesty. Joe says that he is surprised by the personal meeting and learns that this is an order from His Majesty. He issued a decree that families should show sufficient hospitality to the pride of the Joshua Empire. The guy doesn't like this. It's not good for him that everyone knows about his movements. Noi Ken Hybrid, meanwhile, invites his interlocutor to go into the palace. He says that he appreciates the Count's kindness, but he still has important business. The man begins to worry, because His Majesty had given an order regarding this. Joshua asks him to forgive him, but the matter is really important. He will try to return for dinner. When asked where he is going, the guy answers honestly, his path lies to the Mercenary Guild. The hand that tosses the coin sends it into the pond, causing it to spin several times. It enters the water's surface with a corresponding sound, beginning to sink to the bottom. There the coin hits several others with a dull thud, causing one of them to move to the side. A man dressed in all black and wearing a mask begins to read texts in an unknown language. The voice addressing him makes him flinch in surprise and stop mid-sentence. The one who approached assumes that the Silent One is going to destroy the Agneses with the hands of Babylon. If so, there will be another opportunity, he suggests, letting them know if any assistance is needed. Finally, the figure speaks up, saying that he will not obey the interlocutor no matter what. But there was no talk of submission. Instead, he offered cooperation. Although it is not visible behind the mask, the man smiles and then turns around, getting ready to leave. He thinks that it sounds too mundane. At this rate, his interlocutor's father will have a heart attack. He is stopped by words about a madman who is going crazy about killing and fighting for his father. And he asks his interlocutor to keep in mind that his offer always remains valid. And he reveals the name of the one hiding behind the mask, calling him Drax Vel Grace. He calls his opponent incredible in many ways, especially for a young man who is a piece of trash. The second name is also revealed. This man is none other than Caesar Ben Britain. This is how the people who led Joshua to inevitable death in the past met. There is some outrage in the mercenary guild over the lack of opportunity to obtain a badge. The thing is, you need to get bronze first, but Joshua's looking for workarounds. The manager, whose name is Hybrid, says he cannot afford such incompetence. Joshua, starting to get angry, asks if his interlocutor knows who he is, and he starts to hesitate. But then he answers, and his answer is more than complete. Then the Baron becomes completely perplexed. The man says that he doesn't trust him, which is why he needs a reason. Joe reminds his interlocutor that mercenaries are paid to provide their skills. Hybrid is perplexed and asks why the Baron suddenly started talking about such things. The guy continues, saying that they can have nothing but a business relationship. Joshua just wants to offer his services to those who need them. And he doesn't understand what even more compelling reason is required of him to receive the token. In the end, Hybrid gives in, promising to give the Baron a task to obtain a silver badge. Joshua promises to complete it under any circumstances, regardless of the nature of the task. Pulling out one of the drawers, the man thoughtfully begins to announce the difficulty of the applicant's mission. He ends by saying that this task has been awarded 5 stars. Joshua clarifies, because he knows that missions of this level are comparable to scouting a dragon's lair. Hybrid says it's just a request for supplies and surveillance. Noticing that he has no choice, Joshua asks when it will be time to move out. We need to head south now to the Treffia region, which was previously occupied by the county of Rebrick. The man politely asks Baron Joshua Sanders to take care of it, who corrects him. He says that from now on he is no longer an aristocrat from Avalon, but an ordinary mercenary Ash. Hearing the name his interlocutor gave him, the man says that it suits him perfectly. Joshua pauses, admitting that he had almost forgotten the most important thing. He asks if they sent him on this mission without asking about his abilities. The man asks, puzzled, if the boy wants any specific reward. He replies that he hopes to receive a reward commensurate with the difficulty of the mission given. Squatting down, the man grabs the soil, passing the excess through his fingers. By rubbing the earth in this way, he forces the particles to renew their properties. There is a rustling sound from behind a nearby tree, and soon a partner appears from the bushes. To avoid drawing unnecessary attention to his voice, he silently shakes his head. The man thinks, starting to run through various options in his head. But his attention is drawn to a bird flying past, which is an unambiguous indicator. When the postal bird reaches the addressee, he carefully removes the parchment from the corresponding tube. Cox asks his mistress, noticing the changes in her facial expressions, if something is wrong. After a short pause, Charlie reports that her father has lost consciousness. The man feels as if he has been doused with a bucket of ice water, and he asks incredulously about his duke. Icarus suggests ending the campaign, as he needs to take the duke's place as soon as possible. Kane turns it all into a joke and says that at least this way the body won't rust. Cox believes that the lady is too tired. She needs rest. Besides, the estate is not far away. A hand gently landing on the man's shoulder makes him shut up, and the girl speaks up. She thanks Cox, but says she is not tired, and he tries to gently object to his mistress. But Charlie says that's precisely why she doesn't want to cause any inconvenience. Kane says that there is no need to worry too much, as he is carrying out his lord's orders. By suggesting that they leave the bird here, Icarus reminds them that they have little time left. Having witnessed his own negligence, he, screaming in surprise, pays the price. And hurrying towards the company, he shouts, asking them to get out of there as quickly as possible. But it's too late. Strong ropes are already entangling the faithful knight Joshua, causing him to be surprised. Watching Sir Kane soar upward, Charlie shouts out a message to him. The stranger in dark clothes standing behind her is amazed by the girl's frivolity. Attacking from behind, he asks the young lady to behave quietly and be obedient. He notices the stone flying at him at the very last moment and does not have time to do anything. Icarus grabs Charlie's hand tightly and drags her as far as he can, telling her to run without looking back. The mercenary takes responsibility for taking the lady, but orders the rest to be disposed of. The shadow people, who appeared out of nowhere, obediently confirm their master's order. A voice coming from above mockingly asks who is going to be taken away, and Kane, under the puzzled looks of the mercenaries, scatters their friends in his path. They are wondering, trying to understand how he managed to escape from the trap. The knight's gaze is full of unhealthy anticipation as his blade hovers over his first victim. The force of the impact causes an explosion, and the shockwave spreads over long distances. The master belatedly realizes that this knight is strong, but he does not lose faith in himself. Hearing the words about the thoughtless use of mana, Cain asks dismissively. He notes that the explosion that occurred should be heard by all people in the area. The master of the mercenary group becomes increasingly convinced that this man is dangerous. He gives the order to change priorities, ordering that the knight be dealt with first. The man calls out to the culprit, reminding him that he ordered it to be moved to another place. Someone else from the company inquires about the location of the loot box. Joe is asked to move, amazed that someone like him could even be a mercenary. He says he's trying, but he's secretly regretting taking on the silver-level task. The bear is pulled back, frightened by the fact that the newcomer might turn out to be a mana user. He is skeptical about this, but tells Joshua, without his friends, to stay close to him. Hearing the words that this is a 2-star task instead of the stated 5, the guy becomes wary. And literally a moment later, a voice alerts the camp, telling them to prepare for battle. Hybrid asks mana users to step forward and deal with the enemies as quickly as possible. Many are trying to understand what a pack of undead is doing in a place like this. They are told not to be a crybaby because they are easy to kill, just cut off their heads. The question of what to do becomes relevant again when a headless man appears on the horizon. Even Hybrid is confused, realizing that everything is much more serious than expected. This high-ranking monster is a Dullahan. Its armor is not easy to penetrate. A smile appears on Joshua's lips, because everything is exactly as he expected. The bear reminds the newcomer to stay close to him, otherwise he could die. Joshua slows down, but not because of the man's words. He saw someone. A suspiciously familiar energy emanates from the figure flying through the air. When graceful maiden hands form a magical sign, suspicions only increase. Meanwhile, the girl finishes reading the spell for the freezing star. The chosen technique turns out to be effective against the undead. It affects the entire group. Even the bear understands that this is 4th-class magic, but it is even more shocking. Joshua knows that finding a magician who has reached the 2nd circle and above is difficult. Therefore, in the Tref region, there can only be one mage capable of using the 4th rank. And his name is Iselin Jin Rebrick, who is an archmage of the ice element. And right now, this girl has demonstrated in all her glory the strength she is capable of. But unfortunately, the ice shackles were unable to neutralize everyone. Dullahan is slowly moving. Iselin can't believe her eyes, because she thought her magic was quite powerful. Catching up with the girl, Hybrid tells her to step back, saying that he will do the rest. The man also turns out to be a mana user, as everyone soon discovers. Directing his magical weapon, he attacks the monster, who has not yet fully recovered. He manages to successfully crush the ice, all in the blink of an eye. But the technology is quite expensive, and the hybrid's breathing is labored and difficult. The mercenaries begin to rejoice, admiring the strength of such an outstanding man. Joshua had heard of it, and yet such power, seen with his own eyes, was astounding. He remembers that in a past life he knew a man who loved this weapon. It was valuable, and the guy assumes that his other artifact already exists. Meanwhile, Iselin stares at the back of the man standing in front of her. The leader is informed that another pack of undead is approaching, and he is advised to leave quickly. The man cannot believe what he is hearing, and behind him he hears the neighing of horses. Someone from the crowd desperately asks to pay attention to the number of headless riders. There are 5 of them, and the mercenaries are puzzled as to why there are so many undead with 2 stars. The brave fellows decide to retreat, considering lives more valuable than money. Seeing such brazen desertion, Hybrid helplessly asks his subordinates to return. There are chuckles nearby, and the Baron asks if he really thinks they will return. He asks his interlocutor to ensure that his reward for this is decent, and ignoring the Hybrid calling him questioningly, he activates his mana. They call out to the bear, saying that the newbie is up to his old tricks again, and he turns around in surprise. He again expresses concern about Joshua, and his friend is concerned about his own skin. Meanwhile, the trusty spear is already flashing brightly in Baron Sanders's hands. One of the Dullahans raises his sword invitingly, directing the army to attack, and then he immediately takes off from his place, as if he was just waiting for this command. Joshua slowly takes Rugia back, filling him with his magical energy. The boy speaks words that allow him to activate the 4th stage of spear mastery, and he suddenly thrusts his weapon in front of himself, illuminating the horde of enemies with a light full of mana. The technique he uses this time is annihilation. The undead freeze in place, unable to continue their journey, They are blown away by a powerful stream. Even the Dullahans have it tough, though their resistance is proving more successful. The worst thing happens to those who are very close, because the flow of mana incinerates them. Although Hybrid had heard of Baron Sanders' strength, he now had the chance to witness it. Bear and Scar are more unrestrained. They practically scream in amazement. When everyone is incinerated by the harmful mana, the situation reaches its climax. Hybrid admits that he has never heard of such a technique from the Agnes family. But what most surprises the man is that the guy uses a spear, not a blade. Joshua advises him not to try to find out too much, as it could harm him. Later, in the leader's tent, the guy clarifies the true nature of their mission. Hybrid says he said it because that's what the customer wanted, Joshua continues. When asked about the consequences, the man says that he himself did not expect such powerful monsters. Remembering the very essence of the mission, Joshua asks about the final monster. The interlocutor replies that it is a lich and names the town in which this undead is located. Hearing that she lives near Iceland's father's castle, Joe puts two and two together. He thinks, running through the options in his head, and Hybrid tries to figure out the plan. Joshua becomes cheerful at the thought that after the task he will get what he wants. He says that it's time for them to move out. This camp is completely out of place. The man says that it will take some time to obtain entry permission. There is also a territorial war going on in the county, with the Imperials regulating entry by identification. These words are news to Joshua, who asks for more information about the territorial war. Iselin, entering the tent, says that in reality everything is not as it seems. This is not a war at all, but a brutal massacre carried out by the Marquis of Cromwell. Another burst of mana is heard from behind, but not as strong as before. The girl stops and desperately shouts the knight's name into the darkness of the night. Icarus holds her back, reminding her that the lady must not be captured but must focus on escaping. Charlie understands perfectly well that his interlocutor is right, and out of helplessness he only hisses angrily. Heading somewhere, she says that there is a pier a little further from here. Cox goes first, so the fact that he stops and lets out a muffled groan makes you tense. Charlie, not paying any attention to this, asks the man to prepare a boat for them. But she herself, without Cox's contrition, clearly sees that the pier is destroyed. A man materializes from the shadows in front of the man and begins talking about a way to escape. He says that the only way they can escape from here is by dying. Despite the fact that Cox and Icarus are scared, they heroically ask their mistress to escape. She screams in horror as blood sprays into the air. The attacker's eyes become completely round, and a wheeze escapes his lips. And he becomes the last one, as the arrow hits him right on target. When the mercenary falls in front of Cox, he freezes, but forces himself to concentrate. Asking where this arrow came from, he begins to look around cautiously. A male silhouette appears in front, asking if those he saved are okay. This man is Troy, a count and soldier of the Font family, and he volunteers to accompany the lady. When they approach the right place, those who notice the man let him inside. Troy asks where everyone is because he clearly remembers giving the order to be extremely attentive. The man expresses joy at meeting Lady Charlie and at the safety of Cox and the others. When the others are mentioned, the girl's look becomes even sadder. Icarus asks the lady not to worry about Sir Kane, but she finds it difficult not to think about the knight's self-sacrifice. The interlocutor says that Baron Joshua's first knight will not die so easily. He is strong. The girl thinks deeply, remembering Kane and analyzing his abilities. She's pulled out of her thoughts by a voice, allowing the young lady to settle down comfortably. Hearing that Troy is going to the boardroom, Charlie wants to go too, but they try to dissuade her. But the girl is adamant. She wants to take her father's place when he is unable to rule. She feels obliged to prove to her vassals that she is the Lord's trusted person. Baron Arno is told of the impossibility of abandoning the position just mentioned. But it is impossible to protect everyone, and a proposal is made to ensure the safety of at least one. Troy asks about the actions of the Marquis of Cromwell. The interlocutor rejoices at the arrival of the gentleman. Charlie announces her intention to attend the meeting and asks to report everything to her. Arno, who is the vassal of the Fonts, believes that the girl is too young to take part in such a thing. He wants to tell everything after the meeting, but Charlie refuses, insisting on his request. A third person intervenes in the conversation, bringing the girl up to date and informing her about the most important problem. Charlie realizes that things are more serious than she thought. They could be surrounded by a blockade. The girl mentally admits to herself that she has no ideas for resolving the current situation. But someone else has them, and he suggests forgetting about other items of trade. Icarus asks, leading to the answer, is it not possible to produce food directly on the property? Arno politely apologizes before asking the name of the person he is honored to meet. Troy reports that this boy helped Lady Charlie escape and get here safely. Arno doesn't care about this kind of thing. He believes that outsiders shouldn't get involved in this kind of thing. Charlie says that Icarus was the best in his class, and now he is her guest. The man asks why she trusts a man who just graduated from the academy. He thinks that it would be better for the girl to leave, since with the Lord's illness, they don't have time for fooling around. The words that all this is not a game make Charlie ask to repeat them. Cox, unable to bear his mistress's insults, enters the conversation. Becoming increasingly heated, he talks about the help Charlie gave her father. Arno considers this a waste of time since he has just anyone as an ally. Cox stands his ground, saying that it is not the quality, but the quantity of allies that is relevant. The opponent does not believe in Icarus at all, if only because he does not trust this man. He has about the same opinion about Charlie. This lady is inexperienced and has never participated in meetings. The man openly declares that he refuses to follow the orders of such an incompetent person. Icarus considers this just empty talk. He intends to prove his point with action. After all, he believes that during a discussion you can only trust your own skills. And Icarus speaks up, addressing the Baron with words that he understands his feelings. Effort without results is indeed a waste of time, but this is not relevant during wartime. The man is forced to praise his interlocutor because he understands how everything happens. Icarus continues, saying that therefore the lady must be given her due. There is no more reliable ally. Taking a figurine from the table, the boy declares that he himself is such a person. Arno calls the words spoken simply the nonsense of a child and speaks of Icarus's arrogance. He continues, saying that the food produced by the estates will be enough for 70%. Thus, with the necessary defense maintenance, it is possible to hold out for quite a long time. The girl begins to understand, and she, turning to Icarus, begins to express her assumption. He confirms her words, explaining his plan for the rest of those present who did not understand. Arno has a slightly different vision than he needs. He thinks that they are being asked to abandon people. Icarus denies it and says that the enemy will most likely offer one final battle. The opponent is again against it. He considers this to be just speculation, which has no logical basis. And then a warrior bursts into the room, out of breath, reporting a problem that has arisen. An enemy army is gathering in front of the canyon, already numbering about 30,000. The information is truly shocking, and those present openly express their concerns. Troy realizes that Sir Icarus was right, and he clarifies the details of the previous prediction. Smiling, the boy says that the enemy doesn't care whether they agree or not. In case of refusal, as well as in case of agreement, the situation for him will be approximately the same. Troy asks about the enemy's benefit in concentrating font forces in the specified location. The man believes that everyone present knows that the canyon is ideal for defense. Icarus agrees, but says that the enemy also has another goal. Holding a figure over the map, the strategist begins to talk about what it is. By loudly placing it near the river, Icarus concludes that it is she who is the additional target. To sum it up, he reports that all this is nothing more than sabotage. Although Arno doesn't want to admit it out loud, in his mind he already agreed with this boy. Troy, however, impressed by the previous confirmation, is horrified. One of the men remarks that if this is the case, they have a chance of winning. He orders Troy to hurry and prepare its troops, as delay could prove costly. Hearing that the Count will go to his platoon, Arno hisses with displeasure, defeated by the boy. Cox urges him, saying that silence could be interpreted as agreement with Icarus's plan. The man remains silent, clenching his teeth in rage. He is in an unpleasant situation. And yet the Baron gives in, saying that he is ready to obey the orders of young Lady Charlie. Troy asks that we gather here again once all preparations are completed. As soon as they are alone with themselves, relieved sighs can be heard. Closing her eyes exhaustedly, Lady Charlie praises Icarus, calling him amazing. She couldn't even imagine that he would be able to shut up the aristocrats. Now the girl is calm. But the interlocutor gently retorts, saying that she should thank his master for everything. The girl agrees to this, already imagining the consequences of this, but she is interrupted. Icarus asks permission to ask for something. The young lady agrees without hesitation. First, he clarifies the initial position of the two sides, and Charlie confirms his guess. Everything was like this until the moment the mercenary king joined the enemy. He is strong. After listening to the girl, Icarus comes to the conclusion that he chooses targets only with the highest priority. He himself believes that the armies of the Cromwells and Fonts are approximately equal, with the exception of the king. This is where the pitfall appears, because Icarus cannot imagine such an outcome. But what bothers him most is that one of the leaders of the five is under threat of death. As Charlie begins to speak, she lets out an uncontrollable cry, because she thought exactly the same thing. Icarus asks her to keep in mind that something like this is impossible without help from within. He asks her not to trust the people around her under any circumstances. A voice comes from the tent, asking the interlocutor what he means. Joshua asks the woman standing opposite him about the massacre carried out by Cromwell. Iselin says that everything is exactly as she said, and explains why it is so. Passions flared up due to Cromwell's unilateral declaration of war. Fanzil disappeared. A third one joins them, finding the ignorance of the one who was in the imperial court strange. The man says that the Cromwells destroyed the Rebricks and recently began the siege of Fonti. And this is not some minor skirmish, but a large-scale war that will determine the future. Joshua says there's a chance Emperor Marcus is the one running this. Hybrid notices that the rumors about this dog receiving orders from the Emperor are starting to make sense. Joshua reminds him of his title, as such words could be interpreted as treason. The interlocutor notes that after the fall of the Fonts, the next target could be the Agneses. He also wants to ask Baron Joshua for some personal favor. The boy is intrigued by this and asks about its specific content. The man responds without a hint of embarrassment, asking him to take care of Lady Iselin. Somewhere very close, a wolf's drawn-out howl at the moon is heard, and a tree nearby cracks. But a trained horse carries its rider, fearlessly walking over the bumps. Approaching the right place, Christian says that he could not even imagine such ruins. He is asked to stop, and the direction of travel is inquired about, since the territory is limited. The paladin says he was sent to investigate the peculiar remains by the Valbot Empire. The interlocutor asks you to refrain from making excuses and leave the territory under Avalon's control. Christian isn't going to try to prove anything to the impenetrable people, so he remains silent. He comes up with another plan, and the man leaves his mare away from that place. A grinding sound is heard from behind one of the bricks at the very bottom, after which it moves away. A scuffle is heard from the darkness, followed by the paladin's quiet curses. He wonders what this empire is thinking. He didn't even think that the ruins were being monitored like that. What's really suspicious is that the royal mages are working with the mages of the Magic Tower. Christian is curious about the connection between the Lich that appeared here and the Avalon Empire. Standing in front of Reba's castle, he tries to understand what Emperor Marcus wants to achieve with this. The door opens easily, but with a piercing, otherworldly creak. Christian carefully enters inside and carefully looks around for enemies. Listening to the outside noises, you can only hear the rustling of the swaying chandelier. Well, and besides this, the sound of the cautious but confident steps of the paladin himself. As he moves further, the man begins to think about the reliability of the old building structure. And in the pitch silence, a rustling, wheezing sound reaches the strained ear. At first, the slow source of motion begins to pick up speed. Christian places his hand on the hilt of his weapon, preparing for the upcoming skirmish. The creature appears from a completely different direction, its approach distorted by the acoustics of the hall. Assuming it is a form of ghoul, the paladin notes its impressive speed. Although he himself is no slouch, dodging the attack, the man faces another unpleasant outcome. Under the influence of the weight of both and the applied force, the floor sags and collapses. Christian doesn't have time to group himself properly, hitting his back painfully. The undead suffer the same fate, but seem unfazed, rising with a wheezing sound. And jumping sharply to his feet, he rushes at his victim, who manages to strike. It takes more effort than it should, and Christian has to fight shortness of breath. Something catches the man's eye, and he curses in annoyance at his own carelessness. Dozens of pairs of eyes are waiting for the right moment to stare at their victim and tear them to pieces. And when they finally break away, the paladin thinks that his end has come. But he is not going to give up so easily, letting out a battle cry. And the next moment, the paladin rushes forward, starting to dance among the dead. Their punches are powerful and their speed is impressive, so Christian has a hard time. He decides to take a long-range approach, using the lightning spear. The creatures are not only pushed back, but also dealt decent damage. And yet, what he sees next leaves Christian confused, refusing to believe his eyes. An anomaly occurs with the creature, suspiciously similar to healing. And then, with an unpleasant wheezing and gnashing of teeth, the undead rushes towards the enemy again. She moves in from behind, surrounding Christian from all sides and leaving no escape route. The paladin then turns to his holy sword, asking it to answer the call. The undead first wheeze questioningly, and then, hissing, begin to back away. Christian says that he is obliged to punish each of them in the name of the god Hermes. Solemnly plunging the weapon in front of him, the man calls upon the holy cross for help. The undead surrounding him, starting with the closest ones, begin to scream shrilly. Living dead are thrown in different directions, along with massive damage. Christian tries to understand how powerful the Lich is, since ghouls are so drawn to holy energy. The paladin had hoped to come and sort everything out quickly and quietly, but that was no longer possible. Sharply pulling the sword aside, the man throws off the remnants of filth from it. He understands that although a scandal cannot be avoided, everything needs to be sorted out quickly. Turning to Hermes, Christian asks him to awaken the saints and find the source of evil. Breaking away from the man's hand, the created source of light begins its journey. He moves further and further, going deeper into the corridors, until he finds what was asked for. One of the figures turns halfway, and an eye sparkles from the impenetrable darkness. Christian is overcome with emotion as he tries to figure out what he's doing there. Meanwhile, a portal silently opens behind him, which the man does not notice. Tentacles burst out of it, rushing towards the target with lightning speed and causing it to scream. Christian tries to wriggle around, looking for the source from which the shoots originate, and a single curse escapes his lips as he appears before his eyes. The paladin asks in a raised voice if they really want to start a continental war. After all, this is no ordinary undead standing before him. Those like him are called Death Knights. Taking the parchment with a familiar seal from the hands of the person standing opposite, they unfold it. Having delved into what was written, the sorceress gives a silent signal to her subordinate, who reacts. Approaching the required place, he begins to cast a spell, reciting an ancient spell. And soon, in the place where there had just been emptiness, a portal appears leading to the city. Hybrid says that he will return to the castle for a short time and then go here again. He is being asked to do whatever is necessary before things get complicated, which will happen soon. He says that he will try to do everything in his power, expressing confidence in assistance. They wish the man good luck on his journey. He thanks them and gives the order to set off. Iselin notices that Joshua has not said a word, and he says that he has nothing to say. The girl has a different opinion. She asks what is the value of an artifact that is only being developed. Turning to his interlocutor, he remains silent, because she has not yet said everything. Recalling the seriousness of the situation, she does not understand why Joshua asks for so little. He says he decided that a man like Captain Aiden Hybrid could be useful. The girl is puzzled when she hears these words. She involuntarily repeats them after her interlocutor. And then she suddenly bursts out laughing, saying that she thinks Joshua is funny. Iselin promises to personally provide him with what he wants a little later, as soon as everything is over. Joshua looks away, hiding his true thoughts behind a polite smile. He asks cautiously, warning in advance how Count Rebrick disappeared. The guy doesn't miss the dramatic changes the girl's face undergoes. Then he apologizes, starting to say that he allows, if it is difficult, not to answer the question. And Iselin says that the main problem is that it all happened very suddenly. Their family estate was set on fire, and everyone, including knights and servants, could have been killed. A memory from 5 years ago involuntarily appears before the girl's eyes. Her father then asked those in charge not to allow the enemies to pass, and for the rest to run away. Iselin didn't want to leave her father then, saying that they couldn't do it. The man was then so furious that the daughter had never seen her father. He shouted at her unusually loudly and insistently, telling her to just listen to him. The vassal holding her hand reminded her that if they didn't hurry, they would all be killed. The girl was torn between feelings and duty. The struggle was difficult, but it was resolved quickly. Before finally putting an end to it, Iselin burst into tears, unable to hold back a sob. Running away from her father, she screamed loudly that she would wait for him. He, without saying anything in response, hurried to construct a protective spell, and the enemies running after them shouted furiously, ordering them not to let the people escape. They were going to kill everyone, no matter the cost, but their voices were drowned out by screams of agony. Iselin ends the story by saying that her father bought time by letting them leave. When over time people began to forget about it, she decided to return to help. Then rumors about the Lich appeared, and the girl wanted to see him with her own eyes. Joshua starts to softly talk about something concerning this Lich, but is interrupted. More precisely, he himself is interrupted, as someone's very familiar presence falls upon the guy. A puzzled Iselin tries to attract the attention of her interlocutor, bringing him back to her. But he doesn't listen at all, abruptly throwing open the door of their carriage and rushing out. Joshua is sure that he felt his presence, Caesar's damned dog. And this accomplice, who is loyal to the fourth prince, is called Velvel. Knocking down the door in front of him, Joshua bursts inside. Hybrid asks what happened and why this guy does whatever he wants. Joshua replies that he needs to check something, suggesting to meet later. The Baron is asked to wait and explain everything, but he is already at an impressive distance. He runs further and further along the trail, beginning to feel the presence of its owner more and more clearly. And suddenly it breaks sharply, ending up exactly on the symbol inscribed on the slabs. Joshua suggests that this pentagram was drawn relatively recently. He definitely felt the presence and traces of a second-tier aura after the battle. The fact that everything except the runes looks normal seems strange to Joe, and not only that. The guy knows what it is, and the anti-magic field surprises him, prompting him to action. Touching it with his magic, Joshua causes someone else's work to shatter with a crash. At first glance, the chained man looks lifeless, and the boy takes a closer look. Christian, as if life had been breathed into him, begins to moan and shudder. Joshua is convinced that it was an illusion spell and asks the blonde a question. He asks if this is his work and what exactly happened in this place. Beginning to speak more meaningfully, the paladin tries to warn his interlocutor. He asks in confusion what he means, but the enemy is already very close. He throws a punch, and Joshua manages to dodge it at the last moment. Having jumped and done a somersault with a roll, the guy finds himself facing his opponent. He begins to wonder why he didn't sense the creature approaching. Joshua admits that he has never seen a death knight like this before. And then Rugia, who had been sleeping for a long time, speaks up, claiming the right to the undead. Joshua feels with every cell how great the entity's desire to appropriate the Death Knight is. At that moment, the guy's body is pierced by pain, and he cannot suppress an involuntary scream. The Death Knight, meanwhile, is already nearby, advancing with a drawn sword. Removing his hand from his face, the young Baron shows the world his scarlet eyes. By exposing the shaft of his spear to someone else's attack, the guy builds a successful block. Christian, at the same time, is trying to understand why he feels two energies at the same time. He didn't know that this was possible, and even now, feeling it, he finds it hard to believe. And Joshua, in a voice not his own, once again lays claim to the undead knight. By striking the first blow, he declares that the enemy is his prey. As the undead moves backwards by inertia, they bend in half and freeze for a moment. Leaping at the enemy, he cuts through the area with his loud roar. The guy asks him to just die, since the knight will never defeat him. He suddenly, in an otherworldly voice, orders the enemy not to play with him. Rugia's face changes. His gaze becomes more interested. The enemy rushes forward, clad in ethereal embodiment his physical sword. And this raises questions in his opponent, since he could not even think about such a thing. Also, because the wolf's fang blade is impossible to miss when it comes to howling. At the same time, the imperial palace of the Swellow Empire is shrouded in mist. Inside, it is not much better, and even on the contrary, there is a stench characteristic of a massacre. Approaching with a confident gait, the interlocutor declares to Emperor Verona his weakness. Lucius believes that a man with such priorities has no right to be emperor. The latter remains silent, even when the provocateur's speech turns to the similar opinion of his subjects. Lucius says that even they want to leave Swellow and settle in other lands. Verona asks if the interlocutor believes that the war will be for the sake of the people of this country. After all, as soon as it starts, fathers and mothers will lose their children. Is that really pleasant? Lucius knew they would not reach a compromise, and he brings up the mention of the emperor's brother. This topic is one of the most pressing for the ruler, so he remains silent, immersed in memories. But he pulls himself together and asks how long his opponent had been planning all this since the moment of sending it. Lucius asks His Majesty not to worry about anything. There are those who will take care of everything. Duke Altman will never know about this again because he is no longer a resident. Lucius says that he deserves the title of sage, for he knows where this is all heading. When he says that Verona's time has come, he warns of the consequences of this. Bursting into an evil laugh, Lucius asks what will happen to him. And just one swing of his faithful sword decides the outcome of Verona's life led by Grace. The Death Knight breathes heavily, clinging to his essence with all his might. Stuttering, he rhetorically asks what happened to him and how it all happened. The enemy says he doesn't know exactly how it happened, but he is sure of one thing. The souls of people, especially masters, cannot be forced to follow this path. It is personal. He doesn't know what prompted him to choose, but he asks if they can walk the path together. He apologizes to the Death Knight, but immediately corrects himself, knowing his true name. Once upon a time in life, this man remembered Wintro, a knight of distinguished status. He was afraid to look at him. It was painful to realize his potential loss. And yet, one way or another, it happened that the man then lost to his opponent. The result was the loss of the title of master and exile to the countryside. Although in reality, it was just an excuse to stay away from the Emperor of Verona. After all, then the man became a very convenient scapegoat, especially at that moment. And all this was the work of the Emperor's brother, the first monarch he served. The man then asked why the opponent didn't simply seize power by force. Demeter then said that he was not so greedy for power, and that Lucius would take his brother's place. The dying man could not believe what he heard. He cursed silently. He acknowledged his stupidity and belatedly realized that he should have stayed near Verona. Demeter then gave Evergrande the opportunity to create the desired demonic beast, and he agreed, promising to let his interlocutor know how everything would be completed. Joshua is silent for a moment and then concludes by starting to talk about the ingredients for resurrection. He says that a demonic beast cannot be created without personal consent either, and the guy ends this sentence by addressing not the Death Knight but Duke Altman. He asks to kill him, believing that he made the wrong decision back then. Now he is not free. He is forced to play by someone else's rules. This is a necessary measure. Joshua says he can offer better conditions. He will be able to control the Death Knight. But in return, he must allow his power to be borrowed. Only then will the choice be accepted. Joshua says it's his suggestion and a way to show respect to King Altman. Smiling, he says that the guy confirmed his thoughts about himself. He turned out to be as interesting as they say, but he doesn't see the point in choosing otherwise. Rather than be a slave to a dark magician, he would prefer to be on the side of the continent's greatest genius. Finally convinced that his proposal is accepted, Joshua is about to begin. And the first thing he does is call upon his faithful Rugius, and he obediently responds to the call. Former Wild King Altman hisses in discomfort as he is enveloped. Joshua, however, is not going to stop there, intending to finish what he has already started. Hybrid tells everyone to be on guard, as there is a possibility that there are more enemies than it seems. The man becomes wary after sensing a large amount of demonic energy being released. Meanwhile, they are asked to stop, saying that guests are no longer welcome in Reb Castle. When asked about his identity, Mondrain, a holy knight from the Empire of Hvalbat, speaks on behalf of everyone. Hybrid says that their comrade is inside the castle, they can't just leave him there. The holy knight speaks of the real threat of this castle and what is happening inside. Hybrid asks if he heard a threat to mercenaries on the territory of their empire. After all, if this is really the case, it is a serious military provocation. Mondrain asks to forget about the War of the Continents, because peace may be under threat. But the man pauses without finishing, looking in amazement at what has appeared in front of him. Seeing such a frightened look, Hybrid also turns around, wanting to see the threat. And at the same moment, demonic tentacles move further out of the half-open crevice. The man clearly feels danger. Something approaching from within instills horror. Mondrain orders his subordinates to kill every demon they see. The holy knights raise their weapons to the ready just as the pernicious pressure intensifies. When he emerges from the mist, Mondrain realizes that this is no ordinary lich. He becomes terrified at the mere thought of the Demon King's appearance. All eyes are frightened except one. The girl looks at what is happening with cold readiness, and having fully emerged from the haze, he asks Aiden if he was waiting for him. When questioned, Joshua says that he managed everything without outside help. Mondrain, however, steps forward, ordering that this demon not be allowed to escape and that he be stopped. The Holy Knight's blow is parried by the hybrid, causing a look of surprise on his face. The man orders him to put down his sword, as this man is a nobleman of the Avalon Empire. The opponent talks about demonic energy emanating from him. He is clearly not human. Joe mentally addresses Ruggy, recalling his words about the measure, who retorts. Stepping forward, the saint asks them if they think something is wrong here. Siran says that the amount of this energy would be enough to kill them all. Mondrain remarks that they don't know what this demon will do if they let him go. Then the girl offers him a compromise, to leave the choice to God. The girl offers to test this man's essence using the tear of God. She turns to Joshua himself, asking about his attitude towards such a proposal. He thinks deeply, mentally weighing the pros and cons, calculating potential options. Her voice breaks into thoughts, causing surprise and saying that deception will not be difficult. Joshua addresses his interlocutor in the same mental way, asking about her expectations for this help. The girl replies that the Baron is just her type, as handsome as they say. Rugia notes that he has never seen such an impious saint before and is eager to act. The guy refuses his interlocutor's help out loud, and her look becomes perplexed. When Joshua releases the Holy Knight, the others, seeing his face, shout out his name. They are harsh in their expressions, asking what the bastard did to Sir Christian. And Joshua, noticing movement from the Holy Knights, orders them to stand in their places. As the others shield themselves from the bright light, Seiran is shocked by the energy reversal. While she tries to understand who Joshua is, strange things begin to happen to the holy artifact. The girl tries in vain to hold him back because Tyr still manages to escape, and Joshua, who caught the artifact, says that greedy people do not deserve to use it. He adds that since they don't believe him, all that remains is to demonstrate everything now. And immediately after these words, the boy forces those present to shield themselves from the blinding light again. Only this time, the thing is that he splits the artifact into many small particles. By calling Joe a demon, the knight becomes convinced that his intention was desecration. However, when he finally gets a chance to look at his opponent, something incredible happens. And it makes not only him, but also others open their mouths in amazement. The saint voices the thoughts of those present, rhetorically asking how this is possible. After all, Joshua is neither a paladin of Falbota nor even a follower. The girl can't understand why the wings of Archangel Michael appeared on this guy, and Joe replies that he is neither a beast nor a demon, as the holy knights consider him to be. When he asks to put aside their differences, he is rudely shut up, reminded of what was done with the artifact. Joe asks if this thing is really a holy artifact if it breaks so easily. Seiran remembers that the tear of God really can't be used in that way. Joshua points out that now is not the time to argue, as Christian's life is at risk. Addressing Sir Christian, the Holy Knight notices demonic energy emanating from him. He begins to doubt, because the original energy was perceived differently on a different level. Rushing forward, Seiran confirms that they have no time to argue. They must absolutely help Sir Christian and bring him back alive at any cost. Otherwise, they won't be able to look Sir Sebastian and Priest Harold in the eyes. They immediately rush to the girl's aid, also giving advice, instantly rethinking what was happening. The saint thinks that Sir Mondrain should go with the others, but he has doubts. In response to cautious objections, the girl reminds her interlocutor about Mikhail's wings she saw. The Holy Knight quietly confirms that he saw them with his own eyes. Seiran tries to convince him that by disobeying he will go against the will of their lord. These words have a sobering effect on the knight, instantly changing his point of view. Saying that he understands everything, Mondrain agrees to maintain a strategic retreat for now. Joshua smiles secretly, quietly rejoicing that his plan has succeeded. The girl again addresses him telepathically, starting to talk about his trick. She believes that fate will bring them together again, causing their paths to cross again. Rugia, meanwhile, is indignant about the abundance of holy energy that she had to absorb. Joshua thinks about how he learned about his ability to control demonic energy. The hybrid who approached him interrupted his thoughts with a question about what just happened. Joshua promises to explain everything, but only when they return. They still need to get the money. At the Magic Tower, they ask why their mages were sent to the Avalon Empire. Elisha reminds us that undead have been spotted in the area and that there could be dire consequences. Jacques agrees with his colleague, adding his own words about sending representatives of the tower. Letting out a tired sigh, the leader reassures his subordinates, taking responsibility. He advises not to look up to Theta and their capabilities. Everyone was chosen based on skills. In terms of potential, this child is out of reach even for someone like him. Elisha thinks that the old man believes in this child since he speaks about him in such a way. He also adds that they sent their people to the Avalon Empire at the request of Evergrande. A woman cannot remain calm when it comes to this traitor. Jan asks if his interlocutors remember the man's words before leaving. He declared that he would follow in the footsteps of the very one who had defined the boundaries of battle mages. An idea comes to Alicia's mind, but she asks not to voice it out loud, hoping for the best. Jacques, who had been calm until then, slams his hand on the table and says that this is impossible. After all, 20 years have passed since he disappeared, and during this time no one has found anything. The man can't believe that this traitor Evergrande managed to succeed. We are talking about a man who was the only one with knowledge of the location of the elves. Jan expresses understanding about his interlocutor's feelings, but speaks of his own trust in Evergrande. He asks how many people would refuse to receive information about this person, and the man remains silent, because the answer immediately arises in the mind of each of those present. Jacques asks a question, saying that he will be the last one. The man asks about the rationality of the decision. Giving his full name, Ian asks if his plan is seriously being questioned. The colleagues remain silent this time as well, because the head of the magic tower had never made any wrong decisions before. The empty corridor is filled with the sound of a heart-rending cough, alternating with attempts to exhale. There are other symptoms that soon sprinkle the pages of the ancient tome. Evergrande doesn't understand what happened, why he lost contact with Duke Altman. The mage suggests that the matter may be with the paladin from Valbata who invaded Reb. The man doesn't want to believe that the master's body was taken away from him so quickly. Now he has only one trump card left, which means that past mistakes cannot be repeated. The man recalls doing everything in his power to win the Emperor's favor. He did everything to be able to touch the dark book of spells. Evergrande is not going to tolerate any more fiascos like what happened this time. As he lifts the lid, he tells his interlocutor that he will allow him to return to this world. Even though he will be a lich, the mage believes that this is not as bad as it might seem at first. The man Evergrande is addressing is none other than Zeev Dick Orbis, but the magician doesn't like the old name. He's going to give his old friend a new one. His own. He calls the lich Barbarian, believing that this name is most suitable for him. By giving the seal, Hybrid says that they managed to find out the truth about the lich and defeat the demon. And all this is thanks to Joshua, he thanks, but considers the award presented to be rather strange. He also finds it no less strange that Iselin is loading her things onto his horse. The girl reminds the Baron of his request, saying that she does not have all the necessary components. When she says that Joe should protect her from the Cromwells, the guy laughs nervously, remembering. Hybrid suggests going to Reinhardt immediately, and the Baron is surprised by this too. When asked the corresponding question, the man says that he also has something to prove. The interlocutor is surprised by this formulation and inertially asks again. By calling on Levon, the man creates ambiguous thoughts in Joshua's head. The guy remembers that one of his abilities is changing his appearance, and now he can see the true form of Captain Aiden, which was hidden by Levon. The man asks Joe if he thinks he is now worthy of taking part in the battle. In the Cromwell Assembly Hall, a man asks if they shouldn't have won. Gever, the head of the family, indignantly asks how the enemy can withstand their onslaught. They tell him that they are sure that the head of Font needs urgent medical attention. But for some unknown reason, the genius Icarus helps the enemy, and this may be the reason. This is especially true of the sabotage plan, which was uncovered, depriving the army of its advantage. Attempts to smooth over the situation with a proposal are cut short by a stern order to remain silent. The head of the family orders that new plans be developed immediately. Losing to a child would be simply ridiculous. He is offered to turn to the king of mercenaries because the situation is getting worse. Gever believes that the Fonts no longer have a leader, which makes the request for help pathetic. Plus, Emperor Marcus will try to recruit the mercenary king as his servant. This means that another way to reach the coveted canyon is needed. A warrior bursts into the hall, announcing an urgent message to those present. The soldiers who intercepted the Font's supply lines were killed, and Gevger is stunned by the news. He can't imagine that those soldiers could lose to ordinary workers. Meanwhile, the cloaked figure involved in this is watching the result of the plan's implementation. People are told to keep in line, not to be afraid, and to protect all supplies at the cost of their own lives. And the enemy commander gives the order to deal with all the trash from Fonti. And his subordinates, having heard the cherished words, deal with their opponents without mercy. The Font people are worried about the leakage of information, but at the same time they desperately want to live. One of the men's eyes widen as he sees a new figure in front of him, and the magician, throwing forward the magic staff, constructs a spell for the fireball. They decide to run in all directions, because if they remain standing like this, they will burn alive. Meanwhile, a mysterious figure in a cloak flashes before my eyes, starting to move with lightning speed. While protecting one side from the enemy, she selflessly protects the other. The Font people are amazed that their defender was able to repel the fire without using mana. The stranger says that he is here to protect them, and they ask him about the reason for his help. And the guy, getting rid of the veil of his anonymity, introduces himself. Additionally, the Canyon Reaper says that he is only following the orders of his master, Joshua. Watching the last drop fall from the neck of the vessel, Icarus exhales tiredly. He believes that the implementation of the plan is being delayed, which is starting to make the guy nervous. The interlocutor believes that they are starting to catch up, causing the opponent to ask a clarifying question. Arno is confident that the enemy learned of their supply routes and began to block them. Icarus reminds them that only they know about this, and that exposure can mean only one thing. The man asks to clarify, meaning that his interlocutor dares to call him an enemy spy. Arno says that although the peasant may not understand, the nobles are very concerned about their honor. They all confirm their loyalty to the Font family. No one would dare to betray them. The man says he also has questions, for example, about getting closer to Lady Charlie. The words about Icarus wanting to use her to become the Duke of Font are irritating. The man looks at the guy, ready to say those very words, but doesn't have time. They report the arrival of supplies and tell them to open the gates, but also to be on guard. Arno finally advises his interlocutor to be more mindful of what he is doing, and also warns that many people here will not let an unwanted guest out of their sight. Charlie gives orders to transfer the wounded and distribute supplies to those in need. The lady asks to let her help because she is tired. The girl thanks the volunteer. Icarus asks what happened and why there are so many wounded. Charlie recounts the news. The guy becomes increasingly convinced that the enemy was aware of the enemy's trajectory. And then a voice is heard from behind, announcing that it was he who helped the warriors survive. Cain does not hesitate to express his own praise, listing his achievements. His friends are happy to see him despite this, but the guy continues to maintain the image he created for himself. But what he sees makes him feel embarrassed and raises characteristic questions in his head. Charlie expresses deep joy, admitting that they tried to contact but were unable to. Arno cautiously inquires about the knight's identity, asking if he can be trusted. Charlie says that this is the one she was talking about, and the man dryly expresses joy. Cain asks why he is so nervous, and Icarus restrainedly offers to greet the commander. The sounds of a trumpet and the approaching clatter of hooves attract everyone's attention. Even before dismounting, the messenger reports the news that the river has been frozen. This makes it easier for the enemy to move, having already begun moving towards Fonts. The man throws the weapon over his shoulder and bursts into barking laughter. He jubilantly places his foot on the frozen water, marking the beginning of the journey. The mercenary king orders his dogs to rob Fonts completely. Those who were just waiting for a signal from their leader rush towards the castle with a war cry. In Reinhard, at the Temple of Hermes, they inquire about Sir Christian's condition. The interlocutor says that they managed to get rid of all the demonic energy in the body. The combination with the saint could very likely damage the brain of the Holy Knight. A new interlocutor who appears in the room notes that recovery will be long. High Priest Harold expresses hope that Chris will be able to get back on his feet. One of the interlocutors suggests that the group stage of the battle will have to be abandoned. Harold says the priority is Sir Christian's recovery, then the tournament. And he changes the subject, talking about the saint's story about seeing Michael's wings. Mondrain confirms this, also mentioning the name of the one from whom the holy energy emanated. But the man still doesn't believe it, because Joshua was also emitting demonic energy. Harold says that these energies are incompatible in one body, and Christian is an example of this. However, if the Baron did find a loophole, his power would be beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Mondrain can't believe his ears, assuming that the boy has reached the level of a godlike being. The priest denies this, believing that he was not the source of the demonic energy. Although he doesn't know what kind of energy it was, Michael's wings are a great opportunity for the Order. After all, of the 7 archangels, Michael, called the God of War, is considered the most powerful. Because right now the main problem is not the battle of the masters, but the threat. After some time of walking in silence, Hybrid finally breaks it. He asks his companion if she finds the festival amazing, and she answers hesitantly. The man asks if the girl is upset that Joshua went on urgent business. And then Iselin breaks down. She is indignant about the fact that the guy is so frivolous. Meanwhile, people notice the mighty Asker, the second greatest mercenary. Iselin considers his companion to be quite famous, and he apologizes for the inconvenience. A cry reaches the man's ears, announcing Wintrow's appearance. The townspeople begin to chant the title of their prince, giving him praise, and the guard orders that the distinguished knight be greeted with all due honors. Iselin says that he is also famous, and his interlocutor smirks, reminding him of his title. The man considers Wintrow to be the complete opposite of the girl, but she's not a knight either. And the prince, to their amazement, turns to the hybrid, calling him an even greater monster. When the man calls him the second mercenary, his voice is filled with hostility. The opponent doesn't intend to put on a show here, so he simply remains silent. But Wintro doesn't like this, but he chuckles thoughtfully and moves forward. And moving in a royal manner, he asks the hybrid to let him pass further. The man belatedly comes to his senses and, in a hurry to correct himself, speaks up. He asks Prince Wintro to forgive them and says that it is an honor for them to meet him. The man says that this meeting made him realize that he had the wrong opinion about him. Wintro even slows down, allowing him to reward his opponent with a condescending grin. And he says that he eagerly awaits the day when they will cross their blades. Meanwhile, more and more people are gathering for the Battle of the Masters draw in Reinhard. There is talk that there has never been a battle on a larger scale than the current one. According to the rules of small talk, this is the most relevant topic for discussion. But there are those in the room who do not intend to be guided by dry etiquette alone. Politely coughing, the man announces that the drawing of lots will begin in 30 minutes. He asks that a replacement representative be prepared as soon as possible if there are no candidates. Sonia Moon Terra, princess and representative of Terra, expresses joy at the anticipation of the beginning. Lord Luck suggests that this is the girl's first time at such an event. A mercenary representative says he is one of the few representatives with experience. Sonia asks him about his opinion about the winner. He agrees with the girl about the favorite. The interlocutor considers him to be on a completely different level than all the other masters. The two unanimously say that they can't listen to this anymore, and the girl is surprised by this. Representatives of the Swello Empire, Jesur and Asur Logan, do not approve of the princess's favorite, and she says that she doesn't want to hear anything from them, because they lost to Prince Wintro. The girl tells them to stop and apologize immediately, but the guys don't consider themselves wrong. They intervene in the verbal altercation, offering to end it as quickly as possible. The princess is not happy with this outcome. She moans stubbornly and childishly. Geminis are of approximately the same opinion, but behave more reservedly. The mercenary representative awkwardly changes the subject, suggesting that the warring parties look at their watches. But Avalon's representative has not yet shown up, which could mean that the application for participation will be rejected. Lax suggests that the Empire decided to send the Baron's older brother Babylon instead. But the guy suddenly stops with a start when he hears rhythmic steps coming towards him. At the sight of the look of the one I just dared to mention, everything inside me turns cold, and Babylon rudely asks who dared to say that they are brothers. The mercenary representative stutters and apologizes for the misunderstanding, and the blonde man scares him. At the same moment, the doors open and the herald announces the names of those who have arrived and their statuses. Seeing Asker, those present cannot contain their admiration, but Wintro is also loved. The twins don't like this, and the person standing next to them advises them not to speak ill of the mighty Asker. One of the guys says that only a fight with this man can convince him. He asks Babylon about his own opinion, considering it all a simple deception. When the blonde man speaks up, he admits that he hopes for the same. The twins look at him in amazement, completely not expecting such a statement. Meanwhile, the herald announces the first representative of the Avalon Empire, Deshoshua Sanders. When the guy slowly enters, maintaining his dignity, all eyes of those present turn to him. Even Prince Wintro, the distinguished knight, becomes interested in this person. And Sonia Moon Terra completely forgets how to breathe for a moment. Geminis cannot bring themselves to connect the name of this person with his appearance. Sonia believes that even though Joshua is young, he is definitely not inferior to Wintro and Asker. The Baron himself slows down at the sight of the one with whom he had just crossed eyes. Babylon's gaze is fixed squarely on his brother. He stops noticing those gathered around. Inside him, in his head, there is a primordial storm that can hardly be calmed. Joshua understands his brother's feelings, practically reading them on his face, and exhales heavily. And the guy walks past, just like the blonde guy, without saying a word to his opponent. Somehow, Babylon manages to contain the storm within itself. Hybrid makes fun of his friend, who good-naturedly returns the teasing. Meanwhile, the presenter addresses all representatives and members of the families, asking for their attention. Before the draw, he plans to explain the format of the upcoming event. The box contains balls with the numbers of the Battle of Masters participants written on them. The position of each will depend on the number on the drawn ball. So the couples will compete with each other, but due to odd numbers, the last participant is eliminated. The most important thing is that the master title will not be given according to each battle. If half of the masters deem a participant worthy, he will be called a master during the battle. To ensure fair judging, 3 masters from the Empire and 3 independent masters were invited. As soon as the presenter asks questions, a man's hand rises into the air. Hybrid asks about the rewards for the winner. He is told that they will be as before. The winner of the event will have the right to challenge the superhumans or one of the stars. For Babylon, this information is new, and he is mentally amazed by it. And the presenter adds that the winner of this battle will receive the Hammer of Naga as a reward. These same words become news to the rest of those present. Wintro is one of them too, because it changes everything, and it's even better this way. But this also means that the winner of this Battle of Masters will become the owner of Reinhard. This neutral city does not belong to any country, but is incredibly profitable. Wintro believes that if he becomes the winner, Swallow will no longer be a hindrance to him. The presenter suggests getting down to business and finally starting to draw your lot. Sonia, like a true lady, is let to the front of the line, full of enthusiasm as she pulls out the ball. Hybrid follows her, and although the man is outwardly calm, he's a little worried on the inside. Wintro, on the other hand, is filled with cold confidence when he plunges his hand into the dark box. Babylon, as usual, finds it difficult to contain his feelings, but he manages to cope. Lord Joshua ends up being the one who is sorting into groups. He is extremely calm. A little later, the host presents the final tournament bracket to the participants. Spectators are rooting for their favorites, already imagining how intense the battle will be. As if it were a setup, Wintro will be fought against the mighty Asker. Although the pairing will be difficult, Sonia is comforted by the thought that the battle will be between magicians. And yet, the girl considers it wrong to confront the seventh mage of the Magic Tower. And Teta says that he wanted Code Zero because magic duels irritate him. Gemini expresses confidence that there will be something to see today. One of them considers it a shame to lose to a commoner of unknown origin. The princess asks if the brothers are tired of talking about such topics all day. They don't think so at all, unlike the fact that apples don't ripen that easily. Another person joins the conversation, finding the analogy of these wits amusing, and they flare up. And Lilia notes that these are just social constructs and the perception of dishonest people. Geminis don't find it funny, asking if it's wrong to call a spade a spade. Then the paladin says that apples can be of different colors. That's what she means. Lily believes that these two are not capable of defeating any person here. Not now, not ever. The boys flare up, saying that they will not tolerate such a thing even for the inhabitants of the Empire. The presenter, drawing attention to himself, asks everyone to be ready for the matches in 2 days. In addition, he asks that the results of the draw be communicated to his trusted persons. Participants who are late will be disqualified immediately. As they leave, the twins suggest that they soon find out which of them is right. Sonia mentally admires Lilia, understanding why she received such a nickname. Switching his friend's attention to another source, Hybrid asks him to evaluate it. Before Joe could even open his mouth, he had allies and beauties at that. Now understanding what the man was getting at, the boy reluctantly and tensely agreed with him. And Babylon, who happens to be nearby, continues to drill the younger one with a murderous look. However, when he turns to him, he pretends not to be interested in him. He mentally admits that no matter what he does, he will never surpass Baron Sanders. However, the guy believes that Joshua will eventually become a puppy obediently reaching for his palm. A voice rings out from the stands, announcing the start of the opening ceremony of the Battle of the Masters. The spectators are going wild. They are wondering who will be the winner this time. They are jubilant. Meanwhile, the commentator begins to announce the representative of the Kingdom of Heart. It is the Knight of Steel, Lord Basilius, who gives praise to the said kingdom from the stands. And the fans are asking their favorite to show the trash from the Empire what they are made of. Meanwhile, the commentator names the opponent, who is from the Avalon Empire. That man is none other than the incredible rookie and first representative Joshua. He also has fans, and they ask the guy to prove that young age does not matter. One of the judges of the Battle of Masters, Windmill, admires the popularity of this child. Touching on the topic of experience and age, the man asks his colleagues for their opinions on the upcoming match. Jordan considers Babylon to be the obvious favorite. Chariesta supports his colleague's opinion, although the use of a spear as a weapon alarms the man, making him think about a trump card. Nearby, another member of the judging team is tormented by unbearable itching and thirst. It's incredibly hard to endure. Arya wants to challenge young Joshua to a duel right now. The host announces the beginning to those gathered, asking them to warmly welcome both participants. The spectators' seats erupt in thunderous applause, and the referee leaves the scene of the fight. The Basilius does not believe that a knight of the Empire would use a spear as a weapon. The man asks permission to help the boy, giving him the right to start and asking him to try. Joshua doesn't hesitate. silently taking off at that very moment. The enemy is taken aback by such incredible speed, freezing in deep confusion. An explosion thunders, sending a shockwave through the space, forcing the man to move back. Applying enough force, he can't believe that this guy is so strong. He only made his first move, approaching a couple of steps, and already there was such force. Remembering the age of his opponent, Vasilevs finds it hard to believe that he is only 15 years old. Joshua chuckles cheerfully, asking why his uncle got so tense just from one movement. These words hurt him and he jumps up, telling Joe not to get cocky because of some blow. He's about to say something else, but his opponent's weapon is too close. Somehow the man manages to get away and he chuckles nervously. Vasilius mentally asks Joshua who he thinks he is, attacking in an identical manner. And the man goes around the opponent from the side, offering to try his own technique. The surprise on the young man's face disappears as suddenly as it appeared. The man, meeting his gaze, belatedly realizes that he has miscalculated, and the guy, making a sweeping movement with his spear, sends the enemy flying. An uncontrollable, discreet cough immediately erupts from his chest. But Vasilevs does not give up his attempts to resist and tries to slow down. Finally, the man succeeds, but he is not happy with his small victory. The skin on my cheek starts to burn and something wet and warm starts to run down it. Everything is clear. And Vasileus is not even talking about the wound he received, but about the fact that the enemy is far beyond him. Joshua talks about 10 movements. The opponent asks him to repeat what he said. The guy believes that these masters' duels are the easiest way to show off the spear's full glory. Considering what has already happened, Joshua promises to deal with his opponent in 10 moves. Mentally calling the boy a scumbag, the man gripped the hilt of his sword tighter. He acknowledges the enemy's strength, but at the same time he is not going to give in to his game. Declaring that from now on he will give it his all, Vasileus activates the aura. The presenter announces that there is an astonishing amount of mana on the tip of one of the fighter's blades. Joshua, smiling, thinks that those at the top always feel lonely. He also recalls that he had many titles in the past. Only his own bad reputation grew, while the reputation of the spear remained at the bottom. This is what bothered Joshua the most in the past. But now everything is different. The guy is going to prove to the whole world that there is no better weapon than a spear. Vasileus expresses disappointment, saying that he did not expect the enemy to be so reckless. He's going to show you what can happen when you throw away your gun. And at that very moment, a piercing cry from a tense man cuts through space. The announcer announces that Lord Basileus has managed to deflect Lord Joshua's spear, and then Lord Vasilevs immediately rushed towards Lord Joshua. Since Lord Joshua currently has no weapons, the current situation is extremely dangerous. The speaker wonders if the young man's path will really end right now at the hands of Lord Vasileus. Finding himself very close, the aforementioned one shouts to the enemy that it's all over. But the incredible happens. Joshua catches the spear with a loud thud as it fits comfortably in his hand. With a satisfied grin, the guy says that not everything is as simple as it seems at first glance. But Vasilevs does not give up, which he informs his opponent. He is no fool either. While saying that he will surpass his opponent, the man strikes the ladder. Another explosion, no less powerful than the previous one, envelops space. If it weren't for the protective barrier, the spectators in the stands would have had a hard time. Arya's stomach turns from the realization of this. He groans at the top of his voice, causing confusion among his colleagues. The referee notes that the entire arena was covered by an incredible explosion, and he is concerned about one question. Who remained the winner among these ruins and smoke? The one who managed to strike, or the one who anticipated it? The man adds that everyone will be able to find out as soon as the smoke clears. Hidden from the view of his spectators, Joshua asks if his opponent wants to continue. He groans vaguely in response, but finds the strength to voice what's on his mind. At the mercy of the spear and its owner, Basileus admits his defeat. And when the smoke clears, the crowd starts to cheer as Joshua's win is announced. The guy's fans continuously chant their hero's name, making him smile. And the host asks the judges if they have anything to say about this, asking for a verdict. Windmill believes that Vasilev's defeat is obvious to everyone. He couldn't do anything. And the man votes to grant Lord Joshua Sanders the title of Battlemaster. The decision is made unanimously by the judges, despite Arius's excited antics. He thinks about how he's been waiting all these 5 years for Joshua to reach his peak. The man can no longer restrain himself from allowing a fleeting thought about Agnes and Marcus. And despite his condition, Arias says that he agrees to give Joshua the title of Master. As the guy walks past the fans, they encourage him with words of support. Rugia laughs, satisfied that everyone is happy, supposedly over a mere trifle. Joshua's words about the joy that is expected at the festival irritate the entity because of the injustice. Having noticed the spear, people begin to admire it, expressing a desire to have one for themselves. Rugia basks in the rays of her own greatness, feeling at home in them like a fish in water. Lord Joshua is approached, causing him to turn around to congratulate him on his first victory. The girl finds this side of the guy quite surprising, considering his mood to be good. Joe asks his interlocutor not to address him as Lord, since he is no longer part of the Agnes. Iceland suggests calling him Baron Sanders, but the boy asks to be called by his first name. The girl is embarrassed and tries to object, but Joshua gently interrupts her with a touch on the shoulder. He says that he considers them friends, so this kind of treatment is more than normal. The girl is seduced by these words, since she did not even dare to hope for them. Joshua changes the subject by asking why Iselin is alone, and she can't help but feel flustered. Speaking about Hybrid, the girl says that he is worried about the upcoming battle with Wintro. Joshua recalls that before his reincarnation, the latter became one of the superhumans and the Nine. Although Hybrid is unaware of such an outcome, he is still nervous, sensing Wintro's aura. Bronto's power reacts to this man's magma, and Joshua himself feels something like this for the first time. Iselin brings the guy out of his thoughts by asking permission to ask him a question. The girl asks what Joshua knows about the relationship between Axler and Bagration. The conversation is interrupted by a man who teases the boy and asks about their potential confrontation. In response to the man's confidence, Joshua asks him if he himself is too self-confident. Hybrid believes that if you truly believe, no obstacles will become an obstacle. And he asks what the two were talking about. Was it really about the artifact? Joe is surprised, asking about its readiness. The hybrid chuckles nastily, saying that the boy needs to be measured to complete the process. Iselin is confused by the words and phrases the man used to convey the information. Joshua allows you to come into his room tonight to do this deed. And his interlocutors, absent-mindedly saying goodbye to the guy, are amazed by the openness of this man. A male voice comes from inside, its owner admiring the 15-year-old's talents. He is confident that in just 5 years, no one in the world will be able to stop Joshua Sanders. The man's interlocutor assumes that this guy is from Avalon, despite the previous results. The presence of such a powerful warrior in the Empire changes everything, and the balance will soon be destroyed. A third person enters the conversation, agreeing with the words of the previous one, because many people want this. And what scares him most are those who will not be content with dreams alone. The question arises whether it would be better to get rid of the Baron if everything started because of him. Carefully closing the door behind her, Iselin turns slowly to look around. Joshua allows her to hang up her coat and make herself at home, and the girl agrees. She finds amazing what she once thought impossible when she was alone with a guy. Joshua ignores this, offering to continue where they left off last time. The girl asks if he means their conversation about Axler and the mercenary king Bagration. The guy confirms these words, not understanding why Iselin should stay near the mercenary. Joe finds the mercenary hierarchy enviable, despite the prejudices against it. Their own system is divided into silver and gold ranks depending on skills. The boy relates Bagration to the title of king of the country, noting that Hybrid spoke out against it. This is expressed in the fact that the man helps the last of the Rebrick family, ignoring the king. Iselin agrees that Axler despises him, believing that Bagration is destroying the mercenaries. The girl talks about rumors that the mercenary king and the emperor have some connection. She believes that covering this up with a request is too suspicious. Joe believes that the actions of mercenaries should be neutral, but the king does otherwise. The guy suddenly agrees to help, assuming that Iselin called him for this. To the surprised exclamation, he again repeats the words that they are friends. The girl is amazed, almost as much as the first time, and mentally feels great gratitude. After her lips stretch into a smile, Iselin begins to speak. She reports that Axler is going to win the battle in order to challenge Bagration to a duel. Joshua clarifies if she wants him to win and then challenge the mercenary king. Actively denying this, Iselin says that on the contrary, she wants Joshua to avoid Bagration. Tears well up in her eyes when she says that she no longer wants to lose loved ones. She talks about wanting to forget everything and move on as Joshua hugs her. He assumes she was very scared and promises to keep that in mind. The girl cries out loud, hearing the words that she will never lose anyone again. They stand like this for a very long time, silently, until Iselin stops shaking. Then Joshua asks her if she can now loosen her grip and let him go. The girl jumps back, talking about the promise, and the guy suggests waiting until the end of the battle. Iselin is surprised by this guy's straightforwardness, asking again about getting down to business. And then she screams out, asking why Joshua started to undress. He reminds his interlocutor that she wanted to take measurements for Levon. It's more convenient that way. Iselin says that he doesn't need to do anything. She can take care of everything herself. Then Joshua says that in this case, he completely entrusts himself into her hands. The announcer announces that the arena is hosting its first mage versus mage battle. On the 4th day of the Battle of Masters, the same thing will happen as in the Continental Magic battles. And while the spectators are in a frenzy, wanting to see the spectacle as soon as possible, they come out. Yawning with boredom, one of the opponents openly declares his laziness to fight. Instead of fighting, Teta suggests deciding everything with rock, paper, scissors. But his opponent suggests something else, so that his opponent would give up before being disgraced. Teta is amazed that this guy can use all types of magic at once. Joshua addresses the Soul Giver to darkness, the wielder of the Wolf's Fang Blade. The summoner asks the King of Men to show himself to this world, and he obeys. The knight asks what's going on, and Joe says he needs something from him. The interlocutor asks to continue, since he had already sworn allegiance to Baron Sanders. Speaking of allies at the Fawn's estate, Joshua asks to go there and help. Meanwhile, Teta, kneeling on the ground, is about to erect a stone wall. At first, it seems that his plan is successful, but expectations turn out to be different from reality. The dense stone cracks almost immediately under the impact of a powerful shockwave. Theta reminds us that this is just a competition, not a fight to the death. Stell says he's seen enough people who aren't vigilant enough. He says he's not going to lose like all those who came home with nothing. And the man produces a fire flash, forcing the opponent to tense up even more. But he quickly pulls himself together, asking if Stell really thinks participation is voluntary. The boy mentally adds that all this is happening because of the damn Code Zero. And his opponent remains relentless, dousing his opponent with a new batch of heat. The commentator notes the amazing actions of the Power Mage of the Kingdom of Terra. The audience excitedly cheers on both Stella and the Magic Tower participant. Iselin also finds both of them surprising, considering their level to be completely different from hers. Joshua thinks differently. He's sure that the girl will surpass both of them. She's surprised by her friend. The Baron retorts softly, saying that he has already finished his business and also praises those spells. The guy involuntarily remembers that in the past, Caesar wiped the Kingdom of Terra off the face of the earth. However, in the end, Joshua was killed by his own magic circle, Stella. Iselin notices that something is wrong. Even though Teta is casting spells, his mana is unstable. The young man, meanwhile, admits that he didn't think the enemy would take everything seriously. He adds that he now has a reason to put in a little effort. The enemy is amazed that Tete managed to survive such a powerful attack. The boy grins, asking for opinions and saying that this wall of winds was created by him. Stella finds it hard to believe that his attack was repelled by some wind spell. Teta says that wind element spells tend to be weak in defense, so he found new ways to use spells on the element he specializes in. Stell is confident that all his spells cannot be blocked by such skills. The man is simply going to destroy the enemy's barrier. He grins and suggests seeing if he can do it. Joshua's mind races and the answer comes to him naturally. The man wrapped in the wind became one himself, giving birth to countless legends across the continent. The boy manages to get very close to the enemy and he screams in denial. Before taking off, he expresses disbelief at being outdone. Looking at the winner, Joshua remembers him as a traitor to the Magic Tower. The commentator announces the out and the corresponding loss of Lord Stella. And under his official words about Teta's victory, he asks the question that worries everyone. Will a mage participating in the battle for the first time be able to become the first master of magic? Since 4 of the judges voted, Lord Teta is granted the right to become the master of magic. The boy mentally exhaled because he was afraid of an opponent who was much stronger. Continuing his thoughts, he turns to Code Zero First Star Joshua. The latter catches the gaze directed at him and is surprised, but he is distracted. Iselin is surprised that Stella's magic had no effect. She's curious about that spell. Joshua mentally expresses the belief that she was the 3rd mage in the past. The girl asks Joe to be careful, because Stell is close to reaching 6th grade. There are also many rumors surrounding him, And a man named Teta is even stronger. According to Iceland's observations, he is at least a 6th-class master. Joe says that in moments like these, he truly feels like a martial artist. He is excited by the thought that Teta is here and he can't wait to fight this magician. Meanwhile, the commentator asks everyone to pay him some attention. While he talks about the next fight starting soon, the arena regenerates. And the man continues, expressing confidence that the continent was expecting this battle. After all, on one of the competing sides is the distinguished knight, Prince Wintro. The name of his opponent is also on everyone's lips, because he is the greatest mercenary. He is known by the nickname Mighty Axler, and his name is Lord Aiden Hybrid. And when both opponents are facing each other, the referee calls them to begin the fight. Both sides have fans, and this time they are cheering the favorites with chants. Iceland hopes that Hybrid is not too nervous because the girl is worried about her friend. Joshua reassures her that someone he knows won't give up without a fight. But the guy knows how it will all end, because in his past life this fight caused a stir. While he considers whether the change will affect this life, Wintro wishes his opponent luck. Hybrid reciprocates, but corrects himself, remembering that they are on a battlefield. A man asks his opponent to drop the formalities, and the latter responds. Wintro asks if Hybrid dares to think that they are on the same level. The man doesn't like the words that he is only second, he hits. The blow turns out to be much stronger than Wintro expected, and he admits this to his opponent. But the prince is confident that there is a limit to what an opponent can do with his bare hands. And yet, a cry of surprise escapes Wintro's lips the very next moment. His opponent manages not only to withstand, but also to break through the enemy's attack. The astonished prince asks how the Hybrid managed to destroy the aura of his sword. He grins bloodthirstily, after which he assures his interlocutor that this is nothing. And suddenly jumping forward, he asks if he really managed to surprise the prince. The blow is so unexpected that Wintro fails to block it. And even more than that, the force put into the attack sends the knight flying an impressive distance. He groans loudly, trying not only to stop, but also to stay on his feet. When this succeeds, Wintro says that the Hybrid's appearance does not match the tricks he uses. He also believes that knights will never understand mercenaries, because their principles are strikingly different. Withrow then asks his opponent not to expect him to stand aside, and taking the most comfortable position, the knight calls upon the Lord of Fires, Wolfgang. At first, Hybrid prudently protects himself from the attack with his hands, but changes tactics. By destroying the ground beneath the enemy's feet more and more, the knight offers him the chance to survive. The explosion that resounds over the arena and illuminates its territory with light hides the Hybrid. The commentator expresses interest in whether Axler can survive such an attack. Joshua is becoming more and more convinced that it is him, because he looks exactly like the one in the vision. When the boy gained control of the Death Knight, he saw his memories. Rugia asks why Joshua made that Death Knight his ally in the first place. After all, the further he moves away from his owner, the more he begins to weaken. Unable to bear the entity's ridicule, the boy reacts, causing Iselin's bewilderment with his behavior. The girl thinks that this is because she began to suppress the heat from the arena with her cold. Joshua assures her that everything is fine. He was just a little out of sorts from the intense heat. Meanwhile, the Hybrid leaps forward with a battle cry, revealing himself to be quite alive. And what's more, if you look closely, you can see that there are almost no injuries on the man. Wintro says he didn't even think about finishing, offering to test the opponent's endurance. When he says that everything is just beginning, he says that this is only what he thinks. The man is not going to play anymore, and he creates an earthquake, the collapse of the earth. The cracks emanating from under the Hybrid's fists begin to spread too quickly. But Wintro just laughs, believing that something like that won't be able to stop him. The enemy smirks, finding his opponent's words amusing since he was only creating the path. The commentator comments on this, simultaneously inserting words as befits him. Hybrid suggests ending the attrition and moving on to direct confrontation. Wintro has to work hard again to hold the block. It's not easy. At the most unexpected moment, Hybrid skillfully dodges the blow, doing a cartwheel. However, by abruptly changing his direction, the man pretends to perform a sweep. But this too turns out to be a trick, because the Hybrid actually performs an overhead strike. Wintro, not expecting this, tries to group himself to get away, but it's too late. Saying that this is the end, Hybrid swings his arm to perform Aura Fist. The moment he lowers it, crushed stones of various sizes fly up. The man breathes heavily, because in reality, the use of force does not go unnoticed. And then, When the dust from the stone settles, an unharmed Wintro appears before his eyes. Smiling, the knight asks if he really thinks such a blow can be called the final one. Saying he is disappointed, he steps forward, ending up very close to his opponent. Hybrid is mentally amazed, because one of his blows should have knocked down a second-class knight. And this man not only survived, he continues to stand on his feet with such confidence. Iselin says that as a magician she cannot say whose victory it is, and asks the participants' opinion. Joshua is in unbearable pain, and the girl expresses concern about the guy's well-being. The thing is, Bronto is getting out of control. Rugia doesn't seem very surprised. He says that the man called the prince is hiding his true potential. Wintro's skills are not just any lights, but hellish flames that can burn anything. Rugia says that this skill comes from the primordial magma stone, which has extinction. And the man who has it already knows that Joshua has exactly the same one. The boy tries to see the realization in Wintro's eyes, but he is absorbed in the battle. But just when he's about to move on to something else, the knight finds Joshua with his eyes. Only a fool wouldn't have guessed that Wintro was looking right at him. Rugia clarifies that magma, located inside the knight, sensed Bronto's energy. Originally, the primordial stones were considered parts of God, so there cannot be more than one of them. And while Joshua ponders the meaning of what was said, passions in the arena heat up. The hybrid feels uneasy. It is difficult to imagine that such power could come from a mortal. It's more like a god who can control the greatest volcanoes. Wintro screams, asking the invisible interlocutor to burn everything he sees to the ground. And it turns out to be the flame of extinction, aimed at none other than the hybrid. The man shouts, telling his opponent that he can withstand this attack too. And he puts most of his strength into this defense, desperately trying to maintain the hold. Iselin, not caring what anyone thinks of her, begs the man with all her might not to lose. Meanwhile, Prince Wintro's lights explode as the commentator reports. And the next moment, the audience begins to panic, afraid that they too might be affected. And although they say that the greatest magicians of the continent cannot break through this barrier, it is scary. The alarmists turn out to be right, and those who manage to come to their senses in time rush to get away. As things calm down and the smoke clears, faint laughter can be heard throughout the arena. Hybrid says he can't believe the vaunted knight would involve spectators in the battle. He asks not to worry about it because he restrained himself and the damage should be small. The hybrid is surprised by this, wondering how strong his former opponent is. He answers this question by saying that he himself does not know this yet. The prince is eager to gain the title of master of this battle by winning for the sake of the newborn trance. As he starts to talk about something else, he pauses, mentally turning to Joshua Sanders. Wintro ends up thinking that he has his eye on this guy. As the healers perform restoration, healing the man's wounds, he desperately holds back. But the wounds are so serious that they are not healing. They are ordering reinforcements to be called. Iselin is indignant that they are not being allowed in, even though the battle is already over. They apologize to her, but say that interactions between the participants are temporarily suspended. Joshua says that this girl is his companion and tries to push her status. The man bends a little but does not give in completely, gently insisting on his own. Lord Rain asks for these people to enter, which leaves Joshua puzzled. The man, reminding him of his status as a baron, says that there is no need to worry about him. Without waiting for the gatekeepers to answer him, Iselin rushes inside, addressing the hybrid. The girl asks how the man feels and whether he recognizes her. He apologizes for screwing up so badly, but Iselin says the fight was great. Seeing that the treatment is not working, Joshua wants to try using holy magic, because holy magic grows stronger along with its user, with his current powers. Joshua is confident that he can, and to everyone's amazement, he pronounces the words of restoration. Slowly but surely, the hybrid's wounds begin to heal, starting with the smaller ones. Iselin is surprised. Even the priest is surprised, because he was unable to move from the spot. Seconds later, the hybrid is amazed at the complete restoration of his body. Iselin asks Joe how he was able to use holy magic, and he answers with a half-truth. And he adds that this was his first time. The guy is sincerely glad that he was successful. Meanwhile, the knights unanimously congratulate their lord on his victory. They encourage him, saying that there is only a little time left to get the final prize. A man expresses annoyance that one of his opponents has given up, but he is satisfied with today's fight, and in his mind he understands that he shouldn't underestimate the rumors. However, if they are true, Wintro will meet Baron Joshua in the finale. Rising from his seat, The knight informs those present of his short absence. The knights consider solo walks dangerous and ask to be allowed to accompany them. But Wintro asks them not to worry, assuring them that he will be completely fine. Later, he says that he would never have thought that his interlocutor would end up on streets like these. He replies, naming the prince's identity, that this only shows how outstanding they are. Zero asks to understand their situation, as the location has changed due to the absence of the door leader. Wintro says the organization has the information he needs, the interlocutor clarifies. The prince asks to expose everything the door knows about Joshua, ready to pay any amount. The interlocutor, with a false smile, warns that he is sorry to say the following words. And he speaks superficially about why the organization does not want to harm this person. Wintro reminds him of the amount, and Zero begins listing his reasons for refusing to cooperate. The prince thinks it's only a matter of price and asks what they can agree on. Zero replies that information about Joshua is now worth 100 million gold. As Wintro leaves, he realizes that the Moon Door member didn't want to tell him anything in the first place. He also suggests that this means that information about Joshua must be invaluable. And while the next option is maturing in his head, Zero's head is also filled with curious thoughts. He is asked if the man is interested in knowing why the impossible price was asked. Zero evades the answer, and his interlocutor assures him that in his place he would think similarly. The man mentally regrets that they had to give up 1,000,000 gold pieces. In recent years, an exorbitant amount of money has been spent on cutting off rotten parts. Meanwhile, the interlocutor asks if he knows about the special assassin who killed the elders. Rumor has it that he is trying to unite all the assassin organizations across the continent. Zero is amazed by what he hears, because it's difficult to even imagine something like this being implemented. The interlocutor says that he agrees, but the assassin was able to win the trust of many colleagues. No one knows exactly who this man is, but many call him the King of Assassins. The most important thing is that this king was seen uttering the name Joshua Sanders. Zero puts the facts together and deduces that the assassin wants to kill the Baron in this way. The interlocutor is not sure, but the fact that the king is looking for Joshua could have a negative impact. This is precisely the reason why information about the Baron cannot be allowed to leak out. The man sharply pulls his fist back and punches the air with a loud cry. A satisfied smirk appears on his lips as he addresses his interlocutor. The hybrid found it incredible that Joshua had managed to completely cure him. And while he's going on, Iselin thinks that she's seen this somewhere before. The man suggests that the girl misses Baron Sanders. She complains about being scared, and Hybrid insists that Iselin is dejected. The girl says it's not because of Joe, but because of the man she saw in the temple. Iselin explains that he looked like a lion, and the organizers called him Rain. Hybrid has a guess and names the person who comes to mind. The girl expresses joy that she actually heard the title of the Lion King. Hybrid thinks that Rain believes that if Joe wins, he will challenge him for Reinhard. Iselin asks why the man thinks he will be the one being challenged. Hybrid explains that traditionally, the winner of the Battle of the Masters becomes King of Reinhard. If he defeats the current King Reinhard, perhaps people will recognize his strength. Hearing that this is not all, the girl is surprised, asking about it openly. Hybrid says that Rain is the easiest opponent on the path to becoming a superhuman. Ted can't believe that his opponent dares to make such statements and throw around such meaningless words. He denies it, turning to Joshua Sanders and calling him a killer. The guy says he's only here to warn his interlocutor, and he directly states that Evergrande will soon kill the current head of the Magic Tower, Jan. Teta tells Joshua to be quiet, believing that he wanted to distract him while the competition was going on. Before the attack, the guy stands incredibly calm even when she almost touches him. Tetu is struck by such composure and stops, thinking about the seriousness of what was said. First, the boy asks Joshua why he thinks he would believe something like that, and the interlocutor begins to talk about trying to find traces of Bronto and the Lightning Master. Teta doesn't understand and asks directly what this has to do with the previous part of the conversation. Joshua says he's been gathering information about Evergrande for 5 years, and he wants to take over the tower. The interlocutor becomes interested in where he got such a grandiose story and information. The boy leaves, not wanting to listen to any more fairy tales, and asks to forget about the Magic Tower. Joshua lets Teta make his own choice, but offers something if he tells the truth. In exchange for capturing Evergrande, he wants the interlocutor's support in becoming emperor. A loud announcement of breaking news sounds at Prince Wintro's headquarters. The knight asks if his interlocutor has obtained information about Baron Joshua, and he confirms. But at the same time, he reports that Teta, one of the 7 magicians, refused to participate in the semi-finals. Ian yells at the aforementioned man, calling him an idiot and accusing him of refusing to compete in the semi-finals against Code Zero. The boy expresses understanding about the anger, but asks to be heard first. He tells the true story of where Bronto is now and what caused the unification. The boy ends by saying that it was just ordinary self-defense. Teda washes his hands of it, saying it's true, although he doesn't believe it himself since Joshua was just a little kid. He recalls that he was warned about the traitor, so now it is important to clarify the information. Ultimately, Jan agrees to turn a blind eye, knowing firsthand the identity of his subordinate. The leader asks him to do himself a favor and return to the tower, as there will be a gathering soon. He says this is necessary in order to appoint a new assistant to the head. When Teda hears Evergrande's name, everything inside the boy goes cold, because he remembers the warning. Joshua is congratulated on the fact that he only has one final battle left to survive. The head of the Moon Door respectfully apologizes for meeting him so late. He's going to get straight to the point and answer all the questions Joshua has asked him. The guy says he is impressed by all the information that was prepared in advance. The interlocutor says that it would be great to receive payment for their services first. Joshua is confident that revealing the location of the promised item will not change anything for the door. And to the deepest amazement of the head of the organization, the guy names the name of his interlocutor, Lilia. The girl takes a more compressed pose, saying that she now began to understand Joshua's praises. However, she still thinks that even someone like him could not understand this. The girl says that everything has changed, and this token has become even more valuable than before. The blood token is the symbol of Hermes, and for his followers it is the Holy Grail. In the Empire of Hvalbot, people are divided between supporters of the sects of the Empire and the Pope. Lilia says that after the conflict, the Pope's sect allowed her to remain in this position. She talks about the disappearance of the Tier of God and its main suspect, namely Joshua. The guy remembers the words that were spoken some time ago. The episode is still fresh in his memory. Then he found himself in a difficult situation and was forced to resort to radical methods. The Holy Knights didn't believe the guy until they saw Michael's wings behind him. Lily says that the Pope was looking for something like a blood token to replace the Tier of God. And then Joshua says that he is currently with the Avalon Imperial family. The guy asks his interlocutor not to worry because he is trying to figure out what to do. The girl agrees that apparently they can only trust him. But the information about the Holy Grail paid off Joshua's debts. Now a new contract is needed. Joshua expresses understanding and says he can pay for the information right now. Lily says that she doesn't need money, and the guy asks what she wants then. The girl says that her only condition is to ask him to marry her. Later, breathing heavily, she remembers that Joshua was unable to give her a definite answer. The girl wonders if she wasn't charming enough to seduce this guy. They ask her if they can come in, since Lord Joshua has already left, and the girl allows it. Zero reports that Font forces are approaching Aden Canyon. The Cromwells have frozen the river. And right now, the mercenary king is heading straight to the center of Aden Canyon. The most amazing thing about this is how they were able to freeze the Dennis River. They were told that they used a magic scroll that contained a high-grade blizzard. Lily is surprised because the caster must be at least one level higher. Zero agrees with her, and they also believe that this scroll may be one of the most ancient. The girl is offended that the Cromwells are using a precious object for such purposes. Hearing the words that victory over Fonts is only a matter of time, the leader thinks about it. To tell the truth, she already has serious doubts about this. The commentator announces the long-awaited conclusion of the Battle of the Masters. He says that everyone is here to begin the finale and find out the name of the new king. The man first introduces the representative of the Avalon Empire, listing his achievements. Prince Wintro limits himself to more modest titles, but no less famous. And the last-named man informs his opponent that he does not intend to give in. Joshua responds with solidarity because that is exactly what he wanted. And a little later, the guy takes off, rushing towards his opponent with undisguised enthusiasm. The rightful king of Trance and one of the 9 stars responds with the same burning readiness. Wintro is known for his weapon, a sword whose parts are connected with wire. In the Eastern continent, it is known as the composite sword, but more commonly known as the whip sword. This weapon, also called the snake sword, allows one to control the power of the magma stone. Joshua has been training for this fight, but something like this manages to discourage him. Wintro is unusually confident, saying that he has the entire arena at his command. Joshua is upset that the knight has a weapon he didn't know about. Too deeply immersed in these thoughts, he does not have time to dodge the next blow. Another lunge is less successful, but still comes too close. Joshua is well aware that Wintro uses the sword to strike to disorient his target. Moreover, his skills are not inferior to those of a swordmaster, so it will be difficult to deal with him. Although Hybrid says he is confident of Baron Joshua's victory, he is mentally worried about the boy. The man is even ready to bet everything on the fact that he will win. He confesses to Iselin about the bets. The odds on the prince were 2-1, and on Baron Joshua they were a whopping 12-1. Iselin can't believe her ears. She curses uncontrollably when addressing her interlocutor. When the latter asks where she is going, the sorceress says that everyone here is brainwashed. The girl is also going to place a bet, and of course all in on Joshua. He also thinks that although Wintro is weaker than he was in the past, it is difficult to fight. Meanwhile, the prince asks his opponent if this is all he can do. He asks to entertain him at least a little, so as not to become completely disappointed in this battle. Leaning forward, Wintro says that this is the end and commands the flame of extinction to consume. The flame of extinction has the ability to melt everything it touches, even artifacts. Wintro is sure that the same fate awaits the enemy's spear, but he is not going to give up like that. The knight is amazed that Joshua managed to reflect the fires that melt even mana, and the guess that the primordial stone is sitting inside this boy is becoming stronger and stronger. But the man interpreted this feeling as the possibility of a new enemy appearing. Wintro says that Joshua is the same as him, because magma reacts to the primordial stone. The prince admits that he has never fought with such people, and he is not going to miss the chance. He says he has always been curious to see the extreme limits of magma. The man had long wanted to go beyond the boundaries and awaken his magma. The commentator notices Wintro's excitement and impatience, which are more evident than usual. He says that, engulfed in flames, the prince is just like the god of the fires of hell. The contender for the title of winner does not disappoint him. His body begins to undergo changes. The same thing happens with the serpent sword, which is engulfed in flames, becoming part of it. And before the eyes of all appears the true god of hellfire and the embodiment of hell. Joshua grins at his opponent's warning, believing that he needs to match it. The guy clarifies whether it is true that Wintro believes that he does not know about this power of God. And then he asks the prince to look carefully, because he is not the only one in this favor. Joe suggests that Wintro should also be careful, since he himself cannot control himself. He adds that this happens especially in cases where he is so excited. Wintro acknowledges his opponent's speed, but believes that this alone won't allow him to win. Joshua ducks a punch when the man says he will be the winner in the end. The guy thinks that his opponent's pride is excessive and tells him so openly. Joshua says the games are over and now he will show who is stronger. Wintro doesn't have time to react, and an involuntary curse escapes his mouth. Getting his feet back on the ground, he calls upon the Fire Lord Wolfgang, creating a wall of fire. Wintro is confident that enemy attacks will not be able to overcome this fiery barrier. Meanwhile, Joshua takes advantage of the advantage and goes around his opponent from the other side. Wintro doesn't intend to let himself get hurt by attacking, but his opponent's speed is great. The commentator calls this battle a battle between gods beyond human capabilities. Wintro says that the magma inside him is desperately wanting to devour his brother Bronto. Joshua says that the primordial stone within him demands the same. He offers to make a bet. Its essence is that the loser gives up the stone and becomes the winner's follower. The enemy agrees to this condition without thinking for a second. Wintro is confident that official recognition of trans will then only be a matter of time. The man expresses hope that Joshua Sanders will keep his promise. And the guy realizes that this is Wintro's first stance, called the Breath of the Lord of Fire. Joshua recalls that this man was always compared to the sun. Enemies cannot approach him. But the boy's spear was able to pierce him thanks to the technique that made him the greatest spearman. Joshua is full of anticipation as he enters the fourth stance of the fifth stage of spear handling, and he produces the final version of the first stance's lightning strike, Speed Clarity. And the guy finishes everything with the technique of the transcendent power of the true lightning strike. A strangled cough escapes Wintro's chest, and the man freezes for a few moments. He mentally notes that he saw nothing, only the echo of some shadow, an atmosphere always full of blood and death, and a swift sword like that of Archduke Lucius himself. In his last minutes, he thinks about how, according to rumors, the sound from the blade comes after the impact. And after that, flying an impressive distance away from the opponent, it crashes into the wall with a roar. Even though the boys wanted Joe to win, this outcome makes them cry out. The commentator asks directly into the microphone what just happened, and he answers his own question, naming the winner of this year's Battle of the Masters. Joshua lifts his chin proudly, enjoying his moment of glory. Wintro tries to figure out where he is and why he is here and not on the battlefield. It comes to him that he has lost consciousness and, apparently, lost. The man admits that the guy's latest attack was beyond his comprehension. And when Wintro admits his loss, a voice is heard expressing its disappointment. Trying to determine its source, the man becomes confused by the activation of magma. She did this without her owner's knowledge, and he is unable to stop this process. He feels as if all his strength has disappeared somewhere, irrevocably dissolved. Looking at this huge fireball, Wintro tries to understand what it is. Magma speaks to him, saying that they, the primordial stones, do not accept defeat. And as soon as the owner does this, he loses the right to possess it. Wintro can't believe his ears. And then a completely different voice, laughing evilly, says that he will take magma for himself. As the entity's jaws snap shut, the man jumps up with a terrified cry. Trying to bring his breathing back to normal, he tries to understand whether this was an ordinary dream. Wintro feels like it was too real, and now he can't feel magma. The man is distracted from his sad thoughts by an envelope on the nightstand, attracting his attention. It contains a message from Joe, who limits himself to absorbing magma. The man chuckles maliciously as he reads the polite lines about hope for a successful treatment. Then the laughter becomes more sincere when the prince realizes that he has really been beaten. As Joshua approaches Reinhardt's throne, all eyes are on him. After congratulating the boy in advance, he's informed about the beginning of the traditional coronation ceremony. Joshua apologizes before saying he's in a hurry and asks to get straight to the point. Kanagat, the king's assistant and observer, as well as the head of finance, stutters. Rain approves of the adjustments, admitting that he, too, is getting bored. He proposes to encourage the king's initiative, ignoring Kanagata's objections. He notes that they are under pressure, as no one considers Reinhardt's kings to be real. The Lion King asks why the man is saying this while staring straight at him. Joshua says he is disappointed, prompting Kanagata to ask for clarification. The guy asks since when Reinhardt has been influenced by other people. He argues that here anyone with decent skills can become a king. Joshua says he will refuse a reward that results in hatred and anxiety. They ask him to wait, clarifying whether the guy really intends to give up the title of king. Kanagat asks Joshua to return, saying that he has pledged his honor to the will of Naga. The man asks Joe for forgiveness and also suggests that he think about his decision again. The guy doesn't understand why he shouldn't do it if he's going to worry about what others think. He suggests choosing the first person they come across if the kingdom just needs a ruler for show. Seeing such a look, the man believes that this guy really wants to change Reinhardt for the better. He falls to his knees with sincere words of forgiveness, acknowledging Joshua as his king. Others follow his example, asking him to help them change Reinhardt for the better. Joshua advises these people not to attach too much importance to traditions. Kanagat agrees to this, promising that he will try to ignore any people's views. Joshua expresses hope that the man will fulfill his promise as he did his. And the guy announces that he, Joshua Sanders, will be the new king of Reinhardt. The people are not only rejoicing over the appointment of a new king, they are also happy about Joshua's candidacy. Rain is mentally amazed that this guy managed to influence these stubborn sheep. But the man wants to skip the formalities and finally get to the most important thing. Rain asks Joshua for permission to ask him a question. It's a Battle of the Masters tradition. The guy says that although he doesn't know its essence, he's not sure he can give a satisfactory answer. The interlocutor finds this quite normal and gets down to business. He wants the new king to take advantage of his privilege and choose an opponent from among the great ones. Joshua expresses his utter conviction of Rain's self-interest and politely apologizes to him. The guy is going to fight one of the 12 superhumans, the leader of 1,000,000 mercenaries. Upon hearing Bagratian's name, both Iselin and Hybrid felt deep confusion. And somewhere in another part of this world, a potential enemy expresses surprise. He couldn't even imagine that such an ordinary person would have such skills. The king of mercenaries asks his interlocutor with anticipation to tell him his name. He is called the Proud Knight, Cain the Proud, who serves for the good of the Sanders family. Bagratian, grinning, says that he will certainly remember this glorious name. The king of mercenaries openly declares that he has recognized an opponent like him. He adds that he will remember this name after entering the afterlife. The knight thinks with fear and annoyance that he will not be able to stop one of the superhumans. The explosion that followed this confrontation rippled across the space in all directions. Bagration's grinning face is sprinkled with hot drops. His mad eyes do not blink. Kane's face distorts with horror, because he could not have expected such an outcome. It turns out that the blood does not belong to either of the opponents, and they are both surprised. Only Bagration does not show his emotions, only asking what he is. Lich replies that he is going to take this child behind him with him, and the interlocutor is perplexed. And the Death Knight, leaving the question unanswered, creates a wall of darkness between them. The king says that he never even thought that he could meet two amazing people on the same day. He talks about hiding such talents, but stops short, as there are no opponents ahead. But the man is not very upset, believing that Fontaine will soon meet its end anyway. Hearing the sound of the horn of retreat, Bagration becomes irritated, since he did not give such an order. The banner raises even more questions, and the man is informed of the arrival of a messenger from Reinhard. He asks Bagration to take part in a duel with the winner of the Battle of the Masters. The man becomes more and more heated, asking not to tell him that it is Mighty Axler. Although this is good, because then Bagration will be able to take advantage of the opportunity by killing the hybrid. Icarus is worried that Kane has not returned yet, and there is no news either. His hand is gently covered, and a gentle girlish voice is heard, in which one can feel care. Charlie asks her interlocutor to rest because she is sure that she will not be able to hold out without him. For the sake of the lady, Icarus allows himself to agree and accept her manifestation of concern. Charlie begins the 11th meeting by asking if the communication sphere from the vault has been found. The answer was yes, but the item was found only thanks to the Duke waking up. The girl agrees that this coincidence turned out to be a real miracle for them. Cox says this is good news and they can now contact the outside world. He believes Charlie's father would be proud of her if he could see his daughter at that moment. The girl cannot even express all the gratitude she feels towards this count. The news about the disappearance of the mercenary king is discussed, and Charlie is alarmed by this news. Rumors about the true reason surface, and the lady asks who could have performed such a miracle. She is informed that the winner of the Battle of the Masters was the well-known Joshua Sanders. Tears well up in the girl's eyes, caused by an excess of feelings. Icarus laughs quietly but happily, mentally admitting that he is surprised. He thought Joe had forgotten about them. The strategist promises to protect everyone until his friend returns. Arno bursts into the meeting room and calls Icarus names, saying that he has ruined them all. Troy asks the man to be more restrained, but he says that he will understand everything himself now. The fragments of Sir Kane's sword, which was supposedly killed by Icarus, are brought into public view. Charlie can't believe his eyes and nervously starts asking a lot of questions. Arno is confident that he is right. He believes that Icarus intends to destroy the army from within. The man accuses the boy of spying for Cromwell, intending to destroy him. An argument ensues between them, during which their information turns out to be completely different. Icarus himself enters the conversation, saying that both men are right, they do not understand him. The boy says that he provided different information to each of those present. Charlie voices the thoughts of everyone present when he asks Icarus why he is doing this. Arno stands his ground, convinced that this peasant is in fact a Cromwell spy. Icarus reminds Charlie of his words, admitting that he set the traps. In reality, Kane went on the 5th route. Disappearance means one thing. The man who was told about the 5th route is the spy, and the departing Cox is slowed down. Reminding him that he has been exposed, Icarus invites the man to lay his cards on the table. The boy addresses Cox as the golden monster of the Empire, Count Cox Lonbagan. The man evades this by saying that Icarus also knew about this route. He is more suspicious. Then the interlocutor asks where Cox went at night, because there is evidence of this. The man says he couldn't sleep last night, suggesting that he might have been seen then. Icarus grins, emphasizing that he didn't say it happened yesterday. The man turns sharply to his interlocutor and swallows nervously, while the other continues speaking in a measured manner. Icarus says that the report and Cox's story are lies. He asks if the man is sure that he's just going for a walk. Arno is on Cox's side. He advises him and Charlie not to listen to all this nonsense. The man believes that the farmer is trying to play on doubts to create big problems. But Charlie thinks hard, but cannot find any reason for Old Man Cax to betray him. After all, since childhood, this man protected her and was always there for the little lady. The girl considers it impossible to betray her only friend and teacher. But he speaks up, saying that he hoped to remain a good person in her eyes. But he believes that it will now be very difficult to do this, and Cox confesses to his involvement. The Count openly says that it was he who tried to poison the Duke and passed information to the enemy. Even after this, Charlie refuses to believe it, saying that everything said is a lie. But denial is quickly replaced by resentment and rage, and the girl asks about the reason for the betrayal. Recalling his nickname, Cox says the golden monster is hungry for gold. Icarus suggests that this is not all, reporting on the man's connection with the Cromwell family. The guy says he's really curious about how powerful the guy who bosses Cox around is. He asks the man to be honest, believing that Cromwell is just one of the pawns. The mad look suddenly clears up. The feverish speech becomes calm. Cox says the Font family is a result of his efforts and his youth. Arno can't resist asking why then betray his special family. Cox says that honor, loyalty, and even shame only matter in life. And today, the Font family will end, and honor and loyalty will disappear. Arno asks what Count Cox did, saying that he will not be able to get away with it. Charlie notices what is happening on the other side of the window first and asks Icarus to join her. At the same moment, another explosion thunders, causing everything to rattle with redoubled force. But all this is happening not only around the castle, the entire settlement is collapsing under the powerful onslaught. And when it seems that things can't get any worse, the main building goes up in flames.